Boom. Hello and welcome to Runkle of the Bleeding. Um, how's everyone doing? I uh, I tried to shave before the stream and I did not do well. The razor won. So yeah, that was not my finest move there. So somebody says you're bleeding. Yeah, can you tell? It's kind of all over. So um today is day one of the Kouri Richins trial, and I have some thoughts. It's I got some opinions. Um it's yeah. It's a bit of a gong show. Now the thing is this trial I was not super sure about not super sure about whether I'd cover it. I'm still not super sure about whether I'll continue to cover it. I will sort of gauge how things go. And the reason why is because, quite frankly, this trial seems to be kind of over and done before it starts. I have a prediction. Here is the prediction. The prediction is Kouri Richins gets convicted and spends the rest of time in jail. That is the prediction. Just the I don't think she's got a whole lot of defense, and quite frankly, after watching the trial today, I've become more convinced that she doesn't have a whole lot to go with, not less. In fact, I kind of felt like today was a very bad day for the defense. And yeah. And I see somebody saying, seriously, Ian, they had a PI at the crime scene. Yes. Not illegal. And I mean, the defense is going to try to argue that the defense has a theory. And basically the theory is that the family hates her and kind of wants to have an answer that isn't drug abuse, and therefore was kind of trying to, pin it on her. So that's kind of the defense theory. Now, I don't know how far that's going to fly. We'll have to see. But right now, I'm not super impressed by it. And right now, the defense has already been busted on a critical point of their argument, and it's like we're like 15 minutes in, and I'm like, okay. So yeah, I don't hate the argument as an argument. I just feel like it's not viable under these particular circumstances. That's the problem I've got. I feel like the biggest threat to this is Kouri Richins, and that I will say this, Kouri Richins might have had a good case if she didn't exist. And what I mean by that is that the worst parts of Kouri Richins' defense are Kouri Richins. And that's not a great place to be. So I got a couple of things here. I started a goal for have a drink, which is also a joke. You'll see when it happens. I also have a new swoop that we're going to have to test out at some point, and I'll probably make that a goal as well. Ian BPPK, who in LawTube would be interested in a trademark spat? Depends on the spat. I have covered some trademark spats, but it depends on what it is. Masterful Melon says, woot, number 14. Thank you so much. Meme Express, bleeding license and registration, please. Is this the UK? I wasn't aware I needed a license. Speedy and Turbo's mom, I want a goal of getting you an electric razor for before stream shaves. Also, how's your back? My back is not great. My back is my back. But, yeah. All right. So, let's let's go and have a look at this trial. And I see some people who dislike the lawyer I liked best, but I'm going to explain why I thought that lawyer was good. But I'm also going to explain how a thing I have commented on in many, many trials gets demonstrated strongly in this trial. So there's a thing I've said repeatedly over and over, and this is tantamount. This is the trial where it actually comes into play in the biggest way. And yeah, you're going to get to see it. You can tell me if you agree or not. But quite frankly, I think this trial, I've talked a little bit before about saying I want to do, I want to do a thing where I teach law students with some of the famous cases. This case, I would want to use to teach, you didn't earn it. You didn't earn that shit. And we're going to talk about what I mean by you didn't earn that shit when we get to it. But you're going to see what you didn't earn that shit looks like and why it's a bad idea. So, yeah. All right. Nope, I want that to go away. Here we go. There, and what? Why did it took away all my presets? No, there it is. Okay, it just hid all my presets for some reason. All right. Okay, here we go. All right, let's rock.
Presented all of their evidence. I'll give you final instructions on the law that you must follow in reaching a verdict. You will then hear closing arguments from the lawyers. The prosecutor will speak first, followed by defense counsel.
By the way, I kind of like this judge, and I kind of like this judge notwithstanding the fact that he is kind of a dick at times to people. And what I mean by that is that sometimes this judge, his rulings are very direct, right? Sometimes his, sometimes his rulings are like, well, you'll get to see it real quick. And the thing is he's a bit of an ass, but he's not wrong. And I would rather deal with this judge than a judge who doesn't tell you what they think. So I'd rather have this judge than a bunch of other judges. And yeah, okay. Let's go back to it here. And I gotta pull this up. Here we go.
Then the prosecutor speaks last because the government has the burden of proof. Finally, you will deliberate in the jury room. You may take your notes with you. You will discuss the case and reach a verdict. From time to time, we'll call a recess. It may be for a few minutes or longer. During recesses, please do not...
This is just the end of his spiel, and then it goes on to opening statements. We're going to cover the opening statements basically in their entirety because I think it's really important to cover openings and closings. A lot of the work in a case is done on the open and the close. And the opening statement is really where a lot of promises are made. And what I mean by that is that a lot of the things that you sort of tell the jury you're going to do, if you're unable to actually deliver them, then then it's a different thing, right? So, yeah.
Not talk about this case with anyone. Not family, not friends, and not even with each other. Until the trial is over, do not mingle or talk with the lawyers, parties, witnesses, or anyone else connected with the case. Court clerks or bailiffs can answer general questions, such as the length of breaks or the location of restrooms, but they cannot comment about the case or anyone involved.
Becky! I feel like this is directly a call out to Becky Hill. So, yeah.
The goal is to avoid the impression that anyone is trying to influence you improperly. So if people involved in the case seem to ignore you outside of court, they're not being rude.
Again, Becky.
They're just following this instruction. Until the trial is over, please do not read or listen to any news reports or other reports about this case. Please don't do any research or visit any locations related to this case. And if you observe anything that seems to violate this instruction, please report it immediately to a clerk or bailiff. In the past, jurors have caused serious problems during trials by using electronic devices, such as their phones or their tablets or their computers, to research issues or share information about a case. You may be tempted to use your devices to investigate the case or to share your thoughts about the trial with others. Please don't do that.
Somebody said, who is Becky? Becky Hill was the clerk from the Murdaugh case. She substantially interfered with the case by basically trying to put her finger on the scale in order to ensure a conviction of Mr. Murdaugh, which she did because she thought that would sell more books and because she wanted a lake house. Like she literally said, I think I'm going to get a lake house out of this. Problem is the book sucks, but yeah. All right. Oh, my pause game is on point today. That
While you are serving as a juror, you must not use electronic devices for any of these purposes, just as you must not read or listen to any sources outside the courtroom about the case or talk to others about it. You'd violate your oath as a juror if you conduct your own investigation or if you communicate about this trial with others, and you can face personal consequences if you do.
Rarely jurors have been jailed or fined or otherwise. Now, I mean, it's rare because they don't want to discourage people from being jurors, right? Yeah. They still also want to discourage people from being shitty jurors. It's kind of a tough call, right? So, yeah.
So please don't Google the parties, the witnesses, issues, or counsel. Please don't post any updates about the trial on social media. Please don't perform any internet searches at all about anything related to this case. Even using something as seemingly innocent as Google Maps to look up a location, or an online dictionary to look up a term or word that you hear in the courtroom, can result in a mistrial. Please understand that the rules of evidence and procedure have developed over hundreds of years in order to ensure the fair resolution of disputes.
I also, can I just say, I really liked his intro here. And I mean, this guy should be like an audiobook reader. He's got such a pleasant voice. I really, I think he does, like, this is great. Just record his voice and play this to every juror, and fantastic. We're not gonna creep on the judge because that is weird, but he does have a very pleasant voice, which makes this explanation a little less shitty to get through.
The fairness of the entire system depends on you reaching your decisions based only on evidence presented to you in the courtroom and not on other sources of information. Post-trial investigations do occur, and if improper activities are discovered at any time, they'll be brought to the court's attention, and the entire case may have to be retried. So please be careful. Regarding note-taking, please remember that we do not have transcripts of trial testimony. So when deliberating at the end of the case, you will need to rely on your memory of each witness's testimony. So please feel free to take notes.
He's like, so write some shit down, folks, because you're allowed to, and you will regret not doing it
during the trial to help you remember the evidence, but please don't let your note-taking distract you. Your notes are not evidence in and of themselves, and they may be incomplete.
Stop it.
All right, we'll now proceed with opening statements. Mr. Bloodworth, let me make sure you have what you need here.
I have not. Can I also just say, Mr. Bloodworth? I mean, this guy, when he was born, like his parent, like this is the Bond villain kind of names. So, I mean, awesome. That is fantastic.
Okay.
Is the glare minimized? It is the evening of March the 3rd, 2022. The defendant, Kouri Richins, her husband, Eric Richins, and their 3 children, 9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston, are at their home in Camas. Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys.
Okay, at this point, I was like, okay, this prosecutor came to play. And let's take it off of the screen for a second.
Eric Richins, Kouri Richins.
Here's the things I notice about came to play. You see where his notes are? No, you don't, because his notes are back on his table. He doesn't have his notes. They're not on the podium. They're not within arm's reach. They're nowhere. He's got this practiced, prepped, memorized. He is ready to deliver. So right off, that is going to be good. Now, I see Lisa saying, I thought it was weak. The opening is fantastic, and there's parts of it that are really good, and there's parts of it that drag a bit more. But the opening, I was like, this guy came to play. No notes, delivery, and
9-year-old Carter, 7-year-old Ashton, and 5-year-old Weston are at their home in Camas. Eric Richins lived for his 3 boys.
I love that line. I love that line. Eric Richins lived for those 3 boys. The past tense on that. I mean, I'm a defense lawyer, right? I should not appreciate a crown or a prosecutor's opening, but I was like, oh shit. That's a powerful line. It's got some weight to it. It is really a powerful line. So, and you want a good opening, like you want a good beginning to your open. I thought that was great. Now we did hit the goal for Runkle open a drink. And so we're going to open a drink. We're going to have a mule. Tastes fentanyl free, which is just the way I ordered it. All right. So carrying on.
At 7:22 p.m., Kouri Richins' boyfriend, Robert Josh Grossman, texts Kouri Richins an image of 2 people romantically kissing.
Can I mildly mock his appearance? Because I have to mildly mock his appearance. And so the mild mockery is his hair. Because his hairstyle is like 70s Bela Lugosi vampire. And, you know, the balding kind of helps with the, you know, with the... And I'm like, dude, your name is Bloodworth. And you are coming in with like a vampire haircut. I mean, Just it's time to mix up the style or change the name. You got to pick one or the other, man. But yeah.
The image is captioned, "Love you." At 8:36, Kouri Richins replies, "Love you." The boys go to bed. Kouri Richins makes Eric a drink and takes it to him in their bedroom. He drinks on the bed. She departs the bedroom. Kouri Richins returns to the bedroom at about 3:00 a.m.
Vampires and elves don't get along.
She feels
that
that
well.
Eric is cold. She nudges him. He does not respond. She sees that he is stiff and pale. His mouth is wide open. At 3:06 a.m., Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone. She travels 243 feet beginning at 3:08 a.m. She unlocks her cell phone again at 3:10, 3:15, and twice at 3:19. At 3:21, Kouri Richins unlocks her cell phone and calls 911.
So the thing I like about this part is at this point, one of the things you're trying to convince the jury of is that you know what the hell you're talking about, right? That you're not just making it up as you go along. You've got this case figured out, at least as the prosecution. Sometimes as the defense, your position is, I don't know what's going on, but neither does he. But as the prosecution, you always have to come in and be like, I know this case best. I know this case inside and out. We know exactly what happened. And that's what he's doing right now. He's like, at this hour, she unlocks her phone. And the other thing he's pointing out here is like, she just found her spouse dead in bed. And she unlocks the phone and she locks the phone and she unlocks the phone and she wanders around with the phone and she unlocks the phone and it's like, what are you thinking about? What are you doing? Because I can tell you, if I finished this stream and walked out and Mrs. Runkle was dead, I'd be like 911 right away. There wouldn't be any, wandering around the house going, what are we doing here? It'd be calling 911 right away because you want to get on that. Yeah, this guy is a little more pleasant at 1.5. We're going to 1.5 him.
Paramedics respond, but they are unable to revive.
Nope, we're going to 1.25 him. That was a little chipmunky.
Eric. He has no pulse. He is cold. They pronounce him dead at 3:58 a.m. on March the 4th, but they think he has been dead a while.
So this is going to be a bit of a sort of horrible comparison, but I had a block of beef in the freezer, and I pulled out the block of beef to thaw, and I left it on the counter. And it took like 8 hours to thaw. So if you've got a body and the body is like cold, like room temperature, that's taken a while because you don't just drop to room temperature over like immediately. You take some time for the heat exchange, right? A person is a great big block of meat. And so, they can, for a good long time, up until temperature reaches room temperature, they can use the rate of thawing or the rate of cooling as a measurement for how long that body's been there, right? So, yeah.
My name again is Brad Bloodworth. I'm one of Summit County's criminal prosecutors who, along with Lindsay Shervinack and Fred Burmester, will present to you the state of Utah's aggravated murder case against Kouri Richins for causing the poisoning death of her husband and the father of her 3 children, Eric Richins.
I also liked how I've seen different different lawyers do this, and I've come to the mind that the best way to do it is the way he's done it, which is launch in with something to hook the jury, get their idea, and then introduce yourself, right? And then go back and say, okay, here's who I am. So that's what he does, and I like that, right? Because I thought that beginning was a lot punchier than if he'd started off with, here's my name, here's the other people. At this point, we care what he's saying, and we care who these other people are, at least minimally. So
the state will also prove to you that 2 weeks before murdering Eric Richins, Kouri Richins attempted to murder him. And 2 weeks before that, by fraud and forgery, she took out an insurance policy on his life.
Objection, can we approach?
Weeks before attempting to murder Eric Richins, Kouri Richins took out an insurance policy by fraud and forgery on Eric's life. And 2 weeks after Eric died, she submitted a fraudulent claim on yet another insurance policy. In this opening statement, I will summarize for you some of the evidence that the state will present over the next few days, perhaps weeks, so that you have a framework to assemble and analyze all of the evidence. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric for his money and to get a fresh start at life. More than anything, she wanted his money to perpetuate her facade of privilege, affluence, and success.
I mean, the privilege and affluence weren't a facade. The success was, because she enjoyed privilege and affluence, but not through her doing, because she was out there setting fire to money, and he was bringing in the money, right? He was making huge money, way better money than I make. He and I mean, it's not even close. He's doing ridiculously better. Whereas she is she's engaging in vanity projects. And the thing is that unlike some vanity projects, if she got into selling, Mary Kay or whatever the hell else, right? Essential oil MLM stuff or whatever, the damage there isn't too high. But she wants to do house flipping, and she doesn't want to do just any house flipping. She wants to do house flipping on stupid expensive houses. And she ends up with all of these properties and no ability to sell them. And so she is way in debt, way over her head financially. And even if she sold them, the interest basically buries her. So she's in a really bad financial spot.
Kouri Richins owned a house flipping business. She would purchase, rehab, and resell homes. She presented herself to friends and business associates as remarkably successful. The evidence will prove that on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins owed over $4.5 million to over 20 different lenders. And she did not.
I will tell you, I have never owed $4.5 million over my life. In fact, if you take every debt I have ever owed, I don't think it adds up to 1 million, let alone 4.5 million, because How do you get them to lend you $4.5 million? Well, yeah.
Have the ability to service that debt because her bank accounts were exhausted and her credit was exhausted.
The other thing is that a lot of these big numbers are things that like the jury tends to be made up of very average people, right? They don't tend to be made up of millionaires, because if you're a millionaire, you could probably get out of jury duty. I mean, it's a sad fact, but it is a fact, right? If you can go into it, in front of a judge and say, if I'm stuck in court, I'm going to miss out on $300,000 in income. The judge is like, okay, off you go. Or if you're like, if I'm not in court, or if I'm stuck in court, I'm going to miss out on $10,000 worth of income. The judge is like, not so much. And I mean, $10,000 a month is still really good. So when a jury hears 4.8 mil, millions of dollars in debt, they don't like that. Juries don't tend to like rich assholes. They just don't. So that's kind of the position Kouri Richins is in, is that she is right out the gate. She is a rich asshole, and it's not a great place to be if you want to not be convicted of things. So, yeah.
She had been taking out new loans to include payday loans to service existing loans, but her new credit was drying up. In the 5 months leading to Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins overdrafted over 200 transactions, totaling over $300,000. And on the day that Eric died, Kouri Richins was scheduled to close on an unfinished and derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt.
What the fuck? I just got to ask, who the fuck are these banks? Because if I walked into a bank and was like, I want to borrow $3 million to buy, this Disney palace here. And I mean, it's beautiful. But if I went into, if I went into a bank and said, I need $3 million, I want to buy this and fix it up and sell it, they'd be like, sure, just please wait here while the very large men arrive to escort you out. Yeah. I see somebody else saying it's, I was about to say it's ugly. I mean, can I just say, I really like the, I don't know if you can see my cursor. I like this thing, this part here. I want to have one of these in my dream house. If I build my dream house, I want to have one of those things in it, but I want it to be taller so that it sticks up over the house, and so that you can see and get a good view from it. And I also want the little turret thing. I want it to have stairs on the inside, like a spiral staircase. And I want to put bookshelves along the spiral staircase so that you can walk up to the top of the, to the top of the turret and grab a book on the way, go up, read the book in the sun, whatever, and then go back down, put the book down. And I know it's a silly thing, but I mean, I also want a moat. Mrs. Runkle will not let me have a moat. So, you take what you can get.
Derelict mansion in Midway, and thus take on an additional $3.2 million in debt. She did not have the financial ability to service that debt, to rehab the mansion, or to hold on to it long enough to resell it. The mansion may appear impressive from a distance, but upon close inspection, it is just a facade. On the other hand, on the day that Eric died, his estate was worth over $4 million. And the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins believed she would inherit it all. She believed that she would inherit Eric's $2 million interest in a stonemasonry business, an interest that a prenuptial agreement prevented her from getting any part of if they divorced, but permitted her to get all of if Eric died while they were married. She believed that she would inherit the $1 million or so dollar home that they lived in, but that Eric owned separate and apart from her. And she believed that she would benefit from nearly $2 million in insurance on Eric's life, to include the $100,000 policy that she took out a few weeks before he died. Now, for Kouri Richins' fresh start at life motive. This motive overlaps with her money motive. She needed Eric Richins' money to get her fresh start at life. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins was chronically unhappy in her marriage. She thought that having children would make her happier, but it did not. She consulted with a divorce attorney in the months leading up to Eric's death. 3 months before Eric's death, Kouri Richins booked a $4,000, 5-night, all-inclusive vacation for her and her boyfriend, Robert Josh Gross.
5 nights, they're spending $4.2 grand. I mean, that's a lot of a lot of cash there. But you see here what they're doing is the prosecution is at this point telling a pretty coherent story, right? They're telling a story that is that makes sense. She's in financial trouble. She's trying to get out of financial trouble. She thinks that she's getting all of his stuff. His stuff is worth a lot of money. She's got this other guy. The marriage is on the rocks. So all of this is helpful. And I see Vez was saying, did I get your email? Yes, I thought I sent you a reply, Vez. So, yeah.
At the Secrets St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean. They were to check in the month after Eric died. 3 weeks before Eric's death, 15 days before Eric's death, 1 day before the charge attempted murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "If I was divorced right now and asked you to marry me tomorrow, you would? I just want to lay on the couch and cuddle you. Watch a murder documentary and snuggle."
Everybody watching this right now, everybody watching this, your interests in true crime and, legal stuff can and will be used against you in a court if you end up accused of murdering your spouse. So, but I mean, he specifically mentioned murder documentary, not by accident, right? That was very much intentional, and I'm sure they had lots of tweets to pick from. So yeah, I'm not saying give up on true crime or give up on legal commentary or anything like that. I'm just saying very much don't murder your spouse. I know that should go without saying, but some people like Kouri didn't read the book. They just wrote a different book.
Five days after the charged attempted murder and 11 days before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged Josh Grossman, "Babe, I miss you. I want you today, every day. Not just sexually, but physically, mentally, every day when I wake up. I do want a future together. I do want you. Figure life out together. If he could just go away.
Yeah, all of these texts are real bad. Real bad. Sheila is saying, would you tell us why you want a moat, please? Because moats are cool. And if I had a moat, then I could have a drawbridge. And I feel like you're less likely to get burglarized if you've got a moat. Like,
And you could just be here. Life would be so perfect. I love you. I don't know what my deal is today. I'm sorry. 9 days after the charged attempted murder, 1 week before the charged murder, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend, I have a crazy dream. You quit your job, I divorce and come up with millions and millions. We buy Midway and live in the guest house and rent out the huge house as a big event center. $15,000 a day like they charge down the road, maybe $12,000 to stay competitive. And we will just run the event center as our daily job and hang out every day, raise some kids, have a little farm, deal?
Spoiler alert, she was not set to get millions and millions out of this particular divorce, which didn't happen. But that's part of his argument.
Just over 2 weeks after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins text messaged her boyfriend a link to the secret St. Martin's Resort and Spa in the Caribbean and asked, are we there yet? 1 month and 5 days after Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins texted, I think I want you to be my husband one day. Now for the attempted murder charge. Carmen Lauber was a house cleaner who worked for Kouri Richins' aunt's house cleaning company. She cleaned Kouri Richins' house. She knew Kouri Richins for nearly 9 years. Kouri Richins knew that Carmen Lauber had a criminal history involving drugs. The evidence will prove that on February the 11th, 2022, 3 days before the charged attempted murder, Carmen Lauber, at Kouri Richins' request, purchased illicit pills from a street drug dealer who was a friend of a friend. And she gave those pills to Kouri Richins. That street dealer's name is Robert Prosecution, and he sold Carmen Lauber the pills at a draper in Maverick.
You see how he's dropping these details. The reason why he's providing these details is he's saying, I know this case, right? We have everything nailed down. You know, we know exactly when, we know exactly where, we know exactly all of this stuff. Now, the problem with doing this is that you have to deliver on all of this, right? Because now that he's promised all of these things, if the defense can start poking holes in this and be like, well, no, that's not where she got the pills, you know, or they can't prove she got the pills at all, then it makes this guy look like a liar, which is a problem. Also, I set a new goal for a new Zora swoop. I made a new Zora swoop, and I'm putting it behind a paywall. I'm putting it behind a goal.
3 days later, on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins purchased a sandwich from the Mirror Lake Diner.
That villain! I'm kidding.
And left it for Eric Richins. She then departed Camas and met up with Josh Grossman an hour away. At 11:33 that morning, Eric texted Kouri Richins, I'm going to lay down for a bit. If I don't start getting better, I'm going to head to the hospital soon. Shortly thereafter, all activity on Eric's cell phone ceased.
By the way, if you do suspect that you've been poisoned with fentanyl, and I don't think he knew that he'd been poisoned with fentanyl, the defense thinks he had an allergic reaction. But regardless, if that is the suspicion, the last thing you want to do is have a nap, because having a nap gets you dead, right? Because
For nearly 90 minutes in the middle of a busy workday. Once activity resumed, Eric Richins called his two best friends. They sounded to him scared, somber, confused, bewildered. A few days after that, Kouri Richins asked Carmen Lauber if she could get something stronger.
Didn't kill him, dial up the dose. That's the argument.
The evidence will prove that on February the 26th, 5 or 6 days before Eric's death, Carmen Lauber, again at Kouri Richins' request, purchased pills from the same street dealer at the same Maverick in Draper. And she left those pills.
Maverick is a gas station, isn't it? I think I saw those in the US.
At a home that Kouri Richins was just finishing up a rehab on. The evidence will prove that those illicit pills contained fentanyl. The autopsy and toxicology report shows that Eric Richins died of fentanyl poisoning. He had several times a lethal amount of fentanyl in his blood and more in his stomach. And that extraordinary amount of fentanyl was intentional, not accidental. The evidence will prove that time and again, Kouri Richins tried to cover up her attempted murder and ultimate murder of Eric Richins. When confronted with Eric's reaction on Valentine's Day, Kouri Richins text messaged her friend. It was Valentine's Day, and Eric and I were both working from home that day, and I ordered lunch from Mirror Lake. He never broke out in hives or used an EpiPen. I was fucking with him. Bailey was there too. He said the sandwich hurt his stomach, so he was going to nap. No hives, no EpiPen. Kouri Richins was an hour away from Eric Richins with her boyfriend.
Ouch. Now, one of the things I'm going to note here is that compare this with, say, Lally's opening in the first Karen Reed trial, right? And I know that's a bit of a low point, but Lally's opening was like, this person knows this person knows that, all of these things, right? Whereas this opening is very much it's about telling a story, right? At the end of this opening, you're going to go, okay, I know what the prosecution says happened. I know exactly how they think it happened. I have a pretty good idea of why they think it happened this way. That's really what you want out of an opening, right? It doesn't have to be spectacular. I think it's a pretty good story. I think it's a pretty good opening. Like, I saw some people going, I hate this opening. I don't hate it. It's got some flourishes. It's not super flourishy, but I walk out of this going, I know exactly what the prosecution is thinking. And then if you know what the prosecution is thinking, when a witness gets up, you can connect it. Who here has done puzzles? Right? Have you ever come to a puzzle that somebody else has been doing, and so most of the puzzle is already done? And, then you pick up a piece and you know exactly where it goes because there's a missing place that is exactly that piece shaped. That's what he's trying to do for the jury, right? He's trying to set out the puzzle, and then the jury, as they hit different pieces of evidence, will pick up that puzzle piece, that piece of evidence, they'll look down at the opening, their memory of the opening, and they'll go, right, this fits there, right? Perhaps a better comparison is the easy mode puzzles that they give for kids, the ones that have the indent of the puzzle pieces on the bottom of the board. That's what this is giving the jury, is that puzzle shapes, and then they can pick up the evidence pieces, they can plunk them down. And the only danger is if they pick up a piece and they're like, this doesn't go on that board. That's where they run into problems. Or if the defense can say, you're missing too many freaking pieces. It doesn't work.
Regarding the morning of Eric Richins' death, Kouri Richins wrote in a notebook that she entered their room at 3:20 a.m. She saw that when she nudged Eric, nothing happened. She grabbed her phone and called 911. She first grabbed her phone at least 3:06 a.m. and delayed calling 911 at least 15 minutes. The evidence will also prove that Kouri Richins had a guilty conscience. The morning that Eric died, his family came over. Kouri Richins could not face her children or Eric's dad, Eric Richins. She didn't speak to him. A few days after Eric's death, Kouri Richins and her boyfriend, Josh, they drove into the Uintas and talked about Eric's death for the first time. Kouri Richins asked Josh, while serving in Iraq, did you ever kill anyone?
Don't ask people this question. I am not a military guy, but I end up being somewhat minorly military adjacent by virtue of having, represented a number of military people, right? And I can tell you this is a dick question. You don't ask this question unless you really have to, and sometimes I have to, right? Sometimes I have to ask that question where there's somebody who, I have to explore if there's, PTSD issues, right? Were you ever deployed? Yes, no. Were you ever in physical danger while you were deployed? Yes, no. Did you ever kill somebody? Yes, no. Did you ever, encounter injuries? Were any of your friends injured? And so forth. Sometimes I got to do that to keep a dude out of jail, right? And when that happens, I apologize profusely before I do it. And I explain why. Because I can tell you, I have had guys cry in my office when I had to ask those questions. Them having to answer questions like this, I have had guys break down in tears describing their experiences. I've got a do not disturb thing that I put on the door with the note of, if that's up on the door, don't disturb me for any reason, because if you've got some hard ass ex-military guy who is in a full on, breaking down into tears, you don't want your assistant coming in to be like, hey, can you sign this? Or, hey, there's a phone call. They say it's real urgent. So don't ask this fucking question if you don't really have to, right? It's not a friendly question. The analogs I can, draw to it are things that I don't even want to say, right? Yeah. I mean, my grandfather served as an auto mechanic on the front lines in Africa during World War II. He didn't like to talk about his service. I guarantee, if he was near the front lines, he might have had to fix up a vehicle that came back with some holes in it and some blood in it, right? If somebody wants, yeah, this is the comparison. I'm not even going to read it because it's kind of, yeah. If you wouldn't ask somebody that question, don't ask them the service questions. And once in a while, you might end up talking with somebody who feels like they're sharing. If they want to share, okay, like let them share, but you let them share. And you also recognize just how much of a statement of trust that is. Because I can tell you, I've been out like camping with a guy. We're sitting there, we're having a few beers, and he's like, let me tell you some shit. And I was like, okay, we're going to do this, right? I'm going to listen. And, I'm not going to offer judgment. I'm not going to offer commentary. I'm not going to any of this. I'm going to listen because, yeah. So, I mean, don't fucking do this, guys, to anybody. Like, just don't.
When he responded, she asked, "How did that make you feel?"
And definitely don't do that. Because, like, holy shit. Yeah.
Along the lines of both cover up and guilty conscience, Kouri Richins' text messages and other data from Kouri Richins' phone for the 2 months leading up to Eric Richins' death and a week or two after have all been deleted. Police seized that phone. She got a new phone. And on that new phone, there were the following internet searches.
I like how she thought that getting a new phone would be helpful. And by the way, the internet searches, so bad.
Can cops uncover deleted messages iPhone?
He's gonna take his time through it, but can you delete everything? She having some spelling problems off an old I find without actually having it. Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone? How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely? How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely?
Can you delete everything off an old iPhone without actually having it? Can deleted text messages be retrieved from an iPhone?
By the way, there are remote delete features on phones, and they don't work in these circumstances. And the reason why they don't work in these circumstances is because the police know these features exist, and they put the phone into a Faraday bag to prevent you from being able to remotely wipe it. That is intentional. So, yeah. Now, somebody was like, based on her typing here, I assume that she was either like 6 or 7 Moscow mules in there, or she was writing this while she was sitting on top of a paint mixer, because her searches are awful.
How to completely wipe an iPhone clear remotely. How to permanently delete information from an iPhone remotely.
One of the things you got to tell clients is that they're not allowed to face. Like, the face has to not face. And her face is facing real hard, right? Her face, so much face on her face. And the jury often will look over at the accused when they're, at key moments. And the jury looking at this face right now are drawing some conclusions. They're making some thoughts. And those are not great thoughts. Also, I see people asking about her tattoo. I don't know what her tattoo is. It looks like a spear point or a devil tail or something. Maybe it's just an arrow, like hand goes here. I don't know.
On April the 13th, 2022, about 5 weeks after Eric Richins' death, detectives informed Kouri Richins.
This is important. I will tell you what I tell my clients. What is the appropriate face? The appropriate face is stone poker face. You want to bore the fuck out of the jury if they're looking at your face. You want your face to never be interesting. You want them to see your face and then just say, oh, that's what the face always does. So it's like you're playing poker. The face just faces. It's a non-face, right? And so you want the jury who sees your face on day one when things are boring to see the same face on day 3 when the when like the victim's mother is pointing at you going, she murdered my boy. You want it to be the same nothing face, right? That's what you're looking for. Anything else is the wrong face, right? You shouldn't look happy because they will judge you for that. You shouldn't look sad because they will judge you for that. You shouldn't look angry because they will super ass judge you for that. Your face should be a book with completely blank pages. That's the face you want.
That the autopsy and toxicology results show that Eric died of fentanyl poisoning. Thereafter, searches on her phone include if someone
He's having a moment of like, get the fucking slide up.
is poisoned, what does it go down on the death certificate as?
Moida now.
Cops force you to do a lie detector test?
No.
Women, Utah prison, luxury prisons for the rich in America.
Yeah, of all the searches to do, the luxury prisons for the rich is in some ways the worst. In some ways, that is the worst search that she could possibly have done because A, it says, I'm super guilty and I'm going to super guilty people place. And B, it says, but I'm better than you plebs in the jury box because I am a rich person. And if I kill somebody, I should be on like comfortable rich people jail, not like piece of shit, poor's jail. Like you have just pissed off the jury and suggested you're guilty all in one step. And it's like, yeah. So, I mean, the jury might be Googling extremely uncomfortable prisons for extreme assholes. Like, yeah. Also, like, rich people prison is like, Epstein, where you're dead before you get there. Or, other things like that. The other thing is she has no money. She is millions of dollars in debt that is her debt, and she never got any of her husband's assets. So, like, is there a special prison for people who are millions of dollars in debt? Okay.
Almost a year after Eric Richins' death, when Kouri Richins knew the police were investigating her for his death, Kouri Richins published a children's book on how to deal with the loss of a parent.
And this is also going to piss people off, right? Because this is the reason why everyone's interested in this case. I mean, there is a slim possibility we'd be covering this if she was just, some rich poisoner, if that was the allegations. But the children's book thing, that just sticks in the craw, doesn't it? Doesn't that just make you so mad? It makes me mad. Like, if she's guilty, makes me so mad. And the thing is I suspect that the judge is going to be in a position of being like, I want this person to get more jail than they are able to get, which we've seen recently. We saw that with Judge A and the other, the Banfield trial. But, yeah, not a good place to be.
She promoted that children's book on local television and local radio. The state will present to you this evidence and more through a series of fact witnesses, expert witnesses, documents, and Kouri Richins' own words. As you evaluate the evidence and you consider it and you weigh it, let me offer 4 recommendations. The first is the evidence will prove that Kouri Richins murdered Eric Richins, but also consider the evidence that proves that Eric Richins did not kill himself or die accidentally. The evidence will prove that Kouri Richins had the means, motive, and opportunity to murder Eric Richins. But please consider the evidence that proves no one else did.
That's an important thing, because the argument that the defense is going to make is he was doing drugs and, the drugs came to bite him. And the thing is that this is actually the sad fact is that a lot of people are dying from the fentanyl crisis, and there are people who didn't think they would ever die, right? So as an example, and I'm still trying to so you will get people who, for instance, say you got a construction worker, and I know this is going to sound a little familiar because it is a little bit parallel. You get a construction worker, right? The construction worker gets injured. While recovering, they get prescribed opiates. They start taking the opiates, but eventually the doctor is like, you need to stop with the opiates. Like, you've been taking them for too long. We're cutting you off. And so they get cut off on the opiates, but they're not ready to be cut off. They are still, they're still in need of them. And, whether that's because of addiction or because of pain, often they're trying to go back to work and it hurts like hell all the time. So what do? They buy some opiates on the black market, right? They find somebody who will sell them pills. And the thing is that they will buy these pills and they'll say, well, I'm being really careful with it because I'm only buying professional pills. Like, I'm only buying the real pills. So here's the problem. You buy a pill that looks like a real pill, right? You buy like a real Demerol pill or whatever it is. And thing is, it's not a real pill. What it is somebody has taken a pill press that looks like the real pill, the official proper pill, and they've knocked out fakes that look just like it. And so the person who is just trying to manage their day and is like, I'm going to take, a 30 milligram pill or a 20 milligram pill or whatever it is, and they take that, and they're probably not taking that pill in public, right? Because they're not going to do it in front of their buddies. They're about to take an illegal opiate. So they go, hey guys, I gotta take a shit. And they walk off into the porta potty and they close the door. 2 hours later, their buddies come up and go, you seen Joe anywhere? Where's Joe? And somebody goes, last I saw, Joe was about to take a shit. And so they go to the porta potty and the door's locked, but those things, you can open them from the outside. So they open them and Joe's dead. And he's got pills in his pocket. And when they test those pills are super hot fentanyl. Fakes. And he never knew it, and he never had a chance. Never had. It happens to people. It happens to people all the time. That is also the defense argument in this case, is that he's a Mason. He does brutally hard work. His back is, and his legs are just getting destroyed by this job. It's a really good job. He's making $750,000 US a year. Really good job. He doesn't want to give that up. He doesn't want to give the lifestyle up where he's going off doing all the outdoor stuff, doing the hunting, doing the travel. And he's also got this in his life. And she's not cheap. Like, she's expensive. She has so what does he do? He's got to find a way to get through the day. Gets up, takes his pills. The story isn't implausible. I would say that the defense has a really good case, but for one problem. Kouri Richins. The thing that's going to bury Kouri Richins in this case are her searches and her text messages and her side shit and all of that. That's what's going to bury her, right? And that's it. If this was just purely a case of they find out that this is a fentanyl overdose and that's it, I don't think they could prosecute her. I don't think that they would have enough of a case if you take out all of those, if you take out all the text messages and, her letters and all of this stuff. I don't think they go to prosecute her, right? I think at that point she walks. Because I have a video. I have a video that's on this channel somewhere. And I talk about, I say, if you want to save somebody's life, here is what you should carry. And everybody assumes that I'm going to be talking about, like, you should be carrying some big knife or a gun or whatever else. It's not what I say at all. That video is saying you should carry an naloxone kit. Because in most places, you can get a naloxone or Narcan kit for free at a pharmacy. In a lot of places, you can get one for free. In some places, you can get one cheap. And that is the potential to save a life. You're a lot more likely to run into a person who's overdosing. And yeah. So here where I am, I can get them for free. If I walk into a pharmacy and I say, hey, I'd like to get a Narcan kit or a naloxone kit, they'll be like, here you go. And they'll ask if I need the lecture, right? They'll say, hey, we're supposed to give you a little talk about how to use it. And yeah. Whoever 420, you're saying if it's $50, that's half my money for the week. Can't do that. Ping me. We'll talk. Ping me and we'll chat. So, yeah. All right. Let's continue here.
Consider the evidence leading up to.
Yes, we do, because those are people's, relatives. They're their people's, kids. And the thing is that they get better. So, if they die, they never have a chance to get any better. And a lot of them are people you would not expect. A lot of them are people who are A lot of them you'd never notice until they die, right? They're people working construction sites. They're people working, whatever. A lot of the people who have these risks are not like the strung out, whatever. And even those people, I've had clients who were the absolute most desperate, destitute sacks of shit. And I mean, when I say sacks of shit, I mean because the drugs were making them do awful things, right? The addiction was making them do awful things. So you get people who, for instance, you call their mother to ask if the mom would put up $50 for bail, and mom says, he's in jail. Thank God. Because he's burned through, he's burned through his family. He's burned through his friends. He's all of those things. And, yeah. But I've seen those people get better, and I've seen them become better people afterwards. And for all the people who say, I could never do that, here's the thing. You don't know that. Most people have never experienced a need so profound as what addiction does to you, because it hijacks your brain. It's worse than starving to death. And if you're sitting there, you don't know what you'll do until you've been there. So think on that one, right? It's yeah, I will go on that rant, but we're here to watch and discuss
Eric Richins' death
so
that proves that Kouri Richins murdered him, but also consider the evidence after Eric's death that also proves it. As you evaluate Kouri Richins' conduct, consider the evidence that proves that she richly values and trades on her perceived appearance, affluence, privilege, and success. Let me please highlight two of the judge's instructions that he just provided. The first is, stay focused on the evidence. What the attorneys say, how they say it, their voice inflection, none of that is evidence. Please stay focused on the evidence. Please take notes. As he said, you will probably only hear from a witness one time, and that is when the witness testifies. At the end of the trial, I'll stand back up here. And in closing argument, we will analyze the evidence. We will apply it to the elements that the judge instructed you on. And the state of Utah will ask you to find Kouri Darden Richins guilty of the aggravated murder of Eric Richins, the attempted aggravated murder of Eric Richins, 2 counts of insurance fraud, and forgery. Back for a moment to the morning of March the 4th, 2022. It is 8:30.
So I just want to note here, the house they live in, he's showing this partially for a reason. I just want you to note, let's count garage doors. 1, 2, 3, 4 doors. Sorry, I was pretending I was the prosecutor for a second there. What is it? You see, this is a huge place, and I can just note the garage of that, the garage of this house is bigger than my entire house. You can fit my entire house into their garage. I'm not kidding. So he's showing this in part to I mean, the jury's going to be looking at this going, you had this and you wanted to fuck with it? Yeah.
Medical examiners place Eric's body in a body bag onto a stretcher, and they wheel him out of his home for the last time. His boys are upstairs with their uncle. Kouri Richins has not yet told them that Eric is dead, and she won't for a few more hours. The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
Oh, this is bad. We're gonna take this down to ones. Also, I need to move, but I also need to say, God damn it, Court TV, you suck at this particular moment. We're gonna take this down to yeah.
The following 3 images are accessed. Medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, these more hours.
Want to go back just a little bit.
The last of the sheriff's deputies leave, crime scene techs, medical examiners. And on Kouri Richins' phone, the following 3 images are accessed.
So, Court TV kind of sucks for their thumbnail placement right now. But the first image is guy wiping his eyes with cash. The second is Kevin Spacey making the Kevin Spacey face with idiots everywhere. And the third image is Trump with I'm really rich. Yeah, that one's going to be a double whammy, by the way, because, I mean, it's Utah. Utah's fairly Trump friendly, but there may be people on the jury who don't like Trump who are going to punish her for using or for the Trump thing as well. I'm like, wow. Now, the funny thing is that, I mean, the Dumb and Dumber image is appropriate because she is dumb and dumber. The Trump image really doesn't make any sense because she, at this point, has no money. She doesn't know it yet, but she's got no money. But the center image, idiots everywhere. She doesn't really realize this, but it's the most appropriate because Kevin Spacey would have been looking directly at her and she pulled this up. She just didn't realize how accurate that one was. Yeah. We're back up to 1.25.
Is your mic on, Ms. Nestor?
Yes.
Can you tap it for me?
We need Katie to be connected.
She is.
Okay.
It's a black screen at the moment. Is that intentional?
All right. Now we got the defense lawyer who's going to go up and she is going to she's going to give it her go. And I actually think she does a pretty good job overall. The problem is that it looks way worse than it is. And the reason why it looks way worse than it is because we're basically comparing house building skills. And the prosecutor is building a house out of wood and stone, right? Good materials to build a house, right? Wood and stone, that's where you want to be, right? You're doing great. she is now coming up to build a house, and like what she is here to build the house out of is like dog shit and like live weevils. And so naturally she is going to struggle a bit as compared to the prosecutor. And the reason why she's going to struggle a bit is because she's trying to build a house out of dog shit. And that makes it so much harder, you know. So anybody can look amazing when they have the material, right? Anybody can look fantastic when you have the winning case. She is playing defense, and it's going to be rough. It's going to be real rough. So let's cover super chats, and I owe you guys a swoop. I saw you hit the goal in like the last 30 seconds. I owe you a swoop. It's a me, Tony. Just a reminder to never forget to subpoena your witnesses. I kind of think she did it on purpose. And Janeski, thank you so much. Much appreciated. DSN, thank you for being a member. Really appreciate it. And glad you've been here 33 months. That is amazing. Cobalt Koi Wolf, Pupper just came out of surgery and is in recovery. I'm definitely having a drink right now. With luck, he comes home tomorrow. Cobalt, that is amazing. Every time my pup goes to surgery, I've sent a few pups off to surgery. I always worry that they're not coming back. So I'm glad the pup is coming back. Barb's, cheers. DSN, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Much appreciated. The World Wonders 34. Power is out here, but have plenty of batteries. It's Massachusetts blizzard actually big enough that somebody needs to do a wellness check on Lally. Nice. We have snow here. It is a bigger blizzard than the whole Karen Reed day. And yeah. Oh, I see people are coming in from EDB. I'm guessing EDB is done. So good to see y'all. Good to I hope you guys didn't just come in at my poop comments, but it's not getting any better. Sorry. Honk Banana Nose has just made myself a smoked old fashioned with a D20 shaped ice cube. Join me, won't you? I love it. So yeah. I don't know how old Kouri Richins is, but she's solidly exiled to the Facebook boomer region. She gets an L for her audacity. I mean, it's not the worst murder plan I've seen. Joy W, I haven't heard openings, so looking forward to your take. Happy Monday. Happy Monday. Share a drink for us as we relax after shoveling 19 inches of snow. Yeah, 19 inches is never a good scene, whether that's snow or something else. Random unredded commenter. Bloodworth does not, in fact, go blah, blah, blah. I feel like he should wear like a velvet suit with a cape. List of things Janet is good at. Blank. If you haven't seen it, I did a video talking about Janet and how she blatantly used ChatGPT. And when I say blatantly, like she included ChatGPT talking about its guardrails in the thing. So like super freaking blatant. Janet, I'm also apparently kind of living rent free in her head because somebody sent me a thing she's got on Instagram where she's like, do you think a Canadian has First Amendment rights? And it's like, Janet, you already lost this issue. Because, like, she lost that issue. And she's all, like, trotting it out on Facebook. And it's like, you lost that issue because the statute says anything that is journalism or that is, like, you know, commentary is covered. It's not a First Amendment issue. It's just the statute specifically excludes this, whether the First Amendment applies or not. Also, if I've got enough jurisdictional ties to be brought in, then probably have enough jurisdictional ties. But yeah, the court is like, doesn't matter. Elf Wiggins, 3 years of learning new ways to describe crime. Fair. Random unbranded commenter, Runkle wants a wizard tower. Elfness intensifies. Mrs. Runkle also kind of likes the tower idea. She is on board for the tower. And the reason why is because we're going to make it a book nook tower. We're going to put hammocks up there so that we can go up there in the middle of the winter and, with a book and just kind of lay in the hammock and read a book. It's going to be amazing if we ever get it built. Jim Yoder towards a Henson AL13 razor and pack of Treat 7 Days blades so you have a much better shave. Henson AL13. I'm just Googling what that is. It uses it uses standard things. I might actually have to buy one. They're $100. Shit. Well, I might still have to buy one, but if they use standard double bladed they do. All right. Okay, I guess I'm now buying $100 razor. Thanks. Give up Zora. Never, but I'll show you the swoop. For your turret and moat fund, thank you so much. Braden Culver, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. To Swoop, thank you. Sandy136, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Much appreciated. And yes to the new Zora swoop. I'll show you the swoop. It's a plagiarized children's book too, isn't it? I don't know. Is it plagiarized? Also, her face is incapable of not facing. Her face is so facing. Goal with the little net emoji. Thank you, Laura Christine. Hog Banana No. How dare you hold new Zora swoop for ransom behind a paywall? You're a monster whose grift game is improving. Slanked. Thank you. Also, new puppy swoop immediately. Thank lol. How's Zora doing on her diet anyway? Zora does not like her diet. Zora is Zora's still a chonkopus. And she's got to de-chonk because the vet will yell at us if we bring Zora in when she's all like giant. But Zora is she's trying to steal food from Potter now. The thing is, she doesn't actually eat out of Potter's bowl. What she'll do is she'll sneak around and she will wait for Potter to have a bite or to spill some kibbles out of his bowl, and then she will try to go and steal those kibbles that fall out. Yeah, she's we have to kind of give her grief about that because Potter doesn't appreciate it if she steals them while he's still eating. So yeah. But yeah, let's do this for the new swoop. Thank you. Meme Express, thank you so much. Celine Rosara for the new Zora swoop. Thank you. Laura Christine, I think that's in for the swoop. Living Like a Cat, thank you so much. I think that's for the same thing. Misbehaving 19, it's so sad for those poor kids. You're not wrong. Those kids are going to have a lot of stuff to carry in their lives, and I hope that they can. KW New York Upstate, I have Googled similar searches, but I've not done other things, and nobody died around me. I feel like a lot of us would be in trouble if at some random point our Google searches came into court because we Google things like, Haas long to die in the snow. And it's not because we got somebody dying in the snow. It's because we're watching a trial about somebody dying in the snow. And Haas long. Honk Banana No says, based on Mrs. Banana's expression, this will be my last cocktail of the eve. If I have another, I will evidently reach peak divorceability. Fair. Purple Dragon Air, never heard truer words about addiction. I'm currently 10 years sober. Awesome. And I still have to fight to stay sober. It is always a fight. And it may always be a fight, but keep fighting. We've seen enough. Take her away. I mean, that shouldn't happen after openings, but yeah. Okay. I promised you guys a swoop. I got a new swoop. Let's roll the new swoop. Is that not the cutest effing puppy ever? So cute. That is Zora when she's like, I want snuggles. That's how she's like, come snuggle me. I'm on the bed. I am looking cute. Let's do it again. Yeah, I love that puppy to bits. I feel like my camera was a little dirty, but oh well. Okay. Let's jump back in.
Katie, you ready to go? My apologies, one moment. My error.
What's the address of the emergency? My husband's not breathing. He's cold. Okay, what's the address? 282 Willow Court. 282 Willow Court? Uh-huh. Okay, what's a good phone number in case we get disconnected? 435-671-4987. Okay, it's going to be in Francis? Uh-huh. Okay, tell me exactly what happened. I don't know. I just came in. I was sleeping with my kids. Okay, I can't understand you. I need you to take a deep breath. What's going on? I don't know. I was sleeping in with my kids. I just came in our bed, and I turned over, and he's just cold. He's just cold. Who's cold? My husband. I turned the light off. And he's not breathing? He's not breathing?
Note she says that she was sleeping with her kids at this point. By the way, this crying does not come off as real to me, but yeah. I see Angelina saying you did not just call her Chonkapus. I did kind of just call Zora Chonkapus, but Zora usually what I call Zora, when I'm not calling her like Zora, I'll often call her Zorbles. So yeah.
I need you to confirm it for me. Is he not breathing? No. Okay, can you do CPR? No, I don't know how. You don't know? I'm gonna tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done. She was about to close on something called the Midway.
Let's go back to that comment she just made.
A wife.
You don't know? I'm gonna tell you how to. Are you willing to do CPR? Yeah. Okay.
Those were the sounds of a wife becoming a widow. 6.5 hours before that terrible phone call, Eric and
I don't think that played as well as the defense lawyer thought about it. I hated that line when I heard it. You know, this is the sound of a wife becoming a widow. I was like, the fucking audacity of that, right? Like, I might have gone with something like, these are the sounds of grief. These are the sounds like, you know, I just really hated that this is the sound of a wife becoming a widow, because it just sounds so callous. And it makes me think, well, if you don't want to become a widow, maybe don't murder people. Like,
Kouri Richins were in that same bedroom, and they were celebrating. They were celebrating because Kouri was about to close on the biggest real estate deal that her company had ever done. She was about to close on something called the Midway Mansion. Slide 2, please. A sprawling, multi-million-dollar home in Midway that had been abandoned before construction was completed. And the plan was to fix it up just enough to resell it. In other words,
I mean, she better hope this isn't true, because otherwise, if she rocks onto heaven and he's waiting for her, he's probably waiting with a clue bat. And the clue bat comes adorned with a wealth of barbed wire. So I mean, yeah.
repair the windows, make it look nice. There had been vandalism inside, clean it all out, get it ready to flip and sell. And the concept is to sell it for millions more than the bargain basement price they got, because it was just a dilapidated, falling apart, abandoned property.
I mean, sure, that's the concept, but her finances say those concepts aren't going super great.
And the plan was to flip it for so much that she was going to make millions of dollars of profit, at least $2 million for her and for all of her investors. And Eric was a part of this. Eric had been out at the property that very day, the day that he died, spreading gravel to make it look nice for open houses, and so to be ready as soon as they closed.
Why is he spreading gravel on a property they haven't closed on yet? Because normally that's like trespassing and vandalism. Because until you own it, you don't get to do shit on it. So I'm like, what? That was weird. Yeah, also, calling what, a $3 million home a bargain basement price? You're not wrong. That's not, yeah.
These two had other things to celebrate on March 3rd, besides this big deal that was going to make them a lot of money. One of the things they had to celebrate was that Eric's business was doing great. Can we have slide 3? Eric worked as a stonemason, and you're going to see, this is 2020. This isn't even the year before he died. So his income kept going up and up. But he declared to the IRS that he made over $750,000 that year.
I have never made $750,000 in a year. I have never made anywhere close. Like, okay, so doing great. All right.
That was just in 1 year of what Eric was bringing in to their.
Also, how the fuck was he making $750,000 a year as a mason? Like, were some of the bricks that he was moving like cocaine, or what the fuck?
Marriage and their family. They also lived in a beautiful home. Slide 4. It was a beautiful home.
Lawyers, I am begging you to either rehearse your things with your team such that they can just put the slide up at the appropriate time, or get one of those remote-y things. The remote-y things are like $15. And I know that they're like $15 because I've gotten to like distant courthouses and forgotten my remote-y thing and needed to buy a new remote-y thing. And like, the remotes are cheap. They're like practically free in the cost of litigation costs. So like, that way you can just go. And now, you know, they were living in a nice house. Click. Right? Okay.
They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage.
Yeah, I hated that line too. They got married in that house because it's bigger than the local church.
They got married in that home. That home was half Kouri's. That's how it works in marriage. You get half of a home as soon as you live in it.
Oh, I hated that line. Hated that line. Because that sounds super fucking entitled, doesn't it? And it's not even true. It's not even true. So let me tell you about what is on paper a stupid financial decision. Here is the stupid financial decision on paper. When my grandmother died, I got a small inheritance. And when I say a small inheritance, it was in the tens of thousands, but not the hundreds of thousands, right? It was enough to put down a down payment on on this house. And this house was built in the 1950s. This house is like the cheapest house you could find in Edmonton that wasn't like on fire or literally had meth cooking in the basement when you go tour it, right? So, but because that was an inheritance and I brought that into the relationship, that money was mine. Like mine. And what I mean by mine is that, like, if Mrs. Runkle and I had gotten a divorce, I would have kept that money. That money would have been separate from division, right? 100%. But once I took that money and made the choice to put it as a down payment for a shared house, that money went from mine to ours. And so when I talk to family lawyers about that, they're like, "You did what?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I know. Like, I know I basically gave my wife $20,000. I was okay with that. Like, great fucking investment. Because our relationship is magic. But this notion, like, he had the house before she was on the scene, and they had a prenup. So just the fact that she moved in doesn't mean she owes it. Like, I don't think that's actually a correct statement. It's just she just straight up lied to it. Hates it so much.
They also had a 2-story garage that you can kind of see in that picture a little bit back from the house. And it was filled, slide 5. It was filled with exotic animals. Eric was a huge hunter. He went on trips all over the world. They had the kind of money that they were blessed with. He could travel to Africa and travel to Mexico, which he did.
Okay, so you're telling the jury exactly what the motive was. Like, jury, in case you missed it, here's the motive. And I'm like, why are you doing this? Why are you telling the jury she had all of this motive to kill him because look at all of his money that she ain't getting in a divorce? I'm like, oh. And somebody says, what is it? Why are they saying exotic animals and it's deer? Well, there's a giraffe in there. Yeah, they might be trying to make him look bad for trophy hunting. That might be part of it. I was just like, okay, all right.
2 weeks before he died. He was in Mexico hunting an exotic sheep, actually. They had four-wheelers. They had lots of vehicles. They had snowmobiles and ATVs and ski equipment. They were very blessed. They had a lot to celebrate. They also had a wonderful family. Slide 6. The one thing that I don't think anybody in this courtroom is ever going to challenge, us included, is that Eric and Kouri adored their boys. They were
I mean, I could see challenging that, yes, because if you adore your boys, you don't freaking kill their dad, right? Yeah. Now, I see the thing about he shot a giraffe. I'm just going to say I'm a little bit torn on the whole, safari thing. And the reason why I'm torn on it is that a lot of the funding for conservation comes from like these trophy hunts. So, and it's, ultimately the people who don't want to shoot a giraffe aren't paying to conserve the giraffes, right? So the people who do want to shoot a giraffe are paying to keep the giraffes alive. It's kind of weird, I know. And the other thing is that they tend to, before one of these safari people is doing the safari thing, they tend to have already picked out an animal that, like, for conservation reasons needs to go. And yeah, this is the other thing. For edible animals, the meat goes to the local community food bank. So I'm torn, right? At the end of the day, though, like, I don't really. How about that? I'll put it this way. I got a free entry at one show I was at for a draw to go on like one of these safaris, right? To go to to Africa or wherever and shoot some, like, whatever. And it was like, a $12,000 value. And I put my name in because of like social pressures. There were people like, you got to put your name down. I'm like, fine. But I really didn't want to go. Like, I just, I go hunting, right? And I will shoot a deer. But I'm going to eat the deer. And I'm going to try to use as much of that deer as I can. And so, like, I don't really feel the need to put the deer on the wall. Maybe one day, but I don't now. I don't know. So those are kind of my thoughts. I don't think I'd ever have a giraffe up on the wall. I just don't. So yeah, I don't know.
World. They were in that place that those of us who've had kids have all been in, where you spend your days driving them around to soccer and all their activities, and they're just the center of your world. And that's how both of these parents felt about their kids. They loved them a lot. And what's more important is that the boys adored their father, adored him. And Kouri knew that about her son.
Not so much a bearskin rug, but I could see having like a bed somewhere that would just be a whole bunch of like with furs as a thing to stay warm. I don't know about a rug, because like, who needs a rug? But using it for warmth, yeah, I could see doing that.
And about her family. Their marriage had survived through some rough times, and you're going to hear about that. Like any marriage, it wasn't a perfect marriage. They'd gone through a really bad year where they both contemplated divorce, and they did what a lot of couples do. They went to marriage counseling, they worked it out, and they decided to stick it out, and they did. You're going to hear testimony from one of Eric's close.
That marriage counselor, by the way, is like, please don't say my name. Please don't say my name. Please don't say my name. Because I feel like the worst advertisement for marriage counseling is the last couple I had in ended up murdering. Yeah. It's like, that didn't work out.
His friends, that in the few weeks before Eric died, he and Kouri were the happiest together that he'd ever seen them. And you're going to hear that from one of Eric's closest friends. Now, on March 3rd, Eric started sending excited texts before their celebration to Kouri, saying, hey, let's get together. Let's have some celebratory shots. Slide 7, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you guys aren't going to be able to read that. It's really small. But it basically says, thank you. You want to grab lunch today with a celebratory shot? That was Kouri saying she can't, that she has other plans. But he's excited.
When they say celebratory shot, is it like cha-ching?
He wants to celebrate about the big closing. When Eric got home the evening of March 3rd, after he'd been out at the property spreading the gravel, he got home and they all had dinner together as a family. Kouri's mom dropped by. They visited with her mom. Her mom had actually been out at the property the same day with a carpenter, trying to get some bids and get it ready to start getting it fixed up.
We're at 1.5 speed now.
Kouri's mom left. They tucked their boys into bed. And around 9 o'clock, they decided to have their celebratory shot. A friend had given them a gift of some of those, I'm sure you guys have seen them, those copper Moscow Mule cups.
Oh, the cups. I was like, they mean like, this?
That you make like in breweries and in bars. And they decided to try out their new cups. So Kouri made what's called a Moscow Mule. And they also had a little shot, which is Eric's idea, of a little lemon drop.
So a Moscow Mule, for those who don't know, is vodka and ginger beer and lime. They are delightful. That said, they are not my favorite mule. My favorite mule is the London Mule, which swaps the vodka out for gin. But those are harder to... You got to go to a bar. They don't sell them in cans.
They had their drinks. They actually didn't finish them. and set the cups in the sink at the house, right there. Around 9.
Wait, they wasted the alcohol? That's, I mean, straight to jail.
30, they were getting ready to go to bed, and they heard one of the children who suffered from something called night terrors, where they scream out, they have nightmares. One of the children was crying out. So Kouri went to sleep with her son around 9:30 that night. You're going to hear the police. Kouri also told the police the day that they came to the house that she believed Eric might have had what we call a marijuana gummy. You're going to hear Eric loved marijuana gummies. He used them a lot. And the police found a whole bunch of them in the house, in his things, in his clothes, and his.
Now, I mean, I also occasionally will consume a gummy. Now, the gummies I usually go for are CBD as opposed to THC, which means they don't really get you high. They do get you a little fuzzy, so I don't take them while I'm working or anything, or driving or anything like that. But sometimes I will take one to get to sleep. And the reason why I do that is because, holy shit, my back pains sometimes, right? All right. I get that he's, might be consuming the gummies.
Closet, he was a marijuana gummy user. Slide 8. These are all gummies that the police found in Eric's things. Some of them, you can tell, had commercial bags where he bought them from dispensaries. Some were in clear bags that he bought from somewhere else, the location unknown.
No, I don't take them while YouTubing. I take them before I go to bed sometimes, like just before I go to bed. And then by the time I'm laying in bed going, ow, my back hurts, they start to kick in and I get to sleep. So
you take it down. So as they're getting ready to go to bed, you're going to hear that after Kouri left the room, Eric was on his phone and he was talking to a friend named Scott Wagner. And you're going to hear that Scott Wagner talked to him at 10 o'clock at night. That when Scott Wagner talked to him, he did not sound drunk. He did not sound high. He did not sound like he was on fentanyl or anything else. That there was no sound of the wife or children in the background. That he was alert, that he was having a totally normal conversation with Scott. And this was at 10 p.m. Shortly after 10 p.m., you're going to hear, forgot to mention, when Kouri left the bedroom, she has always maintained from beginning to end that she left her phone in the room, in the charger next to her bed, which we all do at night when we're about to go to bed, we charge our phones. Nothing unusual there. After 10 o'clock, around 10:30, so this is an hour after Kouri's left the bedroom and is in with her son, Kouri's phone is unlocked and moves just a few feet. Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that.
Yeah, that's a sign of a healthy relationship. I can tell you the last time I touched my wife's phone. The last time I touched my wife's phone was a couple days ago, where she was like, hey, my alarm is going off. I'm in the shower. Can you go turn my alarm off? And the extent I touched her phone was pick up phone, look at phone, alarm off, done. I can tell you the last time I checked a text on my wife's phone, I think it was like a year ago when she was driving and was like, somebody texted me, can you read me the text? I can tell you the last time I checked a text on my wife's phone without her permission. Never. Like, I don't check my wife's phone. She doesn't check my phone. It's just not what we do. And I mean, there's not a reason to, right? The people who are checking each other's phones, usually that's not a great sign. And she jokes about it.
Testify.
She jokes about it right here.
Now you're going to hear Kouri's friends in this trial and some other people testify that Eric was always checking Kouri's phone. And you can kind of see why he probably was doing that.
You can see why he was doing that. Yeah, because she's cheating on him. And now you're telling the jury, look at all the fucking motive in this case.
What you've already heard from the state. Maybe he had good reasons, but he checked her phone a lot. So we know he did that at about 10:30 because we have proof that the phone opened and closed. Moved to
We don't have proof that he checked the phone. We have proof that somebody opened the phone, but you're saying it's got to be him based on what now?
Short distance, like maybe walking around the bedroom and then closed again. And that is the last thing we know for sure that Eric did.
We don't know that for sure. We know somebody opened the phone, but like, unless he like took a dick pic in that time, we don't know that that was him.
The night that he died. Sometime after that, we don't know exactly when Eric died. Slide 9. When Eric died, his Apple Watch was hanging on a charger, nice and neat. His phone was in a charger on the nightstand. He was lying in his underwear, like when you go to bed. He was on his back on his side of the bed. So it appears pretty clear that Eric went to bed and fell asleep and died in his sleep. You're also going to hear, slide 10, that there was an empty pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay careful attention to this.
So this bottle is a hydrocodone bottle.
The empty pill bottle expired in 2016.
Did it? No refills before July. No! No! You read that wrong. Look at this.
That there was an empty pill bottle right next to him in his nightstand. And I want you to pay careful attention to this. The empty pill bottle expired in 2016.
No, it didn't. You can read the bottle. It says drug expires 10/9/20. It expires in 2020. The thing that she's pointing to is no refills before July 29th, 2016. And the reason why they have the no refills before is because what they don't want to do is prescribe you like, 20 pills with like 4 refills and have you just go and get all the refills at the same time and then sell them on the street. And the thing is this is your introduction to the jury, right? This is when you are talking to the jury and you're telling them, hi, I'm the defense lawyer. Here's my version of events. And this is also where you're trying to establish your credibility. And so if the jury catches this, then they already think you're a lying sack of shit. Do not be the lying sack of shit that the jury is like, why'd you just say that? I can see it's false. Why? 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 So yeah. Yeah, I just, behind, I just wanted to say thank you for being such an advocate for saving someone's life. It's just that they're people. If we don't try to save the junkies, we've lost our humanity. And then what do you have? Nothing. Yep. And I mean, here's the other thing. If you think that defense, like that junkies are the worst sack of shit on the planet and you hate junkies, you're just like, whatever. Here's the difference. Maybe the junkie wouldn't save your life. Be the person that would save theirs. Be the better person. That's it. Be the better person. There are junkies out there. If they found you dying, they might steal your watch. Be better than they are. That's it. And if you're religious, think of this one. Save the junkies. God wants us to help and love everyone. I'm not religious, but I'm also like, if I ever went up to the afterlife and had to justify myself to some sort of deity, and I would have a very difficult time trying to explain why I stepped over somebody who was dying instead of helped them. So, yeah, just saying.
The empty pill bottle expired.
And I'd have a very hard time justifying that just to myself. Like, you know, at the end of at the end of my life, if I'm sitting there in a hospital bed going, looking back at my life, I don't want to be thinking about that moment. I want to be thinking about a moment when I tried to help somebody. So
2016. Made out to him for pain pills. That's going to become important later. Sometime after 3 a.m., Kouri wakes up and comes back into a dark bedroom. You're going to hear she unlocked her phone. Probably, we're not going to dispute the times that the state just mentioned. The phone gets unlocked shortly after 3 a.m., which is what time Kouri says from day one that she got up. She always tells the police, I got up at 3. The phone verifies that. The phone moved around the house a little bit. You're going to hear the distances in the house. There's going to be investigators that are going to tell you how many feet from the master bedroom to the bathroom to the kitchen. They're going to tell you about how many feet are in that house if you're walking around the house. It appears clear she walked around the house just a little bit for a few minutes. And then the phone stops being active, which is indicative of being back in the charger, indicative of not moving anymore. And a few minutes later, you hear the 911 call that you guys just heard. So that gives her enough time to crawl into the bed, touch her husband, and realize he's cold. Just about 3 minutes. That's all it took. And she picks her phone up, calls 911. You're going to see that the phone records prove all of this. At that time, I believe everyone's going to agree, and I think the state even admitted it in their opening, it's pretty clear he'd been dead for several hours. And you're going to actually see a photo when we pass, our blood pools in the position that we lay in. It's not circulating anymore because our heart's not working. And you're going to see a picture of his back. And you're going to see that the blood he had been dead long enough for the blood to pool on his back because he was laying on his back. So that usually indicates he'd been dead for several hours. And the medical.
Why are you grossing the jury out? This is your opening. You should just say, you will hear from the medical examiner that he had been dead for several hours. You don't need to get into like what his blood is doing and like whether or not his toes have turned purple. Just the medical examiner said he'd been dead for, several hours. Done. Move the fuck on. Don't gross the jury out about what they think your client did. Because at this point, as much as you are innocent until proven guilty, the jury is looking at you and going, you're in the guilty person chair, and you have not convinced them that you are not the guilty person yet.
Examiner's going to tell you that. So those 6 hours, ladies and gentlemen, between 9 p.m. and 3 a.m., somewhere in that time, Eric Richins died. Somewhere in that time, he ingested a fatal dose of fentanyl. What you will never hear after 4 years of investigation, where as recently as 2 weeks ago, they were back searching that house. After 4 years of investigation and 5 weeks of this trial, you know what you're never going to hear is how that fentanyl got inside of him, because there's zero evidence of that. To this day, slide 11, please.
I mean, everybody agrees of how it got into him. It's that he put the fentanyl in his mouth and swallowed it. But, the question is how the circumstance is. And, the prosecution's like, we got pretty good evidence about how that got in there. So, yeah.
You're going to see that his death certificate, that's the wrong thing, Katie. Just take it down. Sorry about that. That's the wrong thing. His death certificate reads that the manner of his death is still unknown to this day. You're going to hear testimony that a medical examiner has the ability to declare the manner of someone's death. It can be homicide, it can be suicide, it can be accidental overdose, it can be murder, it can be anything.
Why the fuck did you just say murder? Why? Because the medical examiner doesn't put murder on the thing. The medical examiner doesn't put murder because murder is a legal conclusion. The medical examiner would put homicide on the thing. Why are you saying murder? It's not correct, and it makes your client look worse. Do not say the diddly word. You could have just said homicide, or you could have just skipped over it. They could have said accident. They could have, oh my God. Why?
To this day, the medical examiner, the professional that's the head of declaring how people die in the state of Utah, has never been able to determine the manner of Eric Richins' death.
It's because they don't usually revise it. It's, manner of death, undetermined until, okay.
You're going to hear first responders and law enforcement tell you that no fentanyl was found in the bedroom the night of his death.
I mean, kind of was, but it was inside him in the bedroom.
Also going to hear them that they didn't search for it. We've all seen the TV shows, the crime shows. What do you do if there's a murder? right? If you think there's a murder, tape it off. No one gets in or out.
They didn't think it was a murder at this point. They didn't know what it was at this point. Yeah.
It becomes a crime scene. You search everything. You search the closet. You search the bathroom. You search the vehicles. You search the house. You search the office. They didn't do that. All kinds of friends and family, and you're going to see video of all the people that were in the house that day. There was no restrictions on anybody. And guess what was sitting in the sink? The cups. They were sitting there. They were never taken. They were never tested. Nothing. The nanny ended up putting them in the dishwasher the next morning, and they still had fluid in them. You're going to hear the day after Eric died. Kouri, or I'm sorry, not the day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never. Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident. 2 years later, listening in to conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed.
Yeah. Let's go back a little bit.
Or I'm sorry, not the day after, day of. They started interviewing Kouri over and over and over again about what happened that night. You're going to hear for yourselves that her explanation of what happened that night has never changed from that call you just listened to. As far as the timing, as far as what happened, never.
I mean, that doesn't actually kind of hold up. It gets worse.
Law enforcement secretly recorded her phone conversations for over a year after this incident.
And they got all this good stuff that makes her look terrible.
2 years later, listening in to conversations with her family to see if her story about what happened that night ever altered, ever changed. You're going to hear it never changed. You're going to hear that before Eric's body was even taken out of their bedroom, Kouri was told the body was going to a morgue for an autopsy. So within an hour of the cops getting there, she knew there was going to be an autopsy of his body. And what happens when you have an autopsy? You figure out how someone died. That's what doctors do. They test your blood. They test your bodily tissues. So she knew that. But did she tell the police or the medical responders or the EMS, hey guys, you might want to check out fentanyl. My husband used it all the time. Did she do that? Because with one sentence, she could have taken all suspicion off her and made this about a drug overdose.
What? Because when you see the body cam, she starts dropping hints real fast. Real fast. So this whole, she never mentioned, I'm like, okay, this I thought got completely blown out by the body cam.
She didn't. As a matter of fact, she could have staged a whole drug overdose scene with fentanyl pills on his stomach and everything all over the place and say, gosh, I tried to get him in rehab for years and I couldn't. But she didn't. And you know why? Because she told her truth. She told her truth over.
Ooh. What the fuck? Do not ever say the words, her truth, about your client. Ever. Ever. Your client tells the truth. The opposing witness tells their truth. That's the rule. You never, ever, ever say that your client told their truth or her truth or his truth. You tell them they told the fucking truth, because there is one truth. And when you say she told her truth, it just sounds like she was lying. You're not saying she told the truth. You're saying she told a version of the truth. This is the kind of thing I want to show first, like, law students, and just like show them that line, and then like, who gets why that's bad? And if they don't put their hand up, I hit them with a stick. No, burn that line from your vocabulary. Full stop. Your client never tells their truth. They tell the truth. God. There is an exception. There is an exception to that. The only time I would say something like my client told their truth is something like my client told a story, and based on what we know, that story is a big old fib, That story does not comport with facts, but my argument is that my client is mentally ill, right? So if my client comes in and says, I totally shot that guy, and it turns out the dude was stabbed, I might say, well, he told his truth, but his truth isn't the truth. The issue is he's mentally ill. He's going in, he's confessing. He doesn't know what's going on. His brain is cooked, right? You know, the guy is told the police what he thought happened because he was flying on drugs. He was, you know, he'd just been hit in the head with a brick. Any of those things, right?
And over again, and it's exactly what she told that 911 operator that you just heard, and you're going to hear over and over in trial. I don't know what happened. Now you're going to hear that Eric Richins' family simply could not accept that. They needed someone or something to blame for losing someone they loved that wasn't Eric himself. And that's totally understandable. No family ever wants to believe that behind closed doors, someone they
That typing noise is not me. Just chat, don't yell at me.
love is using drugs. No one wants to believe that. But the family's need to make sense of Eric's death went way beyond what you would expect a normal grieving family to go through. You will hear that as the detective arrived at the house, Eric's sisters spoke with the detective in the driveway. This is before anyone in the house knows how Eric died. If he had a heart attack, if he had an aneurysm, a lot of people were talking about aneurysms at the scene, and you're going to hear that. Nobody knew yet how he died. The sisters were telling the police Kouri probably did this.
What the fuck are you doing? I'm sorry. Like, you're saying, oh, the family all knew that Kouri was the kind of person. Like, you are just telling the jury basically character evidence that might otherwise be inadmissible about how everybody knew Kouri did it even before they figured out how she did it. And I'm like, huh? Hey, okay, it's a strategy, and I mean, I get that you don't got a lot, but yeah, okay.
Kouri probably did this day one.
I mean, this might be a good argument if you were blaming the sister, like the sister did it, but that's not the argument.
His sister Katie tells the police, and you're going to hear her testify about this, that Kouri had recently found out that Eric had put all their assets in a trust, and that Katie was in charge of the trust. She's going to say, I'm in charge, and that Kouri didn't like that. She told that to the police at the scene. So Kouri already knew before Eric ever died that his assets were protected in a trust and didn't automatically come to her if he died, that there were legal things you had to go through. You're going to hear that it didn't stop there. The Richins family hired a private investigator, and you're going to see how much they paid that private investigator, and it's almost $100,000. And they paid that investigator to spend every waking minute digging up as much dirt as he possibly could on Kouri Richins to try to implicate her in Eric's death. Even though the state already had all the evidence from the scene that night that would show what happened in those 6 hours, right? The investigator goes looking for skeletons in the closet. And boy, did he.
And I suspect what the jury is thinking right now is money well spent.
Find some. You're going to hear that after an exhaustive private investigation into every single thing about Kouri Richins' life, he uncovered plenty of things that I'm quite sure she's not proud of. She's not a perfect person. She's a flawed person. I would submit we all are. But the prosecutor just turned some of her most intimate, personal correspondence into entertainment with bubbles and slides. And they're going to continue to
What do you mean entertain? Oh, fuck. Okay.
assassinate her character throughout this trial, so get ready. The judge has instructed you not to prejudge this case and to wait until you hear all of the evidence before you make up your mind. So let me assure you, no marriage is what it appears on the surface. What happens when we close our bedroom door is very private and is not always known by family or friends. And I think you're going to learn a lot about Kouri and Eric's relationship in this trial, and I would ask you to wait before you go rush to judgment like they have about her sexual morality, her personal decisions, about her marriage, and about her family.
So basically saying they're slut shaming her. Okay. I mean, there's better ways to make that argument, I think. I probably would have said something like, every marriage is different behind closed doors than it appears to the public. And in this particular case, they were dealing with some, some heavy details that maybe the family doesn't want to accept, the drug abuse, but like, her sexual morality, like that's motive, dude.
The prosecution is going to spend days and weeks telling you all about arguments Kouri's had with her husband in years past. Problems in their marriage. Yeah, they had them. Disagreements, infidelities, ups and downs in their marriage. All true. They're also going to tell you all about Kouri's business. They tore it apart. They examined every bank account, every real estate deal she ever did, her taxes, when she made money, when she lost money, if she paid her taxes on time, if she bounced checks, if she borrowed too much, if she didn't borrow enough, if she borrowed wisely, if she was too risky in her business. You're going to hear all of that. None of that has anything to do with.
I mean, again, motive, because the motive is financial, is the argument. So you're like, nah, that doesn't matter. It's like, well, kind of.
Those 6 hours, but you're going to sit through it and you're going to listen to all of it. And you're going to hear testimony about her most intimate personal and business affairs going back years before Eric died. The family and the private investigator even became convinced that Kouri had tried to kill Eric before, on Valentine's Day, when he had an allergic reaction to a sandwich, drank some Benadryl, may or may not have taken an EpiPen shot, took a 2-hour nap, and then drove his kids to soccer.
Are you going to be able to prove that that was an allergic reaction, or is that a theory? I don't know. I mean, the prosecution's got to prove their theory, but I mean, coming out and saying it's an allergic reaction, I'm like, okay, are you going to have some trouble delivering on that? We'll see.
That's the evidence you're going to hear about Valentine's Day. You're going to hear that he had discussed with Kouri that he was going to drive the kids to soccer. So they're asking you to believe that she secretly put narcotics in her husband's food right before he's going to drive the 3 things that matter the most to her in the world to soccer. You're going to hear.
So I just want to say there's this woman that they're focusing on that we can hardly see right now. The redhead in the center. I mean, vibes. Right there, vibes. Her what the fuck expression? Vibes.
That Eric that this incident wasn't even a blip to Eric. He had a professional allergy doctor that he saw very short.
I don't know who this woman is, but yeah. You're awesome. Whoever you are, that is awesome.
After this incident, he never even brought this up. He never even talked about it with his doctor. You're going to hear that he laughed about it with one of Kouri's friends who visited shortly after. He thought it was funny. Interestingly, you're also going to hear that people who use oxycodone or hydrocodone, like that bottle said, also tend to have allergic reactions. They can have very similar symptoms if you use pain pills to the symptoms described of what Eric experienced on Valentine's Day.
What? Did you just call him Alec? Did you just call him Alec? I hope you looked up your fiduciary U.S. law. There's some funka coming. I don't know what you're referring to, but I guess I'll have to. Oh, you mean in this? Yes, fair enough. With the trustee aspect, fair.
Here's what you're not going to see in this trial. You're not going to see one single bit of evidence showing what was in that sandwich, if he went to a doctor, if he did any tests run, because he didn't. No evidence at all. Now, the family's investigator regularly updated law enforcement on his investigation. He sent them everything he found. He sent them witnesses to interview. He sent them interviews he did of the witnesses first. You're going to hear this very same private investigator took Eric's computer before the police got it and had it for a long time in his possession, looking through all of Eric's computer. You're also going to hear Eric's family went and hired experts. They hired experts in toxicology, in finances, in handwriting analysis, paid them all a bunch of money. And now those same people that the family hired are going to appear here as witnesses for the state to testify against Kouri.
That's a much better argument, because the argument is, the argument here is, well, these experts are biased because they literally got paid by the victim's family who has a grudge. I'm like, okay, now we're getting to something. Okay. I can buy this as a thing. Sweet. Cool.
You're You're going to hear that the family had constant communications with the prosecution team right up until they decided to charge Kouri a year later. Now, as you've already heard from this prosecutor, they're going to spend weeks in this trial trying to convince you that Kouri had reasons to kill her husband, because they can't show you that she did kill her husband. You're not going to hear a single one of Eric's family, Kouri's investors, Kouri's friends, her lover, her accountant, her broker, her lawyer, her marriage counselor.
Like, check your page if you're in that loop.
Her accountants, her husband's friends, her husband's coworkers. Not one of those people is ever going to be able to tell you what happened in those 6 hours. Not one of them. You're going to hear me ask each one of them in this trial. Do you know whether or not Eric Richins knowingly ingested fentanyl? Do you know whether he accidentally ingested fentanyl, thinking he was taking another kind of pill and it had fentanyl in it, and he took it and accidentally ingested it? Do you know whether he mixed fentanyl with alcohol after Kouri went to sleep? The answer every single time from every single one of these witnesses is going to be no. Now here's what you will hear. You will hear that Eric suffered from pain a lot. That he suffered from knee and back pain related to his work. He did hard work. He was a stonemason, lifting heavy stones. And he also was a huge outdoorsman. He was hiking, snowmobiling, skiing, hunting, and he had pain in his back and his knees from that kind of activity. He also had been...
I mean, I get it. I got pain in my back from like activities that include like sitting and lifting a drink. So...
diagnosed with Lyme disease. He believed he had it, and he claimed to people that were very close to him that he suffered with intense bouts of pain that he believed was related to Lyme disease. But this is a man's man, this guy. He's a hunter. He's a macho guy, right? He didn't want to show weakness. He didn't want people to know he was suffering. He didn't share that with a lot of people. You're going to hear that Eric was so dependent on the drugs like the gummies that gave him relief from his pain that he would even take it and smuggle it in his luggage when he went on trips out of the country and out of the continental United States when you got to go through TSA. That's how much he needed that relief.
Okay, I will admit I have never smuggled a gummy across an international border because, yeah, that's a good way to do jail time for the rest of days.
Now you're going to hear on one of the calls that they were recording when Kouri was talking to her family, she tells her family that she purchased pain pills for Eric at his request. She purchased them from a woman named Carmen that she knew who cleaned her properties for her, and she knew Carmen had access to people that had drugs. You'll hear that she asked Carmen to get oxycodone. Oxycodone, which is very similar to the hydrocodone that you saw in that pill bottle right there.
Your Honors, apologize. Maybe a question.
I'm pretty sure what he's saying is, why does she keep saying oxycodone when the bottle says hydrocodone? And she's going to say, well, what about your haircut? Isn't your haircut a little bit too vampire-y? And and now we're panning over the it's a full house. A lot of faces in that gallery. Kouri's like, I am so effed. I like the judge's just style of very being down to earth. All right, I'm not gonna try to lip read.
It's going to happen a lot. It's going to happen a lot over the next 5 weeks, so get ready. You're going to hear that oxycodone is a fairly low-dose pain pill that you can get prescriptions for. Most prescriptions for oxycodone are around the range of about 10 milligrams per pill. That's about, if your doctor gives you oxycodone, that's about what you usually get it for. If you want stronger oxycodone, like up to 30 milligrams, you generally either have to have a special prescription from a doctor or you're going to hear that you can get it on the street, right? And the state has talked about this gentleman, Robert Crozier. Robert Crozier sold higher strength oxys, up to 30 milligrams. He's going to testify that back in 2022, before Eric died, that's all he sold was oxy, that he didn't sell fentanyl at that time. It hadn't really got into the country yet, like it is now, right, where it's everywhere. It hadn't really happened yet. He was just selling oxys, and he sold the stronger dose. So you're going to hear and you're going to see evidence that Kouri asked Carmen for something stronger, and that Carmen, you're going to hear from Mr. Crozier, purchased 30 milligram oxys from Crozier. Prosier's going to say that is what he sold Carmen Lauber, was 30 milligram oxy pills. You're also...
I mean, that's the prosecution's theory. But the thing is that even this dude who thinks he's selling 30 milligram oxys might not be selling 30 milligram oxys because they don't know. The guy who's selling on the street the oxys is getting them from sketch-ass people who might very well be pressing fentanyl. He doesn't know. Like, okay.
Hear that in Eric's autopsy, there's no oxy in his system. So the pills that were purchased by Carmen Lauber could not have been the cause of Eric's death.
Assuming that you trust the sketch-ass dealer to be selling exactly what is on the label. Like, are you kidding me? Like, this guy's not a pharmacy, right? Like, oh my God. Why? Like, if you go to some dealer on the street, what they're selling you and what you get are probably not the same. You know, they may not be the same thing. Crikey.
Had to come from somewhere else. You're going to hear Carmen testify now.
They'd be retained because she's got 3 lawyers. So they don't give you 3 public defenders.
That Kouri asked her for fentanyl. But what you're going to hear is that was not Carmen's original story. That when Carmen was originally interviewed, she said no mention of fentanyl. It was all about oxy. There was no fentanyl. Carmen talks like she doesn't even know what fentanyl is, right? Guess when she changes her testimony? She changes her testimony when the police say, hey, you know what? We caught you. We caught you with drugs. We caught you with guns. And if you don't say what we want you to say, you're going to jail for a really, really long time, federal and state. But we're going to give you a ticket. We're going to give you a free ticket to get out of all the trouble you're in. But you got to say Kouri said fentanyl. And she changes her story. You're going to get to evaluate her credibility and what you think of her. You're going to hear that just a few weeks before Eric died, guess where he was? Mexico. Guess where the fentanyl comes from into this country from? Mexico. Now, after you've listened to all the evidence in this case, after you've looked at all the exhibits, you're going to be asked to determine what happened in that 6 hours. Not the 3 years before, not the 2 years before, not the 1 year before. In those 6 hours, you're going to have to decide if Kouri Richins intentionally and knowingly poisoned secretly her husband, ending the life of the father of her kids, knowing that she was going to cause those little boys to feel pain every day for the rest of their life for the loss of their father.
Why are you making sentencing submissions at this point for the government? Because, like, oh, you're like, she would never do this. This is the most heinous thing ever. And it's like, yeah, that's the prosecution's theory, is that this is ultimately heinous.
And that she did it for money. And that she did it for money that was less than what she was about to make on one of her own deals. For way less than what Eric Richins would have earned over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years.
That she wasn't going to get because he was going to dump her ass into a gutter. Okay.
Way less than you knew she was guaranteed to get because she knew about the existence of the trust. She knew there's no guarantee on the assets or the home, right? Finally, you're going to be asked to determine whether or not the sandwich incident was an attempt to commit a murder. That's going to be an easy one for you. You're going to be asked to whether she lied to the life insurance companies. And I presume the state's going to argue that the lie was that she didn't cause his death. Because if you cause someone's death, you can't get the life insurance. So I guess that's what they're saying the fraud is. And then there's a little flyer that she got in the mail, that we've all got in the mail, that if you're a credit union member, about once or twice a year, you get this little thing in the mail that says, hey, we'll give you $100,000 for your life insurance. Just sign here because we are so glad you're a credit union member. And so she signed that a little while before Eric died for $100,000. $100,000. That's, Eric Richins made that in 2 months, right? 3 months.
I'm sorry, you don't ever, in front of a jury, say that $100,000 is ass wipe money. Nope. No. Like, she's just like, it's $100,000. Like, whatever. Like, I spend that on lunch. No. To the jury, $100,000 is probably a life-changing amount of money. It is more money than many of them may have seen. So why, in God's name, are you going, who cares? It's $100,000. Like, Nope. I mean, I might phrase this as, yes, $100,000 is a lot of money, but this is a man who is making $750,000 a year. The $100,000 isn't worth it, even though it's a ton of money when you look at that, right? You don't have to diminish this and throw it in the jury's face, right? You don't have to. Why are you spitting in the jury's face here? Gah.
And they're saying she forged his name on that little flyer when she mailed it in. In order to prove that, they have to prove that Eric didn't allow her to do it. Now, I'm telling you right now, wives everywhere sign their husband's names on a lot of things. You've got to find that she did it without his knowledge. And I don't know how they're going to prove that. Now, there is one piece of good news as you evaluate this evidence and the facts in this case. There is some good news.
I don't know how they're going to prove that. Is like, okay, just tell them it's not true. Like,
for you. There are going to be a lot of facts that we actually agree on that we're not even going to challenge. We'll just be like, yeah, that happened. Hopefully that's going to help the case move a little faster for you guys. But interestingly,
why are you phrasing your admissions like that? Like, oh God, just every bit of this, I'm like, there's a better way to do it, and you are avoiding it.
Even though we're not going to dispute the facts, we're sure going to dispute what the facts mean. Sometimes you can look at the same facts and see two very different results. Let me show you what I mean. Katie, can you put up slide 12?
One cow. One whole wagyu.
Is it up on your screen, Katie? 1 second, please.
The judge has to give us the pass to get into this.
This happens from time to time.
Yes, I did.
Okay. Brittany. Can you do me a favor? Disconnect from table 1. Plug back in.
I've never assigned my wife's name to anything, and vice versa.
Okay, 1 moment.
Here it is. So look at this picture of a young woman in a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose. Mouth. There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow. At the end of the trial, if you can.
Are you fucking kidding me?
There it is. So look at this picture of a young woman.
We're just going to take this down to 1 speed for this.
In a fur coat. See it? Now look again. You see a witch? Nose. Mouth. There's going to be times in this case where the state is going to discuss facts with certain witnesses, and they're going to show you the witch. And I'm going to take those same facts and those same witnesses, and I'm going to show you a widow.
Christ, I bet that sounded good in her head. Oh my God. Just, you shouldn't be busting out the like children's illusions. I just, she thought that was solid gold, right? And I'm just like, why? I would have cut that. I mean, I don't think there's any value to that at all. Any. But, I mean, okay, she makes her choices. I don't know how to fix her choices. I don't know where my goat is. Where's my goat? Is my goat under these? I've got like 2 mules here. Can I find the goat in there? Can I get the goat without making a giant mess? I don't have the goat. Damn it. This is like prime goat time. I have other goats in the other room, but I'm not going to go get the backup goats because it would require leaving the room. Yeah. Dang it. Where's my goat? Somebody got my goat. Okay. All right.
At the end of the trial, if you can still see both faces, that's reasonable doubt. The judge is instructed.
Whew, I hated that. hated that. So you always want to have the reasonable doubt talk with the jury, right? You always want to be like, you can't convict on maybe, you can't convict on probably, you can't convict on I really think so, you can't convict on, you know. You just summed up the reasonable doubt talk as if you can still see both faces at the end of the trial. Like, really? Are you kidding me? That's your reasonable doubt talk? If you can still see, oh shit. Kouri, pack your toothbrush, cause yeah, ooh, it is toothbrush time. You're going to jail if your lawyer's talking about the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe.
That the burden of proof in this case lies with this table. Katie, can you put up slide 13? Can you make it a little bigger, please? The law presumes the defendant is not guilty of the crime charge. She's innocent right now, and you have to accept that to do your job. The presumption persists unless the prosecution's evidence convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty. Katie, can you put up slide 14? This burden, this is a heavy burden for the state. We know that, and our Constitution gives them that burden. Our Constitution, that same Constitution, promises Kouri Richins a fair trial by a jury of her peers, and that's you, her fellow citizens, who took an oath to swear that you will stand between Kouri and the government and make them meet their duty before they can get through you.
Okay, I mean, it's getting a little better, but you still need to talk about the, what it means. Get on it.
And they've got to meet it by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. More powerful than just more likely or not that she did it. It has to be firmly convincing you. There are very few things we know with absolute certainty. The criminal case doesn't require proof that overcomes every possible doubt. But if you think there is a real possibility that she is not guilty, you must give her the benefit of the doubt and find her not guilty. And that's the burden that's on your table. When you go back into that jury room, that's going to be on y'all's table. We're asking you to be courageous, to pay attention, to stand strong.
Why does she say things like that's going to be on y'all's table? It's like, could you find a less respectful way to put this? Like, maybe you could just walk by and like crop dust them or something just to really convey your lack of regard. Like, okay. All right.
And to hold the government to that burden that's on their table. Hold them to it. And at the end of this case, you will see Kouri Richins is innocent. She is counting on you to do your job. And the only proper verdict to return in this case, which we are going to ask you to return at the end of this case, is to find her not guilty on all charges. Thank you.
All right.
And she's like, oh, shit. Okay. So, all right.
Let's let you stretch your legs, take a restroom break. All rise for the jury.
Yeah, I would be nervous too. Okay, let's cover some super chats, and then we're going to go and zoom through some witnesses and take a little bit more time with some other witnesses. Angelina, you did not just call her Chonkapus. I kind of did, though. CDZ, thank you so much for being a YouTube member. Welcome aboard. Big Apple Hoosier. Speaking of Karen Reed, checked out your streams for the first time. Beyond informative and entertaining. You're my new favorite law tuber. Thank you so much. Love the random factoids, too. Thank you. Thank you. I know my style is not for everybody, but for the folks it is there for, glad to have you, because I got a weird brain sometimes. My brain does, weird things. And I just made a mess with something. I spilled a thing. All right. Geek Butts. Great username. She reminds me of the spider from A Bug's Life for some reason. Can't put my finger on it. I did not see that movie, so I can't say for certain, but I will trust your discretion. The Jet JJ sliding in late because I found my teen stash. of baby chicks. Oh, that's even worse than weed. Send help and legal representation. What is your team doing with baby? I mean, I guess they're just cute, but oh yeah, I love that Ian or KR instinctively means Karen Reed, even though we're watching Kouri Richins. Yeah, I need to adjust my brain. Yorlok hunting, the safari animals are safe. Yes. For the people who didn't follow, this year I went out hunting a whole bunch and I didn't see a single animal. So, MC, remember your vows till death. Karen Reed, bet. Fair. Here late, starting at the beginning, first aid fund. Yes. Crystal Dagger. As kids, my sister had night terrors. We didn't sleep with her. We talked to her until she quit yelling and went back to sleep. That is really sweet, actually. Ian, do you know Girl with the Dogs, Canadian pro bono dog cat groomer? She also funds vet bills if needed. Maybe something for your next fundraiser. I will have to track that down. Girl with the Dogs. I feel like the Stollery would never forgive me if I switch charities, but I will try to see what's going on there. I will try to reach out and be like, hey, looks like she's got a whole lot of merch. So we'll see all that. All right. Mary Alice is trying to not burden shift, but she's making a lot of promises and assertions to be proven or disproven. She absolutely is. She's promising a lot to the jury. I don't think she can. Yeah. Not Jim says working in the nonprofit field a lot. We have a saying, it's easy to help women and children, implying it's harder to help homeless and junkies. It is. Men too, just like adult men, it's tough to get people to care about. It is what it is. So you don't understand her tactical nuke, Runkle. Correct. Thank you for the junkie lecture. You're a great guy, Runkle. I'm okay. But thank you. Detective Conan / case closed reference unintentionally made by Runkle. There is only one truth. Thank you. Marielle, is the ouchie stick fixed? No. You're going to need it. It's still broken. I got to get it fixed, but yeah. Just because, thank you so much for being a member. Much appreciated. Meme Express, methinks defense, listen to Google Maps to a T. Fair. Day one doesn't look very good for Kouri. I don't think day one did her any favors. I think she's in a hole. I think she's digging. And frankly, to her defense team, I got one word or one phrase. Dig up, stupid. How often do defense attorneys turn away cases because they think they can't win? Can bad facts preclude you from getting a good lawyer? I'll run cases that I don't think I can win. You just tell the client, hey, we're going to lose this. Client can run it if they want. It's client's call. But you tell the client, hey, here's what it looks like. We're going to try our best. Harbinger of imminent death. Also, is it worth to object during an opening? Depends. Depends on local rules about objecting during openings. Some are very strict on that. Some are looser. Depends what the objection is. Depends on the timing. Depends on a million different things. Whether to object or not is one of those thinking on your feet things that you got to do as a lawyer. Can't be a witch. Lack of people turned into newts. Fair. Maybe they got better. Laura Leanne, the actual picture title is The Wife and the Mother-in-Law. Can't make this up. Fair. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this. All right. Moon Eternal, thank you so much for being a member. And Swanee Up, or U3P, thank you for being a member. Much appreciated. All right. Let's jump along a little bit here. And we're going to watch some arguments. And we're going to actually watch the arguments. So I got to move my face.
Have a seat. Mr. Bloodworth, anything on the record before we take a restroom break?
No, Your Honor, maybe just a reminder to those that are subject to the exclusionary rule to, I guess, not return.
Let's have some clarity about that. Sure. I appreciate that.
So, Your Honor, just to let the family know, so DJ and Ronnie cannot sit in for the trial. Miss Doreen can. We will let you know when you need to step out. and any other family members. Lisa can stay for the trial, and any other people can stay because there's no other witnesses we expect.
And I want to make clear to DJ and Ronnie, the fact that you can't be in the courtroom is the functional equivalent of an order that you cannot listen to the testimony or talk to anybody about it. So you cannot watch the live stream. You can't read reports or listen to it. You are ordered to not be exposed to the testimony in this case.
Also, Your Honor, I failed to mention Bree Darden. I don't think she's planning on coming. She has a newborn. She's not going to be up here anyway, but just in case she thought about coming, Bree cannot sit in on the trial, okay? That's it.
Right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Any clarification there, Mr. Glover?
No, Your Honor. An additional issue, though. The jury oath. You referenced the jury oath. That was.
They get two.
I was just, I haven't. Right. Do we have the second one yet?
The second one is the one you heard. The first one is the one that was given to them before they were asked any questions by the jury team.
I understand, Your Honor. Thank you. That second one just didn't sound like the normal second one, so maybe I'm a little thrown.
Check with Ms. Shervanek. Let me know if you think there's any.
I got my whole team telling me that was the wrong one.
I pulled it out of their proposed jury instructions.
No. I think he's talking about what Brittany read.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Did
I
you
just
use
want the
one
jury instructions.
I think it's the same one.
So they're working stuff out. None of this is fireworks.
Do each of you solemnly swear to truly try the issues pending between the plaintiff and the defendant, render a true and just verdict according to the evidence and the instructions of the court? What did you read?
It sounded to me like the witness. Here's the witness.
Oh, that's the one before there.
That is the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's okay. We can fix it.
We'll re-swear them.
Yeah. No
Arguments aren't evidence anyway.
Good catch. No problem. That's the one they get before the jury.
Did you catch that? I kind of like this. I will give the defense lawyer credit for this.
Swear them.
Yeah. No
Arguments aren't evidence.
I'm going to give the defense lawyer credit. I really like what she does here. I think it's good. I think listen.
Oh, that's the one before there.
That is the wrong one.
That's the wrong one. That's okay. We can fix it.
We'll re-swear them.
Yeah. No
Arguments aren't evidence anyway.
Good catch. No problem. That's the one they get before the jury.
She just gives a little good job to him. And I mean, it doesn't cost her anything. I don't think she expected that we'd be able to hear it. Good for her. Good for her.
That's okay. I will fix it when they come back in. Thank you for the catch. Anything else?
No, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, Mr. Ramos?
No, sir.
All right, folks, let's say 10:35. Thank you for your patience.
All right, for the judge.
Court's in recess.
All right, they are in recess, so we're going to skip over to the seal. All right, we're going to talk about this guy real briefly. Real briefly.
May I ask you, sit wherever you're comfortable. It's easier to move the mic than it is the chair, candidly. So
I kind of noticed that.
Okay, go ahead.
What, sir, is your name?
Eugene F. Richins.
And do you spell your last name Richins?
Yes, I do.
Did you know Eric Richins?
Yes.
How did you know him?
Eric is my son.
All right, so a lot of his testimony is basically, my son is dead and it is very sad. And I'm not trying to diminish his testimony. I'm not trying to diminish, his experience or anything like that. But that is the main purpose of him being there. And the defense asks him no questions. Everybody is kind of in agreement that it is very sad. And we're going to skip over it because I don't think it's necessary for us to cover it. And it does feel a little ghoulish to get into his personal tragedy when there is no real trial benefit to it, if that makes sense. Like this is not really earth shattering. So we're going to skip it. Done. Sort of.
Proceed.
I did her dirty on this pause. So yeah.
Your Honor. Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
What is your name?
Katie Richins Benson.
And is your last name spelled Richins-Benson?
You got it.
Okay. I'm going to stand here because I would like you to address the jury. And I'm hoping that if I stand close to the jury, if you mistakenly shift to me, you're still addressing them.
By the way, she seems really cheerful. The really cheerful is she's nervous as fuck. That's what that is. That's like, I saw some people on Twitter going like, why is she looking so happy to testify? She's not happy. She is nervous as hell. She's trying to be accommodating. That's what that is, right? So please do not mistake that as she's having fun being here. She's just trying her best not to lose her shit.
Do you know Eric Richins?
Yes, he was my brother.
Did you grow up with him?
Yes, we were only 2 years apart, so we were inseparable.
You can already hear you can hear her voice breaking. It's tragic.
What was your relationship like as you grew up together?
So we did everything together. We went to school together. We worked on a ranch. So we have a family ranch that's been passed down for generations. We worked on the ranch together. We fished. We hiked. We did everything together.
She's fighting it, right?
How has that relationship continued into adulthood?
So my brother and I were very close. We talked constantly. We spent holidays together. We had our families together. So our kids are very close in age. We did lots of activities with our kids together. Like I said, we had them on the ranch all the time together. Talked on the phone almost daily.
What was Eric's personality like as an adult?
Eric was one of the most likable people. I'm sorry, guys.
There are tissues if you want.
Okay.
And she made it like 30 seconds in. It's really unexpected, like really kind of expected there. So I feel terrible about this, right? Now we're going to jump ahead a little bit in her testimony, but it is worth noting there's a lot of people who are like, she's super biased. I'm like, you see why though, right? Like you see why she's upset.
Yes, this is my brother's prenuptial agreement with Kouri.
And how do you recognize it?
I saw it the day they signed it. So on the day of his wedding is when they both signed it, and I read through it with him on the day of his wedding.
Your Honor, state moves to admit 4-1.
No objection.
4-1's admitted.
I'm going to leave it up there just for a minute for the jury, but I'm going to come back to that with them later. I'm not going to discuss that with you.
Okay.
Thanks, Scott. I would like to turn now to the morning that Eric died. Did there come a time in the early morning of March 4th, 2022, that you received a phone call about Eric?
Yes, it was early in the morning.
Who called you?
My dad did.
What did he say?
This is not easy. He was screaming and crying and said, Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing.
Where were you when you received that call?
So my daughter was sick. She was only 3 at the time, and she had just thrown up. I had taken her out of her room and brought her into my room, and I had just set her on the bed, and my husband had gone into the room to check on my other daughter that was a little bit older to make sure she was okay. I just set her on the bed, and I had my phone with me. I set it on the bed, and I saw my dad calling, and I picked up and said, Dad, how did you know I was up with my sick little girl? And he started, that's when he said, Eric's not breathing, Eric's not breathing. I screamed. I fell to the floor. My husband heard me and came running in, and I was screaming, he's not breathing. My husband thought that it was my daughter since she had just thrown up. So he ran over to her and said, she's okay, Katie, she's okay. And I said, no, it's Eric. And so I picked up my daughter that was right there. My husband went and got my.
All right. So for the people who are like, hey, she comes off as, biased and so forth. I'm like, okay. How do you think the jury is going to be seeing this? Because the jury sees her right now. And this feels real. Like this emotion is, I'm watching it for the second time, right? And the second time is easier to watch. The first time was not easy to watch. The first time I was very much moved by this, right? And the first time I was sitting there going, oh my God, I am so sorry she's going through this. And every bit of anger she's got later, and she does have some anger, I felt was earned. So the people saying, oh, she comes off as super biased, I'm like, I don't feel that. And I don't think the jury is going to have anything but sympathy for her. That's my feeling on it. But let's jump ahead a little further.
I observed that she was not how she normally was when we would go on overnights. She was very well put together. She had a matching pajama-esque outfit on. Her hair was all done up. She wasn't crying like I was. She wasn't hysterical.
I want you to notice that. She had a matching pajama-esque outfit. Watch what the defense lawyer does with that. Because pajama-esque outfit.
Just stood there and shook her head no at me.
What, if anything, did you observe about Kouri Richins' interactions that morning with her boys?
There weren't any until later in the morning. So, like I told you, my husband stayed up with the boys. I went up and down. My sister came up and down. A few people came up and down to check on the boys. I did not see her go up and check on the boys. And I repeatedly asked her, when can we tell the boys? I think we need to tell the boys. I kept coming down saying, I think the boys need to know. It wasn't until they wheeled my brother's body out, and I stood by the stairs, at the top of the stairs, to make sure my nephews didn't come out to see, because we didn't want it to see. And my husband was in the room with them. So they wheeled my brother's body out. My husband did his best. My daughter was throwing up, and he was trying to block it from the boys so that they didn't see my brother being wheeled out. The boys did see my brother being wheeled out. My husband came out and told me that they were upset. And so we walked down and talked to Lisa, Kouri's mom, and Kouri again. And I said, the boys are really upset. They just saw Eric wheeled out. I think we need to tell them.
No shit, right? You definitely need to tell them when they just saw their dad wheeled out.
And Lisa said, I guess we better. And Kouri said, yep, bring them down. So then we brought him down. And that's the first I saw her interact with him.
Were you there when Kouri Richins told her sons that their father had died?
Yes. So my husband and I brought the kids down. We're sitting on a couch, and in my brother's living room, they have a couch that kind of goes like this, like kind of curves around. So my husband was sitting on the edge with our daughters. I was sitting next to them. Weston, my brother's youngest, that was 5 at the time, was sitting in between me and Kouri. Kouri was on the other side, and then the other 2 boys were in front of us.
What did she say?
She let them know that their dad would not be coming back, that he was gone.
Just like that?
Yes, to my recollection.
Did there come a time shortly after that when she spoke alone with her middle son, Ashton?
Yeah, so right after she told the kids, Ashton got upset and went to his room. So his room was that room that they had been in.
I mean, no shit, right? Hey, your dad has died. Okay, yeah, no kidding. He gets up.
I went and checked on Ashton multiple times, and I remember him on his bed. He was on his bed with his covers pulled up, and I sat on the bed and I tried to console him, but he wanted his mom. I tried so hard to console him, but he wanted his mom. So I came out and told Kouri that Ashton was very upset and I thought she should go in. It took me a couple times of coming out to tell her. And I finally came out and I said, Kouri, I'm not his mom. I'm not his dad. He just lost his dad. He's very upset. I cannot console him. Can you please come in and talk to him? So she came into the room to talk to him. He got out of bed and ran to her. So they met kind of in the middle of the room. They held on to each other and then sat down on the floor, and I sat right next to him.
Random other aside, I really actually do like her necklace. So yeah.
What did they discuss?
She was just consoling him, so just trying to get him to calm down. Right, that with Ashton, is that what you mean?
Yeah.
What did they discuss? She was just trying to console him.
Did they discuss Eric's Apple Watch?
They discussed Eric's Apple Watch later.
Okay, so we'll get to that.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh, no, it's okay.
Did there come a time when Kouri Richins was consoling Ashton there and she was interrupted?
Yes. So Brianne Sorensen, which I believe was Ronnie, Kouri's brother's fiance at the time, I think they were engaged at the time, she came in to talk to Kouri. It was really interesting because Kouri was consoling, and then she immediately kind of stopped and focused on, they would call her Bree. And Bree started talking about the closing of the Midway Mansion.
Do we need to go into that, Mr. Blipper? I guess what I'm saying is anything further regarding that necessary to develop the upcoming testimony?
Your Honor, the state's next question will be, how did Kouri react?
Oh, okay. Yeah. So sustained for what Bree said is not admissible. Don't consider it.
Well, Your Honor, the content of the call, the content of the discussion.
Well, Kouri's side of it is not what they're objecting to. I think it's just that fact. Am I right, Ms. Nestor?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We're objecting to what Bree said.
Take it from there. I understand the contours here. Let's just wait for the next question.
Okay.
So this is a hearsay objection, right? Bree is not in court. She's not testifying, so we can't get that through.
How did Kouri react to what Bree said?
Kouri was very businesslike, very telling Bree exactly what to do, and I was dumbfounded. And I looked at Kouri and said, "You can't tell me you're going to close on that Midway Mansion when my brother just died." And she looked at me matter of fact and said, "Yeah, absolutely. He has nothing to do with it. The money's already gone through. It's all my business. I'm going to."
So here's the thing. They probably already, she probably already had contracts signed. At this point, if you're not closing, you're probably paying a huge penalty for not closing, right? I don't know if this is the stage of the contract or stage of like the land purchase where you can just walk away with nothing, but I'm guessing they had to put up earnest money and all of that. I'm kind of, yeah.
What about the Apple Watch?
So the Apple Watch, Ashton, once he eventually came out of his room, he went and got my brother's Apple Watch. Kouri was standing by him. She took it from him and he said, "I want my dad's watch." So I watched her take the watch, delete the entire watch, everything off of it, and then give it back to Ashton.
On the morning that Eric died, did Kouri Richins say anything about the house that they were living in?
Yes, she told me, so the house, the 282 Willow Court that they were living in with their kids, she told me she was going to sell it.
Did anything about that strike you as odd?
Yes, I honestly could not function. I couldn't even figure out what was for dinner that night. I had just lost one of the most important people in my whole entire life. And she was planning on selling the house that he had just been wheeled out of, closing on a multi-million-dollar mansion. I could not wrap my head around it.
I'm kind of mixed on this one because I can tell you that, if I woke up and Mrs. Runkle was, had died in bed next to me, I would have a hard time being at that house. I would have a hard time with that house. Now, I don't think I'd be coherent enough to sell the house. I think I would probably just not go in the bedroom and sleep on a couch. And not come out other than for food for the next month. So, I get why you might want to get rid of the house though. And she probably has a different attachment to the house than Richins would if Richins was innocent. But would you already be talking about selling it and buying a mansion? I mean, the mansion purchase sounds like it was already mostly done. And a lot of the time, it's really hard to back out. Like pre-closing, it's very hard to back out on the deal. So,
The point that Eric died, who did the house belong to?
When Eric died, the house belonged to Eric. Eric was the trustee of his trust. So the house was in a trust, and Eric was the trustee.
And then once he died, who became the trustee?
I became the trustee.
After Eric died, did Kouri Richins have the ability to sell the house?
No, she did not.
That morning, did Kouri Richins say anything about Eric's stonemasonry business?
Yes. She had a plan for how she was going to run his stonemasonry business. She was going to hire one of his best friends. His name is TJ. TJ worked for Eric's business partner's dad and had grown up working with Eric and Eric's business.
now this I found to be a little more suspicious. And the reason why I find this to be a little more suspicious is that how the fuck do you come up with a plan that fast? Like, I mean, I can get wanting to get the house out of the, like wanting to get rid of the house. Having the plan for how to keep the business going, like I wouldn't have the first fucking clue post, death of a spouse, right? I would just be like, I don't know what's happening to the business, right? I don't know. Something, right? I would need other people to walk me through that kind of thing, right? So this, I'm like, okay, that's weirder. That's even, and together, all of these things land into weird and not easy to explain, right?
Partner Cody and Cody's family in their family business, and he still worked with Cody's dad Shannon. So she said that she was going to hire TJ to run Eric's portion of the business for her, and that he would take care of all of it.
So am I right that the morning of Eric's death, Kouri Richins told you her plans on purchasing the Midway Mansion, selling the home she lived in, and running Eric Richins' business?
Correct.
So she's got all the money plans, right?
Do you recall a family meeting that was held on March the 5th, 2022, the day after Eric died?
Yes, I do.
What was the purpose of that meeting?
It was to start preparing for the services for Eric.
And who participated in the meeting?
So myself, my husband, Clint, my sister was there, Amy, her husband, Andrew, my dad, Gene, his friend, Tisha, Corey's brother, Ronald Darden, or Ronnie, as they call him, her half-brother, DJ, her, I believe, Bree was there as well, his fiance, and then her mother, Lisa.
Did you know Eric's wishes regarding burial,
Yes, my brother wanted to be buried.
as opposed to cremation?
Yes, my family is very big on burial and not cremation.
Okay, let's talk about this. If you got strong feelings about this, you should have that conversation before death. But I will also say that if you are the family and the spouse has a different opinion, you're probably fucked. Because, yeah. Now, I mean, if Mrs. Runkle died, I would be following her wishes and talking to her family, right? We've had conversations and so forth. But I'd also talk to her family and be like, what do you want to see? But like at the end of the day, certain people have priority. Yeah. Oh, crick. I can't even think about that. I am making myself sad thinking about that. So, yeah.
Did in the course of that family meeting the topic of cremation arise?
Yes, so we had gone through and planned the whole funeral. My brother would be buried by my mom, who the where he would be buried at, who the pallbearers would be, everything to like who would talk, who would say prayers, stuff like that. And at the very end, when I thought we kind of had it all wrapped up, Lisa Darden, Kouri's mother, said, "When are we going to talk about that Eric wanted to be cremated?"
Now, this is the thing. Kouri's mother, right? So, they're going to try to paint it as like Kouri wanted the evidence disposed of, but the mother speaks up. This sounds like some post family disputes, right? Yeah.
Did you observe Kouri react to her mother raising cremation?
Yes, I did. She looked shocked, like she was caught off guard at first. And then she went into it and said, "Oh yeah, he told me that he didn't want any bugs crawling on him after he was dead. It freaked him out. So we're cremating him." And I went on to ask.
You can see what she thinks. She thinks mom was in on the plan. That's my read on this, is that she thinks mom was in on the plan.
I said, "Kouri, why did we just do a whole entire funeral based around the casket, the burial, the pallbearers, sorry, excuse me, and now you're just bringing up cremation?" And she played it off and said, "Oh, well, isn't that what you do when you cremate them?" And to that point, I said no. And then my dad started getting visibly upset because he knew his son wanted to be buried.
And the thing is maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Like, I'm trying to judge every bit of evidence on its own, and I'm like, maybe he did, maybe he didn't, because sometimes people, like, these kinds of disputes come up after death, especially if there's money in the estate. So
I need to take care of some business with handwriting samples now, okay?
Okay.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Of course.
I'm heading to witness 8-49. Ms. Richins Benson, are you familiar with that exhibit?
Yes, I am.
Generally, what is it?
So these are all handwriting samples from my brother, whether it be when he signed his name for stuff at work or for his will, any of that stuff.
Can you please just thumb through each of the tabs? I think, is there 14 of them?
16.
16.
Do I have to pay super close attention, or am I okay?
No, I just want to make sure you know what they are.
Okay.
You've seen them before?
Yeah. Yeah, I have.
Okay. If you're comfortable that you've seen them before, there's no need to slip.
Yeah.
For K1, did you get those documents from the lender on the 282 Willow Creek Road property?
Correct.
And are they accurate copies of what you received from the lender?
Yes.
Did you then submit those to the Bennett Tueller law firm?
Correct.
On K2, did you receive those haircut receipts from Kouri Wright?
Yep. So they are also receipts from like Wasatch Steel, different. I know there is a haircut one in here, but yeah, they're all different receipts.
Receipts
Yeah.
from Kouri Wright?
Yeah.
Did you provide them to Bennett Tueller?
Yes, I did.
Turn please to K3 or tab 3. Under that tab, did you receive some tax documents from Greg White, some payroll documents from Integrated Solutions, and a hunting license?
Yes, these are all my brother's documents.
And did you submit those under tab 3 to Bennett Tueller?
Yeah. Only one I'm not 100% sure about is the hunting license, if I submitted that or not. I can't remember that one.
Okay.
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit further to the argument. They have a fight. The lawyers have a fight, not they don't fight the witness. That would be weird.
See, Tracy, you hand that over there.
Yeah, thank you very much.
She might be filling that. We're going to get a carafe for future witnesses, I promise. Okay, let's have.
I also note I'm highly sensitized to technology being weaponized. This isn't a poem. If Kouri Richins grabbed the father's Apple Watch and deleted all the data, there must have been something to hide. I mean, there's lots of possibilities for what they might be trying to hide, and they may not be like suspicious. Like, let's consider some possibilities. A, porn. B, porn of their mom. Because if they ever took pictures, then that's not something you want to hand off to the kid, right? Now, it could be things like she wants to destroy evidence, but it could be that she's just worried that there's gonna be stuff you don't want to show the kid, right? I don't know. And on cross, I think they did a good job with it.
Discussion about how to handle witnesses that are in both the state's list and the defendant's list.
Yes.
Ms. Nestor, what is the defendant's request?
So here's our request. There are probably,
Your Honor, can I pause? Can we excuse the witness?
yeah, that's fine with me. She can
That
sit.
would make sense. Yeah. And is that so that she doesn't hear this discussion?
Correct.
Yeah. Do you mind stepping out?
Okay, so this is exactly what they should be doing. This is what they didn't do in the Foss trial. But they're about to have a discussion about this witness and how her testimony should be conducted. So they're kicking her out of the courtroom so that she doesn't hear it. I mean, 100%, right? So.
The lobby for a minute.
Yeah, Shirley was here.
You can take it.
I mean, it could be. They were married, right? They. It's not impossible. So.
Okay.
Yeah, it's her cup. Ms. Nestor, please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I knew this was coming because of conversations we've had with witnesses, but there are multiple witnesses that the state is going to call, including Ms. Richins Benson, who also have information that relates to our case. She's just one, there's lots more. Obviously, if the state is going to shut us down from asking any topic that he didn't cover in direct, then we're going to have to recall all of these people. And this trial is going to get a lot longer, inconvenience a lot more people.
Well, it's the exact same amount of time. Tell me why it would be.
So here's the problem. Let's talk about what the strategic issue is here. The strategic issue is that she wants to cross-examine on everything, right? And the prosecution in this jurisdiction, apparently you can only cross-examine on things that were raised on direct. So the prosecution doesn't want her to be able to cross-examine on everything and only wants to be able to cross-examine on the things they ask about, and everything else they're like, you have to ask that on your own your own things. So this would give an advantage to the defense over the rule, but it also saves a ton of time. And so it's kind of interesting, right? So yeah.
Longer.
Because
it just complicates the directed verdict motion.
Because of the fact that all of these witnesses will be required to come back twice, get resworn. We're going to have to lay foundation again that's already been laid to refresh the memory of jurors. We're going to have to go.
She doesn't give a shit about any of this in the slightest. She wants to be able to cross-examine on everything. That's what she wants. And the judge is Look at the judge's face. The judge is facing. The judge is facing. And this is because the judge knows exactly why she's asking for this. And exactly, like, he's like, really? I think she would have done better on this argument if she'd just been open with it. But I don't know about that. He's like, come on, you're bullshitting me here. And I don't buy it for a second.
Go back over topics that have already been talked about just to refresh the memory of the jurors. We're going to be using exhibits that are already here, keyed up, ready to go. This court has the ability to control what happens in this courtroom. If you want us to call all these people twice, we will, but it seems a ridiculous imposition of burden on not only the witnesses, but the jurors to have to say, we're going to hear from them now and in 2 weeks from now. There's perfectly within your power to say, we're going to do everything this jury needs to do now. The state has the ability to come back on redirect and address anything that we bring up that they didn't bring up. But it seems a very inefficient way to run a trial. And it seems to be super hard on these witnesses to have to come back here twice and go through this 2 weeks apart. And especially what happens if something happens to them? What happens if she gets sick or she leaves the country and I'm stuck and I didn't get a chance to redo her? Then we've got a real problem in terms of the trial and the record. So
I mean, he nods along a little bit. You can see he does a little nod there. The issue is that if they did have a witness who testified and then died, or testified and then refused to come back, or any of those things, they could actually have a serious problem with like a mistrial, right? It's a slim possibility though, and it's not a huge thing.
And I've just never had a judge require me to do that unless it's just really unusual circumstances. So we are asking that every witness where we have information that the state decides not to go into, to let us do it now, not have to recall this witness, and then finally excuse her from her subpoena responsibilities.
You understand that to the extent the state raises relevance objections to your direct of this witness or another, I'm only going to have what's in the record so far. I won't have the whole picture to rule on that relevance objection.
I am not worried about anything we're going to talk with her about being decided to be relevant. Okay. I mean, it's clearly relevant. I'm just not worried about that.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, we're only talking to her about what happened with Eric, with this case, we're not going into anything outside of that.
Okay. Mr. Bloodworth.
Your Honor, the state prefers to present its case in an order that the state believes.
So what's his argument? His argument is primarily, fuck you, we do it by the rules. That's really what it comes down to. We do it by the rules. This is a murder trial. We get to stand on business and insist on the rules.
Will provide a proper narrative to the jury without interruption. Sometimes a proper way to present a case is not the most efficient way to present a case. And in an aggravated murder case, propriety has to take precedence over efficiency.
That line, I was like, he's won this. And she's got the expression of like, oh shit, he's won this. Yeah.
So far, all these witnesses are local. I could see perhaps if there's an out-of-town witness, rather than inconvenience in the witness with an extended stay or repeated travel, we could make an exception. But as the rule, this trial is no different than any other trial where, pursuant to the rules, the scope of cross-examination is limited by the scope of the record. Thank you.
Ms. Nestor, we'll take this on a witness-by-witness basis. With respect to Ms. Richins-Benson, I imagine she's going to be in the courtroom every single day. And if she's not, she's certainly subject to the subpoena power of the court. And has somebody subpoenaed her so she can't beg out of appearing?
He's like, she ain't going anywhere, right? She like this witness, you think she's going to vanish? No. This witness wants to stay here and watch you burn.
I mean, Katie appeared today pursuant to the state's subpoena.
Okay.
My man behind Bloodworth was led to believe there'd be sarsaparilla. That is awesome. I do like his mustache, but
And that subpoena lists the entire trial, correct?
It does. I have not yet released her from it, as
Right.
we do some witnesses.
Right. And so as long as I make clear to her that pursuant to that subpoena, she can be recalled at the order of the court, any danger that you were describing, Ms. Nestor, is mitigated.
It also means she can't stay in the trial for the rest. She's going to have to be excused under the exclusionary rule.
Is it Katie or Amy that's
Amy.
the designated victim rep?
Amy,
Your Honor, the state had designated 2 victim reps, and it was Katie and Amy.
we object
I
to
understand you objecting to the 2.
that. We do. We just
now you're going to watch a defense lawyer completely fuck themselves. And like, not in the way that you might enjoy watching it. It's going to be kind of sad.
we object to 2. We don't object to Amy.
Right.
Right.
The state has to make a choice. If you'd like to proceed as you suggest, you're entitled to do so. That's fine, especially because Katie is subject to the subpoena power of the court. We can make sure that she comes back. But the statute talks in terms of 1 victim rep. The exclusionary rule says what it says. So the decision before the state is, do you want to, for this witness, allow direct to occur today so that there's no basis upon which to exclude Katie going forward, or proceed with the presentation of the testimony as the state sees fit, understanding that may require exclusion of Katie. And I apologize for using first names. There's a lot of Richins. It's just easier. No informality is intended. Exclusion of Katie until her direct is completed in the defense case.
Your Honor, how about this? Was the court about to take a lunch break with the jury?
Well, is food here?
No.
Okay, so it'll be a bit. So I want to keep using time. So I thought we could use another, it would have been an hour now, 45 minutes.
Sure. Your Honor, can we use that time for examination within the scope of direct? And then we take a lunch break. It will allow me to consult with Eric's family regarding
Exclusion.
the exclusion. It will also allow me, Your Honor, to refresh my memory. We had at the time, the state had appointed 2 victim representatives, despite the language of the statute. We had briefed case law which expanded that language, and I just need to look back at that.
Yeah, I'm happy to be.
He's like, I don't think we're limited to 1. Spoiler alert, gonna win.
Educated. But Ms. Nestor, may we proceed stepwise in that fashion?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, we'll invite Katie back in, we'll invite the jury back in, we will complete cross-examination of Ms. Richins Benson. We'll take a lunch break, we'll sort out whether you want to proceed with her, whether I will allow you to proceed with her direct examination in your defense case today.
Also, just to make sure I'm clear, so Mr. Bloodworth brought up to Ms. Richins Benson the fact that she was the trustee. She testified about that, about the trustee and the assets being in the trustee, and that Kouri could not sell the home according to her.
That was her understanding, right?
Correct. So that means I can go into anything about the trust?
Well, it means you can ask her, you can seek to show that her understanding was incorrect.
Well, I have a pretty lengthy cross dealing with the trust, and I want to bring in the actual trust itself, the document, and I do believe the door's been open. So I'm just
Wait, what? Didn't they fight really hard to keep the financial shit out? And now she's like, yeah, the financial shit's got to come in. I feel like I'm in upside down land.
clarifying I can go into all that as part of following up on what he brought out in direct.
Well, you gotta be a little bit more. Oh, hold on. My apologies. Missed call. My bad. You're speaking in generality, so it's hard for me to give you a ruling.
So one of the documents I want to use is the trust document itself.
Sure.
The state has not introduced it, but they have opened a door to it, in my opinion.
Well, they opened the door to questions about what is your understanding based on.
Perfect.
Why do you think that?
Perfect. That's what I
Have you
need.
ever seen this document?
That's what I need.
But the trust is, to my memory, several pages long. I don't know
Yeah.
that her testimony relates to most of it.
I probably won't even admit it. I'm just going to use it for her to look at it to refresh and when she's answering questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Your Honor, just to be clear, that within the scope of Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
Yeah, more specifically, Ms. Richins Benson's personal subjective understanding of
Correct.
Kouri Richins' ability to dispose of the home.
And not all the myriad of other subject
Like there's all the
matters.
C, like isn't the trust going to all the C&E masonry interest and all that stuff?
It does, Your Honor.
Yeah. She didn't testify to any of that. Okay. All right.
Well, I assume they'll object and let me know if they think I go too far.
As both sides
And they will.
of the V do in trial. Anything further before we invite Ms. Richins Benson back in?
No, sir.
Mr. Bloodworth?
No, sir.
Let's do that first. Great. You could just guess anything you want. Yes.
All right, let's jump ahead. They're going to have some additional.
Good morning.
Good morning.
We've never officially been introduced, but I know we've seen each other a whole lot. But again, my name's Kathy Nestor, and I'm one of Kouri's attorneys. So I want to talk to you about, I want to go back a couple of years before Eric passed. You mentioned in your direct testimony that you are the trustee of a trust that Eric created. Is that right?
Correct.
And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Of course.
I'm handing you a document that's been marked as IMP KRB1.
Okay.
Take just a second and look at that document and tell me if you recognize it. I certainly don't expect you to read the whole thing, but just tell me if you know what that is.
Should start another goal. What should I make as the goal?
Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Sure, no worries. Take your time.
Actually, let's jump a little bit further ahead.
I think the document
Your
speaks
Honor,
for itself.
objection.
And that was would provide for both. And you agree that it was your understanding that this trust would provide for both Kouri and the boys. Is that right?
It would provide for the beneficiaries, and those four are the beneficiaries.
And Kouri was a beneficiary of this trust.
She was a beneficiary of the trust.
And that's what Eric wanted.
I think the document
Your
speaks
Honor,
for itself.
objection.
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Okay.
Okay, so
She just got beaten by the witness, but not badly. But the witness is like, nah, I'm not answering that. And she's had to back off.
basically there was as trustee, what is your understanding of your role as trustee? What is your role?
It's to administer the trust.
And what does that mean to you?
So to carry out my brother's wishes.
And with respect to the reality of that, there's a trust that holds assets. Is that your understanding? It holds his assets, whatever they are.
Correct?
And that includes cash and money and items, right?
Yes.
And you're supposed to see over that money and those assets
Correct, as the trustee.
and protect them, right?
Correct.
And distribute them to the beneficiaries as needed throughout their lifetime.
Based on what the trust says.
And that's your understanding of kind of your job, right?
Correct.
And as trustee, you get paid.
No.
You're not taking a fee.
So my brother did put in the trust that I could be paid and I could reimburse myself for the time spent. I have never once been paid for the time that I spent.
Are you fucking kidding me? The defense lawyer just came at her with like, you're getting paid for this, right? You have a financial interest in this. And she's like, I've never taken a dime out of this. Thank you. All of that trust would have bank records and so forth. Fucking check before you ask that question, right? So somebody said, what is a fiduciary? A fiduciary is somebody who has a responsibility that goes above and beyond their own interests. So it's a special kind of relationship. Lawyers are a very common form of fiduciary. So as an example of that, lawyers are often holding money in trust. It's actually one of the most important things lawyers can do. So a client comes to me and says, hey, I want to hire you. And I say, okay, it's going to be $10,000. We've got a trial. It's going to be expensive. And the client says, okay. And he puts in $10,000 into my account. Well, that ain't my money. That's the client's money. I get to take that money once I actually do the work. Like if I actually do the trial, I get to bill that out, right? Now that's my money. I've done the work. I can take the money. But until then, my job is to hold that money for my client. And I cannot touch that money. And when I say I cannot touch it, I mean for any reason. I mean, if I am trapped on a desert island somewhere and somebody says, I will give you a ride for 10 grand. And the only money I've got is the trust money. I got to say, I'm going to wait for the next boat. Right? Like that's an example of like fiduciary duties, right? You cannot touch that money. Lawyers have been disbarred. There was a lawyer who went and took a bunch of money out of trust. He went to the horse, the horse track. He bet money on the horses. He won. He went back to his office and he put the money back into the trust. And he was disbarred because they said, that wasn't your money to bet on the horses. Doesn't matter that you put it back. Fuck you. So being a fiduciary is a big deal, right? And there's various other kinds of roles in society where you can be a fiduciary, but yeah. Check her expression. That is a facial expression of, I would like to murder you. I mean, I'm just going to say, if I'm the defense lawyer, I wouldn't be drinking any Moscow mules that this witness prepared. I'm sorry, a little too soon, but she mad.
So I chose not to.
That's very generous of you, and that's because you want those boys to get everything they can, I'm sure.
I want all the beneficiaries to get everything they're entitled to.
Okay, thank you. So
you don't want to come after somebody who, like, if you want to come after somebody for being greasy, you better be certain they're greasy. Because in this case, the defense lawyer just went after her for like, well, you're getting paid out of this, right? And she's like, no, I'm not. Fuck y'all. Yeah.
say 2 months after Eric died, Kouri wanted to buy a car. She could do that, but she would have to ask you first, right? As the trustee.
Can you reframe that? So with money from the trust,
yes.
She wants to buy the car?
Right.
Yeah, there's a lot of litigation. So she did a lawsuit 3 weeks after my brother passed to try to set aside the trust.
Are you fucking kidding me? Defense lawyer just like, I should have saved the clip for this moment. You know the scene where Sideshow Bob from The Simpsons is surrounded by rakes? And he steps on a rake and it goes, and he goes, ugh. And then he steps off the rake and he steps in a different direction and rake. That's what the defense lawyer is doing right now, because she just avoided the one thing, and then she steps on the other rake and immediately gets the lawsuit in. And like, they fought to keep this shit out. And now it's in. Like, you just asked the question, you just got that in. And I'll say it again. Dig up, stupid.
So there's a lot of litigation. So I would work with my attorneys to figure out what was proper.
Let me ask it this way. What is your understanding?
What you should do is let me get in my time machine and like slap myself 5 minutes ago.
Of what, if there was no litigation, what you as the trustee of the trust were meant to do if one of the beneficiaries needed some money, if one of the boys wanted to go to private school, if Kouri wanted to buy a car, what was the process from your understanding?
So the trust was actually to split into two separate trusts, one for his 3 boys, who are the primary beneficiaries, and then another trust for Kouri. And you'll have to forgive me, I don't have the whole thing memorized.
Oh, of course not.
But it said in there what the money could be used for.
All right. So if Kouri wanted to spend some money out of the trust, that was authorized in your opinion under the trust, it would be your job to say, yes, here is the money, and give her a check, right?
That only made
Correct.
it funnier.
And one of the things the trust authorized was care and maintenance of their home. Is that right?
So that the home is a trust asset.
Okay. So if the house needed repair, the trust could pay for that.
Correct.
If the trust could pay for the mortgage payments,
Correct.
the trust could pay for insurance on the house.
Correct.
So in the year after Eric died, how much money did Kouri ask you for to pay for anything related to the house, to her, to anything?
Pause for 1 second.
Your Honor, objection in reference to the discussion we had.
Exceeds the scope.
Yes.
Sustained.
Okay. Did the
So now she's getting shut down on scope.
trust pay any mortgage payments on the home after Eric died?
Ms. Nestor, it's the same objection.
Okay.
Sustained.
He doesn't even need to object. The judge is like, you just had that objection.
Has the trust reimbursed family members for costs paid to a private investigator?
Pause for 1 second. Go ahead.
Same objection scope, Your Honor.
We're well outside the scope of direct, Ms. Nestor. Sustained.
So this is what she wants to be able to do. She wants to be able to cross-examine on these issues, but she can't. And she can't because of the scope issues. And so she gets shut down. And then we're going to jump to the arguments about her getting shut down. Because, yeah. All right. And here we go. Because she gets kind of petulant.
I'm trying to find the original designation, but Your Honor, the state has just filed a motion to designate. This is how we've been operating before. I'm trying to find the original designation, but to designate Kouri Richins Benson a victim representative. The statute provides for plural victim representatives. The beginning with defense counsel's cross-examination today was the first time that the state had any notice that the defense wanted to call Kouri Richins Benson as a witness. She's not been subpoenaed. She's not been on any of the Rule 16 designations. And so we have proceeded, we called her early so that she could get her testimony out the way, and proceeded in a good faith understanding that she would then be allowed to participate in watching the remainder of the trial without being subject to the exclusionary rule.
I understand the state's position. Okay. Ms. Lewis, Ms. Nestor.
Well, we don't want to call her as a witness. We want to cross-examine her, and they're stopping me from doing that.
No, state.
The judge is like, oh, you want to argue the thing from like way the fuck ago. Sorry, that's not how this works. You oh my God. Don't do this. If you lose the argument, lose the argument. Don't like get pissy about it and petulant about it, because that's exactly what she's doing. She's like, but judge, and the judge is like, no tantrums. You can't have the candy. Move past the candy. Like, which vegetable do you want?
Focused on the issue at hand here. Co-designation of Ms. Richins Benson.
We object
And tell me why.
because the statute provides for one.
It doesn't. It provides for up to more than one.
She's like, we object because the statute says one. He's like, nope, check the statute. It allows for more. And it's like, okay.
You look at the language of it. And so, do you have another reason?
I don't know why there's special circumstances that require them to have two in this case.
It's not a requirement. They're asking for permission.
We object.
Tell me why.
We object. He's like, I got that. Why are you objecting? You gotta tell me. It's like, tell me why. Ain't nothing but a heart. Tell me why.
because it's going to interfere with my ability to cross-examine her if I have to recall this witness and she sits through all of the testimony.
Me, have you ever listed her as a witness in your case?
We were not aware that they were going to stop me from doing this until...
We were not aware that they were going to make us follow the rules. Are you kidding me? Okay, that's an argument. Cool. No, not good argument.
About a day ago. So as far...
No, she's never been listed as a witness.
She has never been... I'm sorry. She's on our witness list? Okay. Are you sure? I don't think that's right.
For example, if I search for the name Richins on your witness list, it does not appear.
No, but we...
And the judge is like, you don't.
are happy to file an amended witness list and add her if I can't cross-examine her now.
You can cross-examine her within the scope of direct, regardless of whether she's on your witness list and regardless of whether she is a co-victim representative. The only thing this impacts is whether there's any prejudice to defendant if she's a co-witness representative who is not excluded.
So here's the problem. So if she's allowed to sit through the trial, then it affects my Sixth Amendment right to cross-examine her.
Whoa. Counsel, you don't have a Sixth Amendment right here. Like, at all. Kouri Richins has a Sixth Amendment right. Who the fuck are you? You're a lawyer. Unless you're on trial, you don't have the Sixth Amendment right. Maybe sort out like the basic law school shit before you get in here. But I mean, assuming she made the argument sensibly to say Kouri's got a Sixth Amendment right. The argument is this witness is going to see all of the testimony and therefore she's going to be prepped. And, this is why we have exclusionary rules.
Because she's been impacted and heard the testimony of every single witness in the case.
Would you pause there? Do you mean cross-examine or direct examine?
Well, direct. When I recall her, if I cross her now, I would do it now. But if she gets to then have the benefit of sitting through the trial and hearing everyone else's testimony, and then when I direct her, she's hostile, so I'll probably ask to cross her because she is a hostile witness and I am entitled to do that. And if that happens, then that does prejudice us because she's got the benefit of being able to shape her testimony around everybody else's that she's already listened to. So it is a prejudice. And I don't know that there's any compelling reason to let her stay that outweighs that prejudice, or just let me do it now. I mean, that's their decision, but that is a prejudice and that's very real.
Okay. Anything further?
No.
All right. Under Utah Code 7738(9), subsection 2, the court shall designate a representative or representatives of the victim. The legislature, in crafting that language, contemplated situations in which more than one victim representative would be appropriate. An aggravated murder case is certainly among the situations in which the family of a decedent might want to spread that burden and duty across two family members. The court finds that the state's request to designate Ms. Katie Richins Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is supported by the language of the statute and a good faith request. Moreover, the defendant's arguments regarding prejudice are not persuasive for two reasons. One, Ms. Richins Benson has never been listed by the defendant as a trial witness that they intended to call in their defense case.
Whoops. Womp, womp, womp. She's not hostile just because she doesn't agree with your case. I suspect that they can get her declared as hostile. I mean, yeah.
And more practically, the court finds that she likely already knows all of the admissible and inadmissible evidence in this case, and there is no additional or marginal prejudice by allowing her to be in the courtroom during the testimony of other witnesses.
It's like she already knows everything. So given that she already knows everything, who the fuck cares if she's here, right? The
state's request to designate Ms. Katie Richins Benson as a co-victim representative under Utah Code 7738-9 is granted. On that basis, the court does not have the authority to exclude her under the exclusionary rule. Mr. Bloodworth, anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay. Are we ready for the jury and the witness, Ms. Nestor?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Did we swap it? Everything's okay.
Do we
I
want
think,
to take a look at it before?
I think we're good. I think we've all agreed on it.
Let's just take a quick look.
Do you want to show it real quick, Katie?
And is it a clip or just a still?
It's a clip.
All right, we're going to jump ahead a little bit more.
Was tension.
And what did you tell the officer was the reason for the tension?
May I have a quick conversation?
Yes, sure.
My apologies, counsel.
I love how the prosecutor through this has this demeanor of like, oh, more of this shit. CHMLGR, thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. Let's do this. Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah, why is there tension? Okay, tiptoe right up to that punch. All right, let's skip past her looking angry and silent. These two staring at each other is also a bad look for the jury. I would not. Yeah, that's not great.
Now I forgot where I was, so let me think about it again. We were talking about what you asked the police, what you said to the police officer when you were outside. Before,
I don't
and this
think
is
she
before
will,
that police
but
officer
we'll
has
see.
ever entered the house, right? This is your first time to see this officer.
I'm not sure.
Okay. And you felt it was important that this officer know that your sister-in-law had a motive. What was your reason for telling the officer that information?
I had an overwhelming feeling come over me that I should let someone know.
Why?
She's like, why did you tell the officers that Kouri has a motive? It's like, because I suspected she did a murder. Like,
What was your overwhelming feeling?
That I should let someone know.
Because you believed it was suspicious? The death?
Honestly, at that time, I had no idea what was going on. I just had an overwhelming feeling. I had just barely talked to my brother. He was fantastic. When I talked to him just a couple hours before, I had an overwhelming feeling I should tell someone about this, so I did.
Because you thought,
why are you getting this out in front of the jury? Like, hey, jury, the sister totally thought that this was a murder.
Kouri was behind it.
I did not say that.
Did you tell the officer that Kouri had a reason to be upset with Eric because she had found out about your being a trustee over the assets before he passed?
No, not to my recollection.
You didn't mention being the trustee of a trust to this officer?
I knew that I was the trustee of the trust.
Did you share that with the officer?
Why would she share? Like, okay.
Maybe. There's a potential.
So you can't remember?
Just give me a second. It's
Sure. Take your time.
Like, she's the trustee of a trust. That's not a financial incentive to whack the guy because it wouldn't be her money. You know, they're like, you didn't say you were going to be holding on to all this money. It's like, she doesn't get the money. The money is in trust. It's
I mean, I did know that I was the trustee. So I definitely could have shared that with her.
And did you share with the officer that Kouri had been upset with your brother about that before he passed?
No,
So if an
not to
officer,
my recollection.
if an officer says you said that, that would be wrong? Or you're just not sure?
The questions are a little difficult. They're really vague. So
it's like, I don't understand your questions. They're vague.
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
She's trying to catch her to lie, and she's like, I don't remember. I don't know.
You mentioned that Kouri's son asked if he could have his dad's watch. Is that right?
Correct.
And you mentioned that Kouri just reset the watch and gave it to him.
Correct.
So Kouri didn't go through the watch trying to pick certain things out to delete, right?
I just watched her swipe it and give it to him, or delete it and give it to him.
If she hadn't swiped it, and I'm not an Apple Watch person, so maybe you know this better than I do, but that would have meant her son could read everything her husband had ever put on his iPhone, right?
I'm not an Apple Watch person either, so I can't answer that for you.
Is it your understanding the watches match the phone, basically?
Mine doesn't always, so, but again, I'm not an Apple person, so I can't tell you.
Do you agree there could be a lot of reasons why a mother would not want a young child to have access to everything his adult father had saved on his phone?
I mean, the answer to this has to be yes, or else you're dumb, right?
In a hypothetical, yes, I guess.
Okay. You also mentioned that Kouri told you that morning that she was going to sell the house.
Correct.
And this is the house her husband had just died in.
Correct.
And she was pretty traumatized about her husband just dying in the house.
That I don't know. You'd have to ask her.
In their bedroom, right?
What's the question? Sorry.
Do you think there's a lot of reasons why a widow would not want to continue to live in the bedroom where her husband died in front of her?
Honestly, I can see some people would and some people wouldn't.
Okay.
Fair, but this is good for the defense. The defense is making some headway here.
You also mentioned just now, and also when you were on direct with Mr. Bloodworth, that you never knew your brother to use anything other than Advil. Is that right?
When he asked what I had seen him take, correct.
Okay. Are you aware that your brother did use other substances?
After his death, from his medical records that I got, it said that he occasionally took it for back pain.
Took what?
THC.
Okay. Which is marijuana.
Marijuana.
So when he was alive, he didn't.
This is also good for the jury because she is stumbling over the marijuana, and it's clear she's not happy about the marijuana, right?
Share with you that he used marijuana, did he?
Not directly, no.
And you talked about your mom, which I think is great, was a drug and alcohol counselor.
Correct.
And that it was important to her that your family not be engaged with the use of drugs when she was alive.
No, I said prescription medication.
Okay. So your brother knew that it was important to your family. Sobriety was an important thing to your family.
I'll be honest with you, my mom was not against marijuana use.
Okay. But
that's a place for a follow-up question. My mom was not against follow-up or against marijuana use. It's like, how about you? You just said your mom wasn't against it. What about you? What about dad? Why'd you answer it like that?
you said you were?
I said prescription medication earlier.
Okay. But for whatever reason, your brother didn't share with you during his lifetime that he used marijuana.
No.
And I know you were here during the opening statement, excuse me, Your Honor. You saw this slide of all those gummies that were seized from Eric's. You didn't know that was in his house. He didn't share.
I knew that Kouri had some in there. He had shared that with me.
But he didn't.
She's like, those are Kouri's gummies. Point witness.
Tell you he did.
No.
Okay. And you also, did you know that your brother drank alcohol?
I knew that he socially drank, but he was responsible.
And he chose not to do that in front of you. Is that fair?
Correct.
And
that's probably because of the religious thing, right? I mean, different LDS members have different levels of particularity about this. Some will get drunk. Some of them will not touch booze. Some of them don't want to see you touching booze. So
it's also fair and totally understandable that your brother's not going to talk about his sex life with you.
He actually did.
Oh, did he?
Yes.
I mean, a lot of people found that to be weird, and I am one of them. I was like, wait, what? Okay. Okay.
Did your brother share with you that he was taking testosterone?
Yes, he did.
And you knew that?
Yes.
Did I'll strike that. Did you go through your brother's phone ever?
No.
The morning after he passed, was there a period of time where you saw your sister Amy with his phone?
She did have his phone.
And how long did she have his phone in her possession?
Honestly, I wasn't watching Amy very close, so I can't tell you.
Okay. Did you ever have his phone that day?
No.
Your Honor, stay within the scope. Objection.
Same morning, Your Honor.
Let's keep moving.
The issue of what constitutes hot drinks in LDS can be a very contentious issue. If you have a bunch of LDS people from different areas, you can start a fight that way. I don't recommend it. So, yeah.
The objection is overruled as to that last question.
After that morning after Eric died, did you ever, well, let me ask it this way. When you arrived at the house, had the police cordoned off any portion of the house and said you could not enter it?
There was someone at the hall, and they said that you weren't supposed to go back down the hall.
Once they removed your brother's body from the scene, and I know that was traumatic, and I'm sorry. Once they removed his body, were you allowed to
That sounded like a bit of an afterthought. Okay.
go anywhere in the house you wanted?
Yeah.
And did you see the police searching the kitchen?
Yes.
All right. What
Just
did you?
the garbage in the kitchen. That was all.
That was the only thing you saw them search for. Was the
Yeah.
garbage.
I wasn't around them all the time, so I don't know what else they did.
Okay, that's fair. At any
Hello,
point
79.
that morning,
I understand there is some sort of scandal around curling between Canada and Sweden. I don't really understand it, but sorry. I don't yeah.
did you hear Kouri being interviewed by police?
No.
So you weren't present when they questioned her about what happened that night?
No.
Did Eric share with you that he had used hydrocodone in the past, like in that pill bottle that we saw on the screen?
So Eric and I had talked about that. So that pill bottle on the screen, it was old. It was 2016, right?
Right.
Because Eric had a procedure, but Eric did not want to use much of it. So actually, Eric and I had several conversations when his back hurt and everything. I actually set him up with an acupuncturist and everything so that he didn't have to use any. So
Let me stop
It
you
was-
right there. Just 1 minute.
Okay.
Let's just break it down.
Okay.
So you knew that he had used hydrocodone in the past for pain?
he did not like to, but if it was extreme,
He did use it.
yeah, but he would never like take the whole finish the
And-
prescription.
And, well, as far as you knew.
Mhm.
And you knew that he had back pain.
Correct.
And you knew it because you're the person that he would go to when he was in pain.
Correct.
And you helped him try to find an acupuncturist for his pain.
Yeah, he went to an acupuncturist.
How often did he do that?
I set up the appointments. They actually helped really quickly. So he went to a couple appointments to I can't give you the exact amount, but
And when, okay, I'll strike that. You also talked about the prenuptial agreement
correct.
that you saw Kouri sign at their wedding. Is that right?
I saw it before she signed it.
And is it true that in the prenuptial agreement that Kouri knew that if something happened to Eric, she would not recover? She wasn't entitled. She surrendered. Let me ask it this way: were you aware that as part of the prenuptial agreement, she was surrendering any claim on his business of C&E?
No, objection. The prenup's in evidence. It says what it says. I don't think that.
The objection is she doesn't have to read the prenup. The other thing is that, okay, why are you getting into the financials? Why are you getting into the motive of all of this? Okay.
That's an accurate characterization.
I can rephrase.
The question is about what Ms.
She
Richins
that's-
Benson understood.
That's what I was
And
going to
so
say.
you will be able to point out later whether her understanding matches the text or not.
So was it your understanding that she was surrendering any claim to his business at C&E in the prenuptial agreement?
Only if they divorced. If he died, then she would get the business while they were still married.
Okay.
Okay, so you just established why it's better for him to die than to be divorced. Which side are you on? She's cross-examining her client into custody. Sorry, I've got hiccups.
But if he died, once you became trustee, you were aware that his business would actually go into the trust, not to her, correct?
The business is a trust asset. His partnership is in the trust.
Okay. And that was done before he passed.
Correct.
And again, you don't recall telling the officer that Kouri was upset about that prior to the officer coming in the house?
No.
Okay. The morning that you were there, was there any period of time where you were in the garage?
Yes, I went into the garage.
And what was your purpose for going into the garage?
A medical examiner or some medical person, had asked me, do you know if Eric took any kind of pill today, an allergy pill, anything? And I said, I'll go check his truck. I know he takes allergy pills, but I'll go check his truck. So I went to the garage to check his truck.
And when you were checking his truck, was there anyone back there with you?
Lisa Darden, her mom, and Bree, I think it's Swerenson, followed me.
Okay. And when you were in the truck, how long were you in his truck?
Not long at all.
Okay. When you got there, was Amy in the truck?
No.
At some point, did you see Amy in the truck?
No, not to my recollection.
Okay. All right. You also mentioned that Kouri mentioned to you when she said that she was going to sell the house. I believe Mr. Bloodworth asked, could she have sold the house? And you said the answer was no. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason the answer is no is because why?
Because the house was not Kouri's asset. It was in Eric's trust. Her name was not on the deed, anything like that.
But she was his spouse under the law, right?
She was his spouse under the law, yeah.
And she had a marital interest in the house, right?
Now that's all in civil court. I can't.
Sustained.
Yeah.
This is cause for a legal conclusion that is still under dispute. They are fighting this issue in another court as to whether or not she. So let's talk about dower laws. Who had dower laws on their fucking agenda for this? I guess all of us, maybe. So me and Mrs. Runkle own this house together, right? It is our house. Let's imagine that I wanted to sell this house. I cannot sell this house without Mrs. Runkle's signature on that deal because of dower laws. Dower laws prevent me from selling the house. And, and the reason why these exist is in order to, dower is D-O-W-E-R. It is akin to dowry, but different. Dower laws are basically to prevent me as potential asshole husband from selling the house, taking all the money, and leaving my wife destitute. And you might be saying, Mr. Runkle, you would never do that. And you're correct. I would never do that. But people did. And that's why dower laws exist, is because there were jerks out there who did that kind of thing and would divorce their spouse and leave them with, with nothing. So the guy divorces his wife and she is suddenly living under a bridge. This was considered to be a bad social thing for various reasons. We don't want, divorced, women having to live under bridges. So dower laws were put into place. And they exist in various places in various forms. And I have not specifically checked this area, but it's one of the things they're fighting over. So dower laws. All right. We're going to jump ahead a little bit here to about there.
Let's see. I have to see a calendar. I think it's March 11th.
So
I think
within a week or so of his death, probably, give or take.
Yeah, it was quick after.
And wasn't there a celebration of life on April 1st? Do you remember that? Were you involved in that at all?
No.
Okay, totally fair. Ms. Richins Benson, that is all we have. I'm sorry for your loss, and thank you for answering our questions. Thank you.
Mr. Bloodworth, any redirect within the scope of cross?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Please.
Ms. Richins Benson, you just discussed with
get ahead of the game, Scott. I don't know what caused that, but let's avoid that in the future.
I love the judge's casual thing. He's like, Scott, who I assume is the tech guy. I don't know what caused that, but no more.
Keep going, Mr. Blizzard.
Okay, Miss Richins Benson, you just testified in response to the defense questioning about a civil lawsuit.
Correct.
Did the civil lawsuits begin on March the 28th, 2022, about 3 weeks after Eric's death?
That is when it was filed. It was threatened very quickly after Eric's death.
And who filed the lawsuit?
Kouri did.
Against who?
Against me as trustee of the trust.
Defense opened this door. The prosecution couldn't have gone here without the defense opening it. Defense opened it, and now they get to say, oh, right, within like 8 minutes, while the body was still warm, she's filing lawsuits to try to take over this trust and take it from the kids. She's stealing the money from the children. And all of this is the defense's fault.
And to defend against that lawsuit on behalf of the trust.
Correct.
You employ Mr. Throckmorton, or your lawyers employ Mr. Throckmorton and Ms. Carrington.
Correct.
And then Kouri Richins was arrested on May 8th, 2023.
Correct.
After May 8th, 2023, did the estate or the trust employ Mr. Throckmorton or Ms. Carrington?
No.
The defense counsel asked you about a timeline where you presented certain information to the investigators, right? The detectives.
Correct.
And they referenced that information related to some financial information?
Correct.
Did that include your reporting that Eric went to get money from his bank and found an empty bank account?
Correct.
Did you also report that Kouri signed his signature on a $250,000 home equity loan against his house without his knowledge?
Correct. And that's what I told the detective that day.
And did you also tell them that Eric found multiple credit cards pulled in his name that he had nothing to do with?
Correct.
So the prosecutor has basically pulled out a bat and just gets to like start smacking the defense team in the face with the bat. And it's all their fault because they're like, our face is bat proof, right? And the prosecutor's like, okay, they opened the door, bat time. That's what this is about.
And that he talked to a divorce attorney?
At this point,
Correct.
we're going to renew our 401, 43, 404B. I'm also stating for the record that I think he's now kicked the door wide open. I want to recross on all the things I would have had in my direct because it all deals with this stuff.
You're going to have a longer conversation about the last piece. Your
Okay.
401 and 402 objections are overruled.
And 404B. All the financial stuff that we've litigated already. I think I have to do it when he tries to put the evidence in.
I know, but please approach for a minute.
And yeah. Ma'am, you broke the door open with a wrecking ball. I mean, she's like, well, now I get to cross on all of these things. And we'll see how that goes for her.
Did you provide the police with information on friends of the defendants and Eric's that they should potentially interview?
Correct.
Did you provide the police with information about a discussion involving the trust and control of the house 2 days after Eric died?
Correct. You're referring to the altercation on that, right?
I am.
Okay. Yeah.
Potentially, yeah.
Then did you provide some information to the police regarding, I think you mentioned earlier, like a demand notice as it relates to the civil lawsuit?
Yes.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay.
He's like, I'm pretty sure she's already dead.
Ms. Nestor, why don't you perform any recross that you think is within the scope of that redirect? We'll take a break, have an additional conversation.
Thank you, I'll be happy to. I need to grab that back from Brenda.
Okay.
All right.
Is that on like the letter's testimony? Or
Let
you
me
have to show it to me.
I
I'm
will.
sorry.
Let me pull it up. Katie, do you have the revocation? Yeah, just a minute. Let me look at what the number is. It's KRB 5 or 6. This one, it's probably, do you see it? The revocation? Okay, can you pull that up on the screen? Only for, Your Honor, we only want to show this to the witness and counsel
Understood.
for right now.
So this is like the boxing strategy where you go in and you like let your guard down and you lead with your chin and then you just get the punched out of you. Like, I don't get the defense strategy either. So, yeah.
That document is
Knew that there was a, I just want to I'm not going to beat a dead horse here, but I'm hearing you say that you knew that there was a previous power of attorney that had been given to Kouri, whether Eric signed it, didn't sign it, that there was a dispute about that. And at some point before he died, he said, I'm going to revoke all previous power of attorneys, including that one.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Thank you very much. Also, Mr. Bloodworth just asked you about Eric seeing a divorce attorney. Do you remember when that was?
The dates and everything, it was in 2020. So it was before he did his will.
About 2 years before he passed, he saw a divorce attorney, right?
A year and a half.
And is it true that you or your husband are the person who set that meeting up with the divorce attorney?
Correct.
Which one of you?
My husband.
And did you just know this person? So you're like, hey, use this lady, or why were you involved in that?
I wasn't. I just said it was my husband, so you'd have to ask him on that.
Totally
Sorry.
fair. Also, Your Honor, because, may I approach just to be safe?
Yeah.
Oh, the dulcet sounds of the noise blaster. I do not envy the people in court who are hearing the noise blaster because
Previously being questioned by me.
I remember the noise blaster from the Depp trial, and holy shit, did I hate that every time they blasted the room with it.
I asked you a question and we decided we weren't going to go into that, but we are going to go into it now. So I'm going to ask it very specific.
Okay. Did Kouri ever ask the trust to pay her any money in the year after Eric's death, separate from the litigation? Did she ask you to make any disbursements to her or the boys in the year after Eric died as trustee?
Not that I can remember.
That's all I have, Your Honor. And we will fully release this witness. She can remain in the courtroom for the remainder of the trial.
okay. Mr. Bloodworth, any additional questions for Ms. Richins Benson?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
You're welcome to step down.
Okay,
Thank you. Watch your step, please.
I gotta say, this witness is formidable. And I think the defense lawyer took a run at her, and it was like running straight into a wall. This witness, this witness was not fucking around. Yeah, I see somebody saying they play that in the room too. They blast that in the room. They're actually cutting the mic when they do it, but assuming it's anything like the Depp trial, it is so loud in the room and it's blasted out there so that you cannot hear it, or so that you can't really hear anything other than that. All right. Next witness is this guy, who is also here. He's got some great ears. Those ears are doing a fantastic job keeping up his glasses, and I think that's about all we need from him. So, oh, wait. Now we go to this guy. This guy has an excellent smirk. We're going to cut to the part of his testimony that is most relevant, which is the body cams.
D, as in David, is admitted.
And publish to the jury, please.
Scott, is this in a spot you want to start?
I'll restart it, and it does have audio.
I mean, he's got great ears.
Go ahead, sir.
I don't have the audio.
Is the audio instantaneous or is it a delay?
No.
Okay.
Should be right away.
I think I know how to fix this. Give me just a moment.
We'll need
If
to
you
restart it.
pause, yeah. We practiced this earlier. Give me just a moment.
Your Honor, most body cams, there's a 30-second.
That's what I thought too, but it sounds like they've edited around that. One moment, folks. Scott, would you do me a favor? Would you disconnect from the HDMI and then reconnect? Then, did you plug back in?
Yes.
Okay, will you cue the video again for me?
And no medical history other than his asthma. Yeah, I think it's fine disease, but I think it's painful sometimes. What did he take? What medicine?
Okay, what was that? We're going to slow it down to 1.
I think it's painful sometimes. It's fine disease, but I think it's painful sometimes.
Other than pain pills. Okay. All right. The pain pills I thought was a particularly interesting comment, given that the defense team just finished saying, hey, she never suggested it could be an overdose. And here she is saying the pain pills. I'm like, we didn't get through day 1 before a critical statement here is busted by the defense. And yes, that noise is life-saving equipment.
What did he take? What medicine does he take? Can you find it and tell us?
So there's the bear, there's the deer, there's... kind of it's got an interesting rhythm. I should not bob my head to that. I'm glad they're blurring out the bodies. The body.
Sure, yeah.
Hey guys, and no downtime. Denise, the person we got here, he's had 2 Eppies of Narcan. 2 Eppies, 1 Narcan. Blood sugar is 458.
Cam, you want to come out?
I'm surprised they haven't gotten her the F out of this. They're not defibrillating. This is a machine that basically does CPR and it pounds the fuck out of your chest. If you survive the Lucas machine, you're going to have like bruises, you're going to have broken ribs, you're going to get messed up, right? This is a machine that does CPR longer and harder than humans can. And yeah.
No history, chest pain when you went to bed.
What's your first name? What's your first name? Yeah, let me talk to you out here for a second. Let them do their work in there.
I cut out the part where defense cross-examined on, isn't it true she hugged you? Yeah, okay, yes, she did. Isn't it true she was wearing pajamas? Yeah, she was wearing pajamas. Okay.
So what happened today?
He was just fine. We were fine.
When you say we were fine, what time did you see him when he was alert?
We had a drink together at 9 to celebrate something at work tomorrow.
Okay.
We went to bed. I went to bed
What time did you guys go to bed?
I mean, everything is pricey in this house. Yeah.
9:30.
9:30. Okay.
9:45.
And then what alerted you to him today? Right now.
You know, when I just woke up, when I sleep with my kids, I always wake up and I go back in my own bed.
Mm-hmm.
I just crawled over on his side.
And he was laying in bed. Okay.
He was on his back on the bed, and I just.
Okay. And he was on. You said he was on his back. Okay. Where are your children now?
One's asleep in that room. 2 are awake with their ear to the door. I don't want them to go out. Please somebody took them out.
Where are the other 2 at? That are awake?
No, hallway bedroom.
And where's that at?
Who's there? First one to your left.
Okay. Is there any family members we can call right now?
Yeah, I need to call my mom. I need to call my mom so bad.
Okay.
I don't know. 911's still on the phone.
I am not finding this super persuasive, but I mean, your mileage may differ. Some people said, hey, she sounded super real to me. The thing is that people have different reactions. Sometimes you'll see people who just look, sometimes you see people in these circumstances that just look like zombies. And they just barely react at all. They just kind of sit there and they're just staring. But I find her crying sounds wrong, right?
I don't know.
Here. Okay.
I call my mom.
Yep. I'll give you a phone right now. Okay.
I need to call his dad. He's gonna be okay, right? Like I got in bed and then I just got.
Yeah, they're doing their best. Okay, ma'am. Here, you can use my phone.
So in the modern era, here you can use my phone often isn't super helpful to people because I have like 0 phone numbers memorized. So
Mom. Mom. Mom.
Yes.
Go to my house. Go to my house.
What's going on?
I don't know. Something's wrong with Eric. The police have girls are here. I don't know what's happening. He wasn't breathing. I don't know.
Who?
Eric.
Where's he at? I'm on my way.
I think my partner found your phone. Is this it right here? Does he have any medical conditions or anything like that?
He has Lyme's disease.
Lyme's disease?
Nothing major. Like,
Okay. So no heart problems or anything like that?
no, he just said his chest was hurting when he went to bed, but that's, not. If he doesn't drink enough water, when he gets on the bike downstairs, I don't know, it didn't make sense. And then he just said he was really tired because he got his allergy shots yesterday morning
Okay.
with my son. They go went to Cato.
And then when did you discover him? What time?
I got home, I got my phone. Maybe 3.
About 3.
3:15.
Did you immediately call the 911?
Yeah, well, I got up and, as soon as I turned over and he was cold,
Mm-hmm.
I just felt like something was wrong. So, I just put the blanket on him because I just thought it was cold. So I just, and then I sat there for a minute
Okay.
Alright? And he just felt so heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So
Any COVID or anything like that?
we all just got over COVID.
Okay.
You know,
And- And when was that?
a couple weeks ago.
Okay, so not recently.
Well, he just had a negative test. So I was the last positive, and then he had it. So his last negative test was a week ago.
Okay. Hey, ma'am, what's your name?
Kouri.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Kouri.
With a C?
Kouri.
And then here it comes. Going up to 1.25 because she doesn't say anything for like 20 minutes.
We eat gummies. Sometimes I'll go for gummies before he goes to bed.
Mhm.
It didn't seem like he.
So you see she's mentioning the gummies, right? And the reason why she's probably telling the police he eats gummies is she wants the police to think that maybe one of the gummies was fentanyl, right? She's like this feels like she's manufacturing the story.
Though.
It's like a gummy, as in like a THC gummy? Okay.
You know, he got some off-label gummy that, you know, from some sketchy person. It was fentanyl, and he died.
And who is his primary care physician?
Herb Lovely in person.
Who?
Herb Lovely.
How do you spell it? How's it?
P-L-E-Y.
Lepley? When was he last seen?
Just a physical. Like, everything was fine.
When was that?
6 months, maybe. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, like where I am, you can get gummies that are like, you know, you get the gummies that are professionally made at the, you know, the dispensary, or you can buy gummies from like some sketch ass dude on a, you know, wherever, and they're going to have different qualities, right?
Oh my God, oh my God, what do you mean? You're just fine, you're
Yes, Dad.
I don't understand what
Kids are in that door over
happened.
there. There's 2 kids that are awake. They're in that door. Yeah, she's to the left.
I also really appreciate, like, I am critical of police in a lot of circumstances, right? Because I'm a defense lawyer. It is what I do. But I really like this moment where the police are like, we need to make sure the kids are okay. We need to make sure the family's okay. Like,
I think the master bedroom. Or the master bedroom. So basically she said, went to bed at 9:30. She slept with the kids because then she goes to bed when she went to bed. And around 3 o'clock, He was cold and heavy. He has Lyme disease. He got an allergy shot yesterday. He might have taken a gummy, THC gummy last night. So,
I mean, I will probably take a THC gummy later tonight.
There's that special Emmy dicks.
it's probably gonna be bigger since he's here.
I don't know. What you gonna call this?
Oh, I mean, I'm pretty sure you could set off dynamite in the upstairs and not hear it downstairs in this house.
I don't understand. Like he wasn't safe. Like he. Did you talk on the computer?
Okay, 30. What's my case number? Copy. Yeah, firm. And the complaint's going to be the wife, first name of Kouri.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
You can lost the sound.
Scott, pause there for a minute. Thank you, sir. Scott, don't change anything for a minute, please. Yeah, don't change anything for a moment. Let me see if
I see people saying, what was the password? I assume the password's changed, so yeah.
Waiting for our Emmy, OME, and our detective to show.
Yeah. I'm wondering if he had an aneurysm or something with all the blood.
Okay.
That's, I know, there's a lot of blood for some unknown reason.
Were you first on scene?
We were second, but the fire guy was here before us.
And there was blood before you.
A little bit coming out as soon as we start doing compressions with the Lucas is when the blood came out. So.
Okay. All right.
I don't know.
No pulse or anything?
No, he was cold. I think he was alive. Not a long time, but he's been down a minute. He was asexually the whole time, so.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, pretty young.
She's like, yeah, nothing we could do.
Yeah.
Maybe took some gummies.
Yeah, that's what
She said. And then the hydrocodone. I think there was hydrocodone or something. 96 or something.
2016.
2016, yeah. Pretty old.
Did he take that?
We don't know. It was sitting there though.
It's in the drawer right there.
There's something.
It
what
is.
this right here? Is that it? What he's taking for Lyme disease?
Yeah.
No, check for
Sort of just looked at it. So it was filled in 2016.
Yeah, that one.
It's under his name. I think he sleeps on that side of it though.
What's that?
I don't know.
That might be hers. Is it
It's
his
his.
name? Oh, it's his. Okay. But it's empty, right? Or something like
Yeah.
that? Maybe we gave him more can. That would have, if you know, there's like laying there.
And then you arrived, he was already on the floor. Right?
Yeah, she had pulled him down to the floor.
Kouri? I'm gonna need to ask you some questions real quick, okay? Has he ever been in the military?
No.
No? Does he use tobacco?
No.
No?
911 did have her do CPR. She just kind of sucked at it. So, yeah. She tried. Yeah.
What does he do for a living?
He owns a stone-basing company.
And then when you discovered him, was he on the bed? Yes.
He was just laying on his side like normal. I just thought he was cold. It was cold in there, so I put the blanket on him.
Yeah.
But his body just felt like heavy,
And which way was he facing? Was he facing towards?
no, he was just up, just facing up.
Oh, so he's laying on his back.
Facing on his
Okay.
back. Just
And then did you pull him to the ground?
Yeah, that's what the lady on the phone told me to do,
Okay.
was to take the sheet and pull the sheet.
Okay.
So if you're wondering why they tell you to pull the guy off the bed, it's because doing CPR on the bed is going to eat all of the force, right? You want to pull the person and put them onto a hard floor so that then you can do proper chest compressions. And that's a, so that's why that was up there.
To the ground so I could do CPR.
Okay. What's his highest level of education?
It's a bachelor's degree.
Okay.
My husband's active. He didn't just die in his sleep. This is insane.
Any mental health conditions? No. Okay.
No.
How about any suicidal history? No.
Never.
Okay.
No.
Has he been seen by a doctor in the last 30 days?
No.
Okay. Has any prescriptions in the last 30 days? No. Has he had a history of falling or anything? No. Any history of prescription abuse? No.
I mean, no, when he was in high school and stuff, yeah.
Okay.
Pain pills, I think.
When he was in high school, he abused pain pills, she says. She never did anything to set the stage of any of that. And it's like, okay, all right.
Or maybe it reacted to his shots yesterday.
He just said he didn't feel good from him. Like,
He didn't look good last night.
he looked pale last night. And I asked if you were okay. And he said, yeah. But he was saying his chest was hurting. But
Does he have any history of illicit drug use or anything in the past or
no, never.
Okay. Do you have the phone number to Herb, his doctor? A chance.
I don't know yet, Randy. We'll see what we get.
I don't. It's just at the Park City Family Clinic, Family Hospital. Or,
Yeah, I can look it up.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all right.
Who told the boys? Kouri said a cop told them. Why would you tell a child?
No, they shouldn't have told him. I asked him
Oh.
not to tell him.
They all know. They told me.
How do they?
Okay, who told the boys? I thought she said who told the cops.
Who told the boys? Kouri said a cop told them. Why would you tell a child?
No, they shouldn't have told him. I asked him
Oh.
not to tell him.
They all know. They told me.
How do they know?
A cop told me. A cop told me.
What they told him?
No, I wouldn't.
We were in there, so we were maybe a fire
Do they
department.
know?
Maybe yeah.
Oh my freaking god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh. Oh my god.
God, that number just kept ringing this morning, and I thought,
Yeah, because we couldn't find her phone.
somebody called from his cell phone, and then when you Google it, it says it's a spoof number. I'm like, what? I'm gonna go up here to these people.
Mom, is the door closed? My room?
Yes, we
They won't let me. Is he still?
So I'll explain to you what the process is right now. Because he was in good health and his age and everything like that. Okay, our medical examiner is going to come and do their investigation real quick, and then also our detective, just to make sure that everything's documented, correctly. And then from there, they'll explain to you what's going to happen. Most likely, what I'm thinking, because he has no serious health problems or anything like that. His age, most likely, they're going to take his body to the
Oh my god.
medical examiner's office just to make sure that there wasn't anything else.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any questions for me right now?
No. He had allergy shots yesterday.
Yeah, and that's what she was saying.
Last night when I was here.
Do you think the allergy shots did this? Like, Okay, I mean, all of this just feels really weird. We're watching this because this is critical. I would cut it if I thought we could.
Allergy shots, you know.
He gets weekly shots.
Him and his boy get weekly shots.
So they're both just feeling good.
Like seasonal allergies?
Yeah.
Okay, season. And where was that at? Park City?
Park City.
Family Medical?
No. Jeremy Ranch, Granger Medical.
Granger, okay.
Oh my God.
I did. They're all watching TV. I said, you guys gotta go back to sleep. It's 4 o'clock in the morning. Cam?
Yeah. Need to go over there and the salad port to get the van keys.
Okay.
So
You're not wrong.
do this here with you.
Yep. We don't know. We went to bed.
All right, compare and contrast. Katie Richins versus Kouri Richins.
Clint's here. He's gonna help. Where are my boys?
The kids are in the
Where's my brother?
He's in this room.
No. Do I see my brother? Thank you.
Corey, is there a way you could relocate your boys upstairs?
Yeah.
Because there's gonna be a lot of traffic.
Yeah, I'll tell her to. What? Wait, come on. Come on. See you too. Bob, come on. Come on, Bob. I love you so much. Come on, my sweetie. Come on, sweetheart. Come on.
Working now. I can explain to her if you want to.
Okay. Go. I'm his everything. I'm his for his will, everything. I'm his attorney. I'm his everything.
And you don't have to
Go
worry about
upstairs.
that kind of stuff right now.
Upstairs with the boys. Go upstairs with the boys.
I'm also just going to note it is unusual for a guy his age to have a power of attorney when there's no like issues, right? So sometimes you see power of attorneys executed because like somebody's going to prison and they need a person on the outs to manage their finances, right? That's one way you can get a power of attorney. Sometimes you will see a power of attorney for like somebody who might be disabled or, the like. This is weird, right? And the reason why that power of attorney seems to exist is specifically because they were worried about Kouri.
I'm sorry.
No, it's all natural, okay? Just take a deep breath. Take a deep breath.
Okay. I gotta breathe. Oh my God, I gotta breathe. I just talked to him like a couple hours ago. You just woke up and he wasn't breathing?
I went to bed. I went back to bed because I have nightmares. So I went back in our room and about 3. And I just turned over to cuddle him and his body was just so cold.
It's been gone a while.
So the only information I know from what the medical staff that was here is he was cold to the touch, okay, and it seemed like he was down for a while.
We went to bed. He was fine at 9:30. I mean, that's when I went to the bedroom with Ashton. I mean, so unless he went, I didn't hear anything. I didn't even yell. He didn't say anything was wrong. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. Oh my God, this is not real. Nothing happened. I didn't hear anything. I'm right across the room. If he was in pain, why didn't he yell?
Sounds like he wasn't.
I know, but I mean, I'm such a light sleeper, I could have heard anything. I just could have heard anything if he just said Kouri, like I would have. He was so cool. He was so cool. I have to get your picture. I hope that's my brother. Can I go talk to my mom's in the there? He goes, no, and I. Great. I'm here for you, though. See? You make it through this. I don't know if we're gonna make it out of it.
This part hurt when I heard it the first time because you've got her saying like, "I've got you" to Kouri. It hurts.
That's just the most voice. Okay. It doesn't seem real. It doesn't seem real. No. Yeah. This is real.
I was probably gonna go.
Okay, I can't see your back.
Yeah, that's fair.
I'm sorry, I can't. I wouldn't tell you. I can't. This is.
Okay, so what do we just have to look it up? What do we have to do?
What's that?
Is there anything that we need to do?
So we're just going to document some. So there's some protocols we have to document. Like I explained to them, next thing is our detective and our medical examiner is going to respond to the location. They're going to do their investigation and document everything. And then most likely, because of his age, his health and everything else,
Do autopsy.
most likely. But that's their that's their field, not ours. So for us, our thing is now we have to just secure the scene until they get here, and then once it's released, it's up to them. And then most likely you guys will be able to,
I told the guy that.
Okay,
I said, you could go to bed.
They just suspected her, right? They didn't find anything or anything like that. So
to the funeral home in Morgan.
okay. And that's something you could talk to our medical examiner about.
I mean, no, they do so all the time. I don't know. What? Seriously, we were just laughing and drinking it. I don't talk about tomorrow. We were celebrating. We were just celebrating. You guys celebrating. So for what?
So excited.
What is happening? Like, he was fine. He was fine. Like, and he. After me, we were 9:30, 9:45. Like, I know.
He said he's just dirty.
I know. And then he's like, well, let's have a drink and then let's go to bed. Like, okay. So we did. And then that was it. Good night, I love you. Good night, I love you. That was all. Good night, I love you. They were so cold. They just were so cold. Is that fair?
Is there any animals that sleep in the bedroom with him?
Yeah, my dog.
The dog on the bed with him?
Most of the time, he's like a 10-pound little sleepy.
Okay. Was he
with Eric every day.
was he on the bed when you came in?
Was he on the bed?
No, he wasn't in there when I came in. Is your dad on the way, Katie? I don't
know. He called me, and I just like screamed, and everyone woke up, and then we're here. I don't think he can even function, of course. I'm trying to find someone to go with. Oh, my dad's almost here. Oh
my God, I can't tell him, Katie. I can't even. I don't. It's fine. He was fine.
I'll do it. My sister's almost here.
Can you just please explain to them the process?
Yeah.
That they can't pass the threshold until it's really.
What you're doing? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Was that what you're doing? Standing there?
Okay. Yeah, I thought you were like seeing if I was gonna pass out or something.
No, and that too, you know.
I'm so shaky. I think I'm just stay sitting until I will go.
Okay. He had that stuff on his nose. It was like, what is that?
So, like I said, I'm not a medical personnel person, but what the ambulance said was he did have blood in his mouth. I saw all the blood. So, you know, they don't know. It might have been an aneurysm. They don't.
An aneurysm doesn't get you blood in the mouth.
No.
His dad has blood clots. He had blood in his stuff. It was looked like snot or something.
Yeah, because when they do the CPR, it gets the blood flowing and gets moving. And if it's not pumping, it'll...
Oh my God.
It's like it's not helping.
Well, when I was trying to just do the chest compressions.
Most likely it was the CPR that caused it. Yes.
So, Kouri, does he have any other medications except for that?
He has high cholesterol.
Where would he keep his medication?
Our house, not for that. Our house cleaner just cleaned. I can't find where she put anything. But he doesn't take his Lyme disease doctor just is weaning him off of his Lyme disease medication, so he's just taking vitamins for that. He gave him something like for the pain because it causes him to. It just burns his body, so he has pain medicine. And
is it that green bottle?
I honest to God don't know. I don't know. That was the one I found in his bag that he just took to St. George because we just went to St. George. I would assume that, but if that looked old to me, I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm sorry.
All right, so Deputy Wynn, I want to show you a couple other exhibits. They'll pop up on your screen there and we'll kind of move through them. So first we'll do exhibit 1-.
All right, so that's the body cam. Now let's go to this guy.
Recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Okay, and it's not in your notes. It off.
When the call was...
Okay, so on many occasions, I have talked about the need for defense lawyers to earn it before they go hostile in a cross. And what I mean by earn it is that you have to get the jury there before you go there, right? You have to get the jury mad at that witness before you get mad, like before you start treating that witness poorly. Because otherwise, the jury just sees you as the asshole. And so the problem isn't that his cross is bad. His cross is good. The problem is that he has not earned a single iota of any of what he does. And it makes him hateable. Like, you just walk away going, fuck this guy. So let's
I had what had previously been provided to defense of a transcript, and we've seen the transcript that was shown.
Mr. Ramos, is this the same or different than 1-4T?
So, and I'll explain.
Or is it a partial?
So it appears to be sections, kind of clips. So as this was being presented, that's what I was going off of. I noticed that the transcript that was presented is different than what we have.
Come up for a second, yeah.
All right, so now they're they turned down the gain for that.
Mr. Nguyen, good afternoon. I don't even know what time it is.
Good afternoon.
It was well into the afternoon at this point.
Let's start off where we just left off. Ms. Shervanak was asking you questions about what it is that you
back to 1.25.
did or what you would have done had you found certain things. Fair?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you arrived,
Now, at this point, he's fine, right? I was like, okay, this guy's all right.
what we just saw, the videos we saw, that's from your body cam.
Yes.
You indicated that it is always off unless you turn it on. I think is what you meant. I think you said it's always on until you turn it on, but what you meant was it's always off until you turn it on. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in this case, we saw clips of it. Would you agree that's correct?
That is correct.
That is not from the beginning to the end, correct?
Correct.
Now, you didn't participate in which clips were shown, correct?
I was not.
Okay. Now, at one point, you do turn off your body cam. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
You don't recall doing that?
I don't recall.
Okay. If you had turned it off, when would you have turned it off?
When the call was over.
Okay. So if you were still inside the house doing the investigation, the camera would remain on.
Yes.
Okay. And if you had turned it on or off, you would have indicated that in your report, correct?
Yes.
For any other reason other than the call was over. Excuse me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, you indicated that you arrived around 3:40. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you left, I believe it's Officer Deputy Pimentel. You let him get out, check out. Is that correct? When it was time for him to go off duty?
I think so.
Okay.
See, so far he's not bad. Hates him yet.
How long were you there?
I don't recall.
2 hours?
I don't recall.
Were you there when the Mr. Richins' body was removed?
I was not.
You were not. It was before then.
Yes.
Okay. Was it before or after Mr. Gene Richins arrived?
It was after.
Okay. Do you recall anything about when you left?
I don't.
Okay. Do you recall seeing Deputy Woody, Detective Woody?
I don't recall.
Would looking at your report refresh your recollection? Do you have a copy of it?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Could you go ahead and pull that up, and I'm going to see what you have.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. This is different from what
It's probably have it on the other side.
Yes. Sorry. Give me 1 second. I just want to make sure there's different formats. So I just want to make sure I have the same one you do. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. I'm going to give this back to you. Okay. Go ahead and take a look at that or any other reports you have. Let me know what time you left.
It's not time stamped. So probably at the last paragraph where it says, upon their arrival, I released the scene to Deputy Orgel and and I responded to the sheriff's office to book in the photos from the incident and uploaded the death investigation checklist.
Okay. So then if you go to the paragraph before that, does that give you a better idea of who was present when you were still there?
Yes.
Tell me.
While waiting for...
You don't have to read it. You could just, if that's refresh your memory.
So after Sergeant DiBotello left, upon Deputy Orgel and Detective Woody and the medical examiner Sessions upon their arrival, then I left.
Okay. So then at some point after you let DiBotello go off watch, you then waited for those three individuals, correct?
Yes.
Orgel?
Orgel, yes.
Orgel, apologies. Sessions?
Yes.
And Woody?
Yes.
So they arrived and then you left, correct?
Yes.
Did you speak with Woody?
I think, no, I don't recall. I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall.
Would you have put it in your notes?
Yes.
Okay. And it's not in your notes?
No.
And your body cam, based on what you just said earlier.
So this is something you often have to do with witnesses, well, with police witnesses, because police witnesses especially, everything that police do should go in their notes. And if it's not in their notes, it basically does not exist, right? It's one of those things where, and so you will have to get officers pinned down to their notes, right? If this happened, you would put it in your notes, right? Yes. And, so it's not in your notes, right? Right. Okay. So it didn't happen, right? Right. And there's various ways to do that. I had an officer who was smirking at me at one point as I walked him through it because he knew exactly what I was doing. And, it's so he's just trying to do that. At this point, not a big
Would
deal.
have still been on while Woody, while Orgel, while Sessions was there, right?
Yes.
Unless you would have shut it off.
Yes.
Which you didn't.
Yes.
Now,
I mean, he's not doing bad right
put
now.
up just a still in just a minute of your body cam, okay? But before I do that, I want to ask you about your body cam. What software or what hardware does your body cam use?
I don't know.
What software or what hardware? All right, now that's a fucker of a question.
You're not familiar with Axon?
It wasn't an Axon.
It wasn't an Axon.
No, it was not.
So what is it?
It was at the time WatchGuard.
WatchGuard.
What brand is your thing? And he's like, you're not familiar with Axon? It's like, no, you asked a stupid question, dumbass. I don't know. I shake my head.
Now, does WatchGuard that you use, does that have an audit trail system?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you're done with a call, what happens to that video?
It gets uploaded.
Automatically?
Upon, I think that system, when we stop it and we go to the station, it uploads.
Okay. And did you do that here?
Do it where?
In this case?
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty sure.
And where did you do that?
He's throwing too much shade, right? You see him smirking here. Where did you do that? It's like, this is not the point to be throwing shade, dude. You haven't earned shit. You should be speaking to this guy like it's the way to do this cross is just to be like this face. You have not earned this face. This witness. This is the point where you should just be asking this is like, okay, you uploaded it at the station, correct? You can you don't need to ask where he did it. You already know where he did it. You can ask leading questions. Just ask the guy and you uploaded it at the station, right?
I don't recall.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were wearing.
Look at this motion he does.
I don't recall.
Now, this wasn't the first time you were wearing that body cam, was it?
It was not.
Okay. how many times had you worn that body cam before March 4th?
A lot.
5?
More.
20?
More.
100?
More.
Thousands?
Possibly.
And in those thousands, you've uploaded videos of your body cam, correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the footage and how to upload it.
At this time, I don't remember.
This is the kind of cross-examination you do when you've already showed the jury that the witness you're dealing with is a lying sack of shit. But he hasn't shown that. This witness is not a lying sack of shit. This witness is, this witness is just sitting here trying to answer questions. And you just oh man, this lawyer is super punchable.
Remember, because we changed systems, and I don't remember how that system worked.
Does it have a little USB cord?
No, I think it automatically Wi-Fi at that system was a Wi-Fi.
Perfect. So now we have Wi-Fi. Which Wi-Fi? At your home?
What do you mean, which? Oh,
home?
No.
Okay. Where?
A secured Wi-Fi at the office.
Okay. So you would have come back here, just across the ways here, correct?
Yes.
And would it have been in your desk?
No.
A separate room?
No.
And I'm like, where the fuck is he going? He's attacking this guy over where did you upload this? And I'm like, who the fuck cares? It got uploaded. Like, are you going after something here?
Where?
In my car.
In your car?
Yes.
So you connect to the Wi-Fi in your car or to the station?
Station.
Okay. So you come back and you do a Wi-Fi upload, correct?
Correct.
Now, at one point, you're told that it's been uploaded successfully.
I don't get notification that it's been complete.
So you just show up and it just automatically goes?
Yes.
You don't press a button saying upload?
No.
Okay, so
and that's intentional. It's so that when the officer returns, it automatically yoinks every bit of video off it and saves it. Now
the software system it's an automatic Wi-Fi connection without you having to do anything to your body cam. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at one point, you did review what we just saw, or the full length of the body cam we just saw, correct?
Correct.
And you made sure that it was complete, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So if there's, actually, let me ask you this. In your report, since you don't remember, in your report, can you please look to see if you indicate that you shut off the body cam for any reason?
I did not.
So you did not shut it off?
No, I did not put that in my report that I shut it off.
Okay. Now, sitting here right now, you don't know if you shut it off before Mr. Orgel, Miss Sessions, or Miss Woody arrived, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's talk about how you secured the crime scene. Where we saw you going around the house was limited to the first floor, correct?
Correct.
Did you go anywhere else?
Just the living room.
Okay. You didn't go in the kitchen?
No.
You didn't go in the garage?
I did not.
The detached garage?
I did not.
Okay. Now you took photographs, right?
Yes.
And you started getting bits and pieces about what happened, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay. And you started telling your fellow deputies about it, correct?
Correct.
And you start piecing everything together, right?
Correct.
Okay. You heard, for example, or you saw rather, when you arrived, EMS personnel, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you know any of those? Did you know any of those EMS personnel before arriving?
Before arriving, I didn't know who was responding.
But individually, have you worked with them before?
Only one.
Which one was that?
Sergeant Cernich.
Cernich. He's the one in the red, right?
Correct.
Okay.
And he keeps asking questions, and I keep going, where is this going? And most of them don't go anywhere. Like, okay, he knows this EMS person from somewhere. I am unsurprised because they're police and police deal with EMS all the time. Okay.
And Cernich and all the other EMS are talking amongst themselves about what happened. correct?
I assume I wasn't listening.
Okay. When Detective Woody appears, shows up to relieve you, you don't recall whether you gave Woody any information about what you have learned?
I do not.
Okay. You would have put that in your notes.
That I would pass on information?
Correct.
Possibly. If not, I would just tell her, explain her a brief of what I observed and to pass on information.
Right, because this is a case where there is a dead body, right?
Yes.
And a detective is coming, right?
Yes.
You yourself told the family, told Kouri, hey, this is the protocol. This is what's going to happen, right?
Correct.
Because of his young age, right?
Correct.
Because he didn't have any mental health problems.
Correct.
Because he didn't.
I'm just going to give you the whole vibe of this cross-examination right here.
Correct.
Look at this lawyer, like, her, you know, her expression.
Because he didn't have any mental health problems.
Look at this guy
Correct.
checking his
Because
watch.
he wasn't suicidal.
You see her roll her freaking eyes.
Correct.
All of these questions that you were asking Kouri were important, correct?
Correct.
And you were using it not only to fill out a form, right? It was to gather information.
I mean, at this point, the jury, like, this guy, the witness on the stand could, like, straight up confess to the murder, and they would still dislike the defense attorney more. I don't get why he's doing this. And yeah.
On the form.
But for yourself.
On the form, so that we're required to ask.
Okay, so you weren't trying to get any information and pass it on to.
This guy is Deputy Dan. He doesn't give us. Like, he does the form because the form is the form, and then he passes it off to somebody who's better at this.
Any other detective coming in to see what happened to Mr. Richins?
Yeah,
Yes.
I was getting additional information.
Of course, because
Yes.
this is important,
Yes.
right? Just like as counsel had indicated earlier, precision in this profession matters, and it matters even more in your profession, correct?
Correct.
So, you're there, you're gathering information for whatever's to come, correct?
Correct.
Because you don't know what's going to happen to this case that you were dispatched to.
I mean, at this point, with the way his demeanor is, I would not be super surprised if he, like, pulled out a switchblade.
Correct?
Correct.
You don't know if somebody's going to be charged. Correct?
Correct.
You are a fact gatherer. Correct?
Also, dude, stay put. Like, just stay at the freaking podium, because at this point, I'm starting to get seasick following this guy around.
Correct.
More importantly, you're a truth seeker. Correct?
Correct.
Because you don't care or shouldn't care what this piece of evidence here means. Correct?
But I do care if it's evidence.
But that's important. My point is this, is you are going to approach every single piece of evidence equally.
Correct.
Hey, and in order to do that,
I mean, that's not necessarily true either, because, for instance, if they found a bloody hatchet, they're going to treat that a little more, you know, a little differently than if they find, like, I don't know, you know, a bottle cap or something, right? The bottle cap might be important, but it's probably not as important as the hatchet.
you need to know what it is that you're looking for. Correct?
Not necessarily.
Okay, let's take this example.
Oh, man. Man.
You knew that they had taken a celebratory shot, correct?
A drink?
A drink.
Yes.
Okay. So, you know he's young, Mr. Richins, correct?
Correct.
You know that the protocol is...
The judge, like, if I was this judge, I would get up and staple this guy's tie to the desk or to the podium so he can't keep pacing.
To have a deputy and a medical examiner come in, correct?
Correct.
Because it's unusual that he died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So maybe something is in this drink, correct?
Possibly, but...
Possibly.
He's like, at this point, we had no clue that that was the case. There was no reason to suspect that the drink was poisoned. Okay.
Possibly. Did you?
But he's basically saying you never invest. Like, this whole thing, he could have done in 2 minutes.
Possibly go to the kitchen.
I'm 1.5ing this guy because fuck this guy.
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not. Did you possibly tell another deputy he was there, go to the kitchen?
I did not.
Did you possibly tell somebody else, go look in the sink?
I did not.
You did not.
Because this guy is like patrol like he's given a form. He is not the lead investigator.
That possibly is important, right?
Yes.
Yes. When somebody loses their life, it's important. Right?
That doesn't mean that they're necessarily going to go and check every single thing, right?
Yes.
You asked, and we all heard, you asked Miss Richins countless questions, right?
Yes.
And she answered all of them.
Yes.
Yes. You asked her questions that were on your sheet, right?
Yes.
And then you answered.
Like, why is he slapping the podium over you asked her questions that were on the sheet?
Asked her questions as things came up, right?
I did, yes.
Yes. Now, we saw you standing in the hall, and you were preventing people from going into her master bedroom, correct?
Correct.
To preserve the scene. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason you're doing that is because of all of these possiblies, correct?
Correct.
So, one of those possibilities was that hydrocodone bottle, correct?
Correct.
Now, you took a picture of it.
I don't recall taking a picture of it.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of it?
Yes.
Do you recall somebody opening it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall somebody taking a picture of the inside of it?
I don't recall.
Do you recall getting that hydrocodone bottle and putting it in an evidence bag?
I did not do that.
You did not. Did anybody do that?
I don't recall.
Like, okay, you don't need... I have cross-examined, like, this officer, not like this guy specifically, but the officer on the investigation where you're... And the thing is this is exactly the place where you do the friendly cross. This, like, 100% friendly cross. You could get all this out just not looking like a giant douchebag for the jury. You can just be like, so there was a hydrocodone bottle, right? Yes. Okay. And the hydrocodone bottle was potentially important, right? You'd agree with that? Yes. Did anyone seize the hydrocodone bottle? No. You didn't seize it? No. Did somebody else seize it? No. You don't need to come at him like it's fucking World War III. Like, just be friendly. Have a chat, right? You could get this officer where you and this officer are kind of having a friendly conversation about all the shit they didn't do, right? Instead, this guy just looks like the jury's looking at this guy and going, usually with a dick, the hair is at the base, but with this guy, it's at the top. That's what they're like.
Now, having a celebratory drink, you found out, happened in the house, correct?
Yes.
They didn't go out somewhere, correct?
Correct.
And you knew that Miss Richins' mother was also there, right?
I didn't know.
You didn't know?
I didn't know she was there.
Really? I mean, I have 1 second too.
Judge is like, okay. All right. Wait, he's filling up his water? It's like, okay. All right.
I think we all knew that she was there because we just heard Miss Darden say, yeah, you look pale. So you didn't know that Kouri's mom was there the night before?
I did not know she was in the house the night before.
Fair. Now, you were told, and you do know, that Kouri said maybe he took some gummies? You remember that, right?
Yes.
And
somebody's phone going off. Awesome. Was that the lawyer's phone?
And you have, I imagine, familiarity with gummies, right?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, I'm not saying you take them. I'm just saying you're.
To be fair, I'm not saying you take them. Fuck, dude.
Familiar with them, correct?
Yes.
You know how big they are. They're not that big.
No.
Right?
Yes.
You didn't search for those.
No, I did not specifically search for those.
Not specifically. Please elaborate.
I didn't go out and search because I was not in charge of looking for medication or anything like that.
Oh. So you weren't in charge of it. Who was?
Deputy Pimentel.
Okay. So you told Deputy Pimentel to go do that.
That was his job, to look for medications or anything like that.
Right. But what I'm saying is, somebody would have to tell him, hey, go search for this.
I passed the information to Sergeant DiBotello.
Correct.
He's like, I am like Officer Foot Soldier. My job is not to do all the things, so I don't do all the things. I'm here like just doing basic shit, and I don't get to start a murder investigation on my own.
You're passing along the information. Now, you were there for an unknown time, and you indicated Pimentel was the one who's in charge of looking for that, correct?
Yes, he was assigned for that duty.
Now, at one point, you relieved him. Correct?
Deputy Pimentel?
Correct.
I don't recall.
You just indicated a little bit ago that you relieved him so he can leave.
Oh, when he left,
Yes.
for him to leave.
Correct.
I may well do recaps every night. We'll have to see. I mean, if tomorrow is as dumb as today, then probably. I mean, this guy, this defense lawyer is making the witness, like, you're trying to show that this witness is what is it? Oh, and that is an awesome name, Rezanti. I love it. And I'm guessing it's accurate. But he's trying to make it look like this witness is a jackass, right? You're trying to make it look like this witness is not doing his fucking job, right? That this guy is, this guy fucked up the investigation. That's what you're trying to do. But you can't go in there like this guy is deputy dipshit until you've already gotten the jury to this guy is deputy dipshit. Because when they attack this guy and he actually just seems like this officer seems like a pretty chill dude. He's not rising to the bait. He's not getting angry. He's just responding reasonably. And like at the end of this, you want to go for a beer with the officer, and you kind of hope that the lawyer, drowns in the toilet like that, you make this guy look good. And at the end of the day, all the jury remembers is that you were mean to him and that you had no basis for it. And no, you're letting the officer win. Oh my God. This is the kind of witness that you should absolutely be just like dripping kindness at, because either he answers your questions or he is a dick back to you to dodge your questions when you are being the nicest person, right? And then you can go hard. But you start off being so nice, right? So you want the jury to be like, you want the jury to start out going like, are these two dating? Are they together? And the thing is, Jenny Lou, I'm gonna call you out a little bit, but I'm not calling you out aggressive. Like I not one shred of valuable testimony came out of Ramos's questions. Not one. The thing is that you're actually wrong. They got good information out of this witness. But nobody who is watching this comes away thinking that this was a good cross or they got anything good, because all of the good things they got get buried in fuck this guy. It's like, here's a good thing, and then we've got like 72 layers of fuck this guy. It's the princess and the pea, where the pea is the useful information, and then it's under like 100 mattresses, and the mattresses are made of like angry crabs. Why? Why?
You relieved him, right?
Yeah, not the medical checklist duty, but to relieve him to leave.
What did they get? Well, they get that they didn't seize the glasses. They get that they didn't seize or inspect the pill bottle, right? Those are the questions he wants to get. And so, but the thing is, he could have gotten everything he needs out of this in like 5 minutes, in and out, politely, right? You'd agree that at this, here's Runkle going in for the cross, right? I have zero prep on this, but let's go. So, officer, you'd agree that when you got to this scene, it was a strange death, yes? And if he says yes, you can move on. If he says no, you say, well, officer, wasn't this a very young person who seemed to be in good health? He had some issues, but good health generally, right? Yes. And because it was strange, you thought maybe you'd need to do an autopsy, right? Yes. Okay. So you've got an unexplained death at this point. There's no obvious cause, right? Yes. There's no gunshot wound. There's no axe. There's no any of this. You'd agree with that, right? Yes. So you at this point, you don't know if it's a poisoning. You don't know if it's intentional, accidental. You don't know any of this, right? Yes. And in the course of that, you heard that he'd consumed liquids. He had a drink before, right? Yes. So that drink could, not likely or, definitely, but could have been connected, right? Yes. Did you seize the glasses? No. Do you know if any other officers seized those glasses? I don't think anyone did. Okay. You'd agree the glasses could be important, right? Yes. Okay. There was a pill bottle, right? Yeah. Do you know if anyone seized the pill bottle? Like, you can do it super politely. And I mean, I am having trouble being the polite level I want to because I really hate what the defense lawyer is doing and I am animated. But you can say, like, did you see the pill bottle? Do you know if anyone checked it? Do you know what happened? All of these are good questions to ask. They're excellent questions to ask, but ask them nicely so that the jury is listening to them and not just sitting there going, oh my God. And the other thing is he spends so much time going after this guy over bullshit, like the cameras when they upload, that goes fucking nowhere. That at the end of it, you get to, okay, he took a bunch of swings and they were all misses, right? You want to actually go specifically to the things you need. Like your cross-examination plan for a witness, and you go in with a plan, right? You have a plan, and sometimes the plan gets blown out of the water on direct or wherever else, but you start with a plan, right? And the plan should be the key thing that I have whenever I have a cross-examination plan. Like right at the top, I put for the plan, here are the things I want this witness to say. I want this witness to say the cups were important. And I want this witness to say he didn't seize the cups and no one else did. Cool. I want this witness to say the pill bottle was important and he didn't take the pill bottle. And the shit about the, like, where the body cam uploaded, I don't care. Why do I care where the body cam uploaded? Clearly it did because we have the body cam footage. So, and stick to what you need. Get what you need. If you see any other loot while you're in there, because like you could think of this as like a dungeon crawl. You go in, you get the stuff that is the mission objectives. And if you see any other loot, you grab that too. Like if he said something like, well, I didn't think to get the glasses because I was so drunk that day. You'd be like, all right, now we're going to that. But otherwise, you just, yeah. This is not good. He gets some good things. There were some good parts of it. He did you take notes really well. He did that nicely. Like he did that well, but he did it from a perspective of hostility that he had not earned and never earns in this cross.
Right.
Yes.
On his way home. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. So who did you assign to take over his responsibility?
I don't recall.
Could you please look at your report?
I don't indicate that. I did not indicate that in my report.
So how would we know if that was even done?
Because Deputy Pimentel will possibly write his supplemental report that cover what he did.
Okay, so we'll ask, when he's called by the state, we'll ask him. Now, here's a thought. You don't search for gummies. And you would agree this whole environment's a traumatic environment?
Yes, it is.
Right?
Yes, it is.
For everybody. Correct?
Correct.
Yourself included.
Correct.
I mean, there's such a thing as secondary trauma, correct?
Correct.
He's like, now he's getting into whether this officer's getting PTSD attending this, and I'm like, what?
So, let's give everybody some grace.
Sir, to give everyone some grace. Fuck, dude, that was like 3 hours ago. Before you got up out of your chair, you should have thought of that.
Now, you found out about the gummies from who?
Found out what gummies?
Who told you that he might have taken gummies?
Oh, from Miss Kouri Richins.
Correct. So,
okay.
Who would know where the gummies are?
Miss Kouri Richins.
And did you ask her?
I did not specifically ask her about the gum.
I mean, that's a good lead, right? Who told you about the gummies? Kouri Richins. Who would know where they are? Kouri Richins, right? That parallel is you dragging the witness to the answer you want, right? That's the technique that he's using there. Get him to say Kouri Richins, and then ask about who would know where the gummies is, and he's going to say Kouri Richins again, right? Excellent. But holy crap, the like snark and the sneering on it is just uncalled for.
Gummies.
Not specifically about the gummies. Please elaborate.
I asked her about his medical prescriptions.
Nope. We're talking about the gummies. Did you ask?
So asking about the prescriptions might elicit answers about the gummies.
Her, Miss Richins, about the gummies that she told you about, that she volunteered. Did you ask her where they were?
I did not.
You did not. Did you tell Pimentel to ask her?
I did not.
You did not. So it's not like they were hidden somewhere. You knew where they could have been. Correct?
I did not know where.
I mean, he's coming at this like it's World War III, and instead he could have just said, you never checked the gummies, right? You didn't seize the gummies. You don't know if these gummies, because the argument here is maybe there were some laced gummies, right? Okay.
You couldn't have asked a question? You couldn't have asked where they were?
I could have.
And you didn't, right?
Correct.
Now, you have been an officer since 2012. Correct?
In Utah, yes, correct.
What about before?
2003.
2003. In that time, you've learned quite a bit of things. Correct?
Correct.
How to
I like how he's waiting. Is that a question, dude?
Investigate. Correct?
Correct.
How to document. Correct?
Correct.
How to interview. Correct?
Correct.
How important each case is. Correct?
Correct.
Because everybody counts or nobody counts, correct?
Correct.
I feel like this guy is going to have a prolapse later in life just because, like, the contents of his ass are just going to want to escape the rest of his body. Dude, you don't need to be such a dick.
Now, we've talked about things that you didn't do. Let's talk about one thing you did do. Miss Richins told you how she got into bed and felt Eric's cold body, right?
Yes.
And she starts trying to say, well, I mean, we keep the temperature up, right? Or down, correct?
What is it, up or down?
Yes.
And what do you do with that piece of information? What do you notice?
That the temperature was set at 70 degrees.
Cold body, and you check thermostat, correct?
Correct.
And you even make a note that you thought it was a little warm, correct?
Where the fuck is this going?
Put down the temperature, correct.
What was the temperature?
70.
And what?
Why would they record the temperature? Oh, right, because that can be relevant to an investigation.
What did it actually read at?
71.
That's attention to detail, right?
Correct.
Because she told you something about a temperature and you wanted to verify it, correct?
Correct.
But it's only
He was probably super bored.
what you want to verify, correct?
No.
It's not. We'll leave it. Let's talk about times. Everybody's looking at that clock right now, and I'll try to shut up real quick.
Everyone's looking at that clock right now, and I'll try to shut up real quick. Dude, you should clue in. And, like, I hope this guy goes on Twitter later, and I hope this guy, like, checks out, you know, EDB and me and, you know, wherever else, and is just like, oh, right, maybe I should not be the world's biggest douche. I mean,
But I might need to come back tomorrow, Judge. You gathered information about time, correct?
Correct.
You even get down to the minute.
I mean, police officers always record shit down to the minute, dude. Fuck.
At some points, correct?
Correct.
When you're filling out the form, for example. Let's go back to that. You remember there was a group of EMS people, including Mr. Cernich, correct?
Correct.
And you're writing down, what time did you guys get here? Correct?
I did not ask that question.
Did you overhear it?
I did not.
Really? Okay. We'll leave it alone.
I, at this point, would object and just say, why, like, cut the comments. We'll leave it alone. Okay, then leave it alone. Just, cut the editorials.
You need to document when things happen and where they happen, correct?
Correct.
Because you know that the information that's going to go into your report is going to be seen by other officers, correct?
Correct.
By possibly.
See, this part is actually good. And what I mean by that is that his technique is good. You've got to, like, often you have to go through the, what do you do? Like, your report doesn't suck, right? So if there's something missing in it, then it didn't happen. This, like, his technique is good. His tone is awful.
Where they happen, correct?
Correct.
Because you know that the information that's going to go into your report is going to be seen by other officers, correct?
Correct.
By possibly prosecutors, correct?
Correct.
By possibly judges, correct?
Correct.
By possibly jurors, correct?
Correct.
So,
like, this is worth doing. Like, you have to do this to police witnesses all the time, where you're like, you knew that this was important, and therefore you took careful notes. And so, yeah.
in your report, go ahead and review it and tell me if you identify times there.
There's several.
Let's start with the first. Are you on paragraph, let's see, 3?
Yes.
The narrative? Okay. And what is that time related to?
The time they had a drink.
Which was what?
9 o'clock.
Now, is that exactly 9 o'clock?
I mean, probably not. They didn't, like, sit. This guy wasn't hiding in that person's, hindquarters with a stopwatch.
On my report?
No. Did it actually happen at 9 o'clock?
No, Miss Richins advised me that they had a drink at 9 o'clock.
Okay. And did you, confirm with her how she knew that?
No, I took her word for it.
Correct. Now, you arrived at 3:40. Okay. What time were you dispatched?
I don't recall.
Were you dispatched? Would your dispatch be on your report?
Probably in the call logs.
Do you have that?
I do not.
Okay. Do you think did it take you 40 minutes to get there?
I don't recall.
I'll leave it alone. So she says about 9 o'clock. You get there at 3:40, approximately, right?
Yes.
Now, during this time, you had some conversations with EMS. I believe it was Offred that we saw in the video. Is that correct?
Upon arrival?
No. During your investigation, during the video we just saw at the end, she indicated, it's the lady who indicated, we think it's an aneurysm.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah. And she had said he had been cold for a while, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the reason times are important, right, is because you need to try to figure out, hey, when did he die, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you say around 9, when you put around 9 in your report, or Ms. Richins says around 9, that's not exact. Correct?
All right. What time did I have dinner? I don't fucking know. Around 5:30-ish. Because I don't stop and check my watch. I mean, I can figure out exactly what time I opened this drink because I did it on camera and it's recorded and all of that. But like most of the time, you don't know this, right? Like, what's the point of asking, what time? Come on.
It's going off her statement.
Good generalization. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go to the next one. When's the next time you see a time arrival there?
The time they went to bed.
And when was that?
9:30.
So you say go to bed. Now, is that really when she closed her eyes and she was asleep?
The time she went to bed, I'm sorry.
Correct. Just went to bed, right? Like to the bedroom to start going to sleep. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Judge, I think I'm pushing it.
I think you've been pushing it since you stood up, dude.
May we rest here and pick it up tomorrow? That way we're not. Is that okay?
Your Honor, I guess the fundamental question is how much longer?
You see the judges. You see the judge is like, come on up here. The judge is tired of his shit. The prosecutor is tired of his shit. This moment right here, like, this should not be happening.
We rest here and pick it up tomorrow. That way we're not. Is that okay?
The judge is looking at him like, seriously, you fuck? Seriously? And then listen to the prosecutor.
Your Honor, I guess the fundamental question is how much longer?
He's like, come on up. Yeah, he's like, I mean you. Get the fuck up here. Do you see rubs his hands together? It's like, ooh. It's like, counsel, I am going to tell you what the fuck. Look at this. Look at this moment right here. Look, like, that is telling you all the shit. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we've worked hard today. I appreciate your patience. Let's recess for the day. Some instructions, please, with fair warning that you will quickly become tired of me saying this, but I have to say it nonetheless. First, I need you to be back ready to get back to work tomorrow morning at 8:30, please. And if I can navigate my notes here, give me one moment. This evening, please remember, do not speak to anyone about this case. Don't speak to each other about it. Do not let anyone engage you about the case. It
Do not watch this channel, like, at all.
is off limits. Please do not read, watch, or listen to anything about the case. You have to either actually or effectively change the channel. Move on if you see a headline, go to a different website, change the radio channel, go to another TV channel. Please do not read, listen, or watch anything about the case. Please don't post anything about the case. No research, no Google, no maps, no dictionary. Everything you learn about this case, you have to learn in the courtroom. I appreciate your patience.
I love his speech. It's a great speech. I don't think there was anything that they... Oh, yeah, they did.
Please travel safely. Follow the deputy's instructions. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 8:30. You can leave those on your chairs if you want. Is that okay? Yeah. Thank you.
It is, but, I mean, they can watch after the trial is done.
All right, folks, have a seat. Deputy, I need you to be back tomorrow morning at 8:30.
Yeah.
Make that happen?
Yes.
Tonight, don't talk to anybody about your testimony. Okay? Can you agree to do that?
I agree.
Okay. You're free to go for the night, sir. Thank you.
I love this judge's really chill demeanor. He's very polite to everyone he's dealing with. I mean, he can be stern, but I mean, it's like waiting for the jury to go.
One moment, counsel. Okay. Mr. Ramos, Ms. Nestor, Ms. Lewis, anything on the record today? Mr. Bloodworth, Ms. Sherbanek.
Yes, Your Honor. Can we have a brief discussion as it relates to chain of custody, the Wainea case, and the state's need to bring in certain chain of custody witnesses, probably beginning tomorrow?
Okay. This is new to me. I don't have much context for it. Help me out.
Do you want to handle it?
I'm happy to.
All right. Can I turn it over to Ms. Sherbanek?
Sure, of course.
Thank you.
Always.
So, Your Honor, for the benefit of the record and for planning purposes for witness testimony tomorrow, a few days ago, the defense notified us that they are not stipulating to the chain of custody as it relates to the electronics, specifically phones, in this case.
All right, so let's talk about what chain of custody is. Let's imagine this knife is relevant to a case, right? Like, you know, you find it in a guy, right? Knife found in dude. Okay. So now you got a problem because now you need for this knife to get to court. But along the way to court, it's going to go to various experts. It's going to go to all the things. So they take the knife. Like, I am officer friendly. I take the knife. And then I put the knife in an evidence bag. Cool. Knife goes from evidence bag. I take the evidence bag and drop it off at the station into the locker. Cool. We got a line, right? Some other officer pulls the knife out, and they mail that to an expert who's going to look at it for, I don't know, fingerprints or DNA or whatever, right? So each step they have to record what the what the deal is, like where it was, when it was, when the bag was open, when the bag was resealed. And the point is to make sure that, the knife is the knife. So, as an example, I had a case where there was drugs. They seized drugs for my client, or something they say is drugs, and then it shows up at the at trial. And the problem is that they had a problem with chain of custody, right? Somewhere the drugs were taken out of custody, and then somewhere the drugs come back in. And the problem, especially in that case, was that we weren't sure that the drugs were the same drugs, right? And so at that point, the client is getting acquitted because how do you prove it's the same drugs, right? Because the knife that shows up in evidence has to be relevant. And once you break the chain of custody, you really impact the relevance of this knife, right? If this is not the knife that was found at the scene, then who the fuck cares about this knife, right? So you need that connection, right? You need that. You need to have a continuous path of, we know this is the knife because we documented the path of this knife through the court system. Not enough. I do not do that kind of area of law, so I can't help you on that one. But yeah, that's chain of custody.
I thought they still Got it. So the state does not intend to call every law enforcement official who handled each phone. And the basis for this is State v. Wainea, 754 P. 2nd 667. Wainea essentially says the conclusion there is that once the evidence is in the hands of the state, It is generally presumed that that item is handled with regularity, and absent an affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering, the chain of custody has been preserved. And so the state's position is that the defense has not, through either motion or proffer, made any affirmative showing of bad faith or actual tampering of these items. And absent that showing by the defense, it's the state's position we are not required to bring each of these witnesses in to testify in order to admit these items to evidence.
Will you be laying foundation for, I'm inferring, a warrant was served, this device was seized, it was booked into evidence, it was tagged in this way. That's how we know this information was received from that device.
Correct.
So you'll be calling that witness or witnesses to get to that point.
Certainly, how the item was found, and our crime scene technician, and being transparent, our crime scene technician, Ms. Gibson, is prepared to testify. This item was booked into evidence. It was packaged in this way. I secured it in an evidence locker. And after that point, it is released at times for different investigative purposes and always within the hands of the law enforcement system. And so that's the basis for our point today.
In the ruling, are you asking for a ruling today or just putting this on the court and opposing counsel's radar?
Partially the latter, because we want to be able to plan for these witnesses. Certainly it adds quite a bit.
So here's the thing. Sometimes you argue continuity because there's a genuine continuity issue, right? You get things like, that is not the same thing. But sometimes you argue continuity, like sometimes they're arguing continuity just because they want to be dicks. And that's what seems to be going on there. If you want another reason to love Judge A, my husband got a thank you letter from her after the au pair trial. She's so gracious and kind. Your husband was a juror, if I recall correctly. Is that right? That is actually super nice. I really like Judge A. Judge A is one of my favorite judges of all time. I mean, one of my life regrets is that I was never, like, I am not barred in Virginia to appear in front of Judge A, because that would have been kind of an awesome thing to do. Oh, he works at Fairfax County. Oh, gotcha. Judge A is really a good judge, and I get the sense that she's a great person as well. So, yeah.
Of people,
sure,
if we are asked to do that, and our position is that, and maybe that is our ask, is without that affirmative showing from the defense that would bad faith or actual tampering, then the state is not required to bring in every law enforcement official who handled those items.
All right, so let's talk about just how much of a pain in the ass that could be, right? Police seize a phone. So officer grabs a phone and, grabs the phone and, at the scene, puts it in an evidence bag. He puts that evidence bag into a box with a bunch of other evidence, right? That box is picked up by officer number 2. Officer number 2 picks that box up, takes it to the station, drops it off, checks it in with officer number 3. Officer number 3 walks it downstairs to the evidence locker, checks it in with officer number 4. Officer number 4 then pulls that out later, except it's not officer number 4 because he's not on shift. It's officer number 5. He's also working the evidence locker on a different day. So number 5 pulls the box, pulls the phone, hands it off to officer number 6. Officer number 6 couriers that, phone off to the, a forensic expert who is person number 7. Forensic expert does the analysis. Forensic expert puts the phone back into a thing and sends it back to the police station where it is, received by officer 8. Officer 8 walks that thing back down to the evidence locker, hands it in to yet another guy working the evidence locker, and we are down to officer number 9. Come trial, that phone is removed by officer number 10 working at the evidence locker. Officer number 10 hands it to another officer who takes it to the courthouse. We now have officer number 11. Officer number 11 shows up at court with the phone. So they're saying we don't want to call all 10 officers. We want to do this. Couldn't most of that be told by the case lead? That's exactly what they want to do. They want to have one witness who can testify to, the whole thing. This phone was in our possession. Here's what happened to the phone, right? So the defense, it sounds like the defense is saying you need to bring in all 11 officers who touched this phone. And the prosecution is like, Judge, come on. Do you really want us to have to do that? This is the problem that the prosecution is trying to avoid. Breathe.
Can we get a clarification, Your Honor, just to make sure so that we can communicate and respond effectively? So
I also found Rob then, and I'm glad.
She's talking about once they got the phone checked into evidence from then on. You're not talking about the people who located it and turned it into Ms. Gibson. You're talking about once Ms. Gibson checks it into the evidence locker or takes official control of the item, everyone who touched it after that, is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I needed.
Okay, so I think I understand the state's position. Does the defense need to put anything on the record about this today?
Can we talk about it overnight and respond in the morning?
Yeah, candidly,
We
the
can send you
first
an email.
people who should respond to are the state.
Yeah, we'll talk to Ms. Schwerner.
Okay. We can take this up first thing in the morning.
Yeah.
Give me a preview who you're calling tomorrow. We need to finish with.
Yeah, so we have Deputy Wynn. We intend to call the paramedic on scene. We have 2 other first responders who were there, Andy Cernich and Deputy Pimentel. And then after that, we are at Miss Gibson. So she is the one that we're seeking to admit these items through.
Okay. It sounds like other than her, there wouldn't be testimony from investigating officers who executed the search warrant and bagged the evidence. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
It sounds like other than crime scene tech Gibson, they're not planning to offer testimony of investigating officers who executed a warrant and bagged the evidence.
That's what I was asking. That was my clarification.
I think we now know.
So, okay, so that's a
This is part
different.
of the discussion I think you need to have with the state.
Okay, so they don't want to call anybody except Miss Gibson. That's
Not
it?
comfortable getting into this on generalizations because there's lots of evidence that was seized and it may be different depending on which piece of evidence we're talking about.
I'm talking about cell phones.
There are a couple of those, if not
Right.
more. Yeah.
There are.
Your Honor, the
That's
state
true.
intends to call the officer.
This is such bullshit. I never run a case like this. Never run a case like this. And I will just say, fuck off, defense. Like, come on. If there's a continuity problem, bring the continuity issue, right? Like, but if there's not a continuity problem, don't just dick the prosecution around because you don't have anything else. You burn your credibility with the court. You ensure that you will never get cut any slack on any shit you've got problems with. Like, come on. Come on. Is this really what you're gonna... So there we are. That's the plan, apparently. Yeah.
That located the phone, and then the crime scene tech, I think it's almost exclusively Chelsea.
That's helpful.
That bagged the phone.
So, for example, without just for my helping me understand the argument here,
Yeah.
I recall the phone that was in the cup holder when Deputy Maynard stopped Ms. Richins when she was in her
Yes.
vehicle.
I have.
Who's getting, for example, who's getting called to say, I took that phone and put it in an evidence bag?
So I think to use that example, the example is something like,
All right, I don't want to watch any more of that squabbling. It's just such dumbassery. But like, are you kidding me? This is the games you're gonna play? Just say, hey, we don't need to fight over this. We really don't. Somebody asked, have I ever seen a defense lawyer do this? Yes, and it never plays well. Fight on continuity if you've got an issue on continuity, but don't try to just make up an issue. Like, it just doesn't fucking work. So, yeah. All right, let's hit the super chats and then we'll wind up. Tomorrow we are going to resume with with the officer, I forget his name, being cross-examined by the human kidney stone. And oh, fuck. All right. Excuse me. This is going to be a weird one. Buckle up. You're not wrong. Girl with the Dogs is mainly a YouTube channel. I will check it out. Trademark case info sent via Twitter DM. I saw it. I haven't really checked it out yet, but it looks interesting. I love this judge. Yes, this judge is awesome. I know a lot of women are saying he's easy to look at. Okay, but I like his style. Happy Monday. Thank you so much. Happy Monday. Catherine Lynn Fraser says the huge debt has entered the trial and Kouri is going through fire. Katie managed to bring up the fraud and the consciousness of guilt. Katie kind of beat the defense. Marmar says, good night all. Am sick. We'll be on replay crew. I am sorry, Marmar. And I am burning through my throat. I got to use some throat spray to try to recover. Horse welfare. Could you review documents from the civil case? I will look over them. I don't know if we'll be able to go through all of them. Wani Madrid H, get some spice in the system. I don't think we hit that goal, but I might anyway. I just want to hear an oofta. Thank you. Fair. I'd say prosecution used a metal skillet. It makes the Taco Bell gong and it's easier to edit in. Fair or pros. Fair. Pounds your chest longer and harder, you say? I know what we could use the Lucas machine for. It has dragon in the name. No, Meme Express. Bad. Andel Feinstein, my husband travels extensively for work, often overseas. I have a power of attorney. During 14 years of active duty military service, I lost track of the number of power of attorneys I had. I guess we're odd, but I mean, it makes perfect sense for military folks. 100%. Shanta says, are you going to cover this every night? Probably, if it continues to be this stupid. Please do recaps every night. Love watching recaps that are train wrecks with runkleisms. We can do that. And Jan W28, morning Ian, just catching up on 2X. Well, glad to have you here. All right, let's wrap this up. I'm going to get some sleep. It is 1 a.m. here. Why? Why is it 1 a.m.? There was so much to cover today because there was so much dumb. And all right, see you tomorrow. I'm going to try to get like a few hours of sleep. Good night, all.